Good morning to our viewers in America. Good afternoon to our European friends. Konnichiwa to those of you turning in late at night from Japan. I am Snuffleupagus. Welcome to Swordfish Motorsports' presentation of the Online Racing Association's Endurance Championship, better known as TORA TEC. Last time out, we brought you a fantastic race from the Nürburgring. This time, we've traveled around to the other side of the globe, visiting the Suzuka circuit in Japan for today's 8 hours of Suzuka, featuring the very best racers on Forza Motorsport 7 in prototypes and GT cars competing in what is now the penultimate round of this season's championship. I am joined today in the booth by our favorite Kiwi from Australia, Kiwi Chris, and our good friend SFM Zai. Both of you guys in turn, not at the same time. Say hello to the fine folks.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, everybody. Excited to be here.
Hey everyone, I'm ready to get this thing rolling.
So this is our illustrious stream team. We are, of course, expecting to be joined later by SFM Darkser, the team principal of Swordfish Motorsport. He is currently preoccupied in the safety car, but we may have an in-car feed. Let's see, Darkser, can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear.
You can? All right. Well, that's our safety car driver, TORA head marshal, I believe, SFM Darkser. He'll be responsible for getting this start underway safely. And so to all of our racers, please try to not hit the safety car. Let's not Ricky Bobby this.
Yeah, as much fun as that would probably get you paddling.
That's paddling, yep. So before we begin, it would probably be a good idea for all of us to take a look at the track, so that our viewers can be familiar with where the action is going to be happening. Kiwi, you can see the track map. Why don't you take us through a quick lap of Spa, or of Suzuka, rather?
Suzuka, yeah, certainly. So it starts with there's a tight, twisty layout. This one's obviously first corner. Then you have the S's, fantastic section of the racetrack leading into the Digna curves. Digna 1, Digna 2, as you go under the bridge, up to the hairpin, then a nice, beautifully long sweeper to the right, spoon curve, a corner where I always go off when racing this track, and is really difficult to get right. And then everyone's favourite part of the track, the backstretch to 130R, full commitment, and then hard on the brakes into the final Casio triangle, as they call it here, in the final corner, back over the line. And we'll be doing this for 8 hours. I'm so excited.
I cannot wait. Now, Zai, you had quite a bit of time around this track because you'll be racing here later today. What were your impressions from qualifying when you're in max attack mode? What parts of this track are most likely to catch somebody out?
So the main areas of time loss is usually out of the first corner. Turns 1 and 2 of the snake, and you can lose a lot of time in the hairpin and spoon curve, I've noticed. And the rest is just you've got to commit, otherwise you're going to have a bad lap.
Fair enough. Well, we had plenty of good laps from our drivers competing out there today. Before we get started, let's take a look at the qualifying results. Qualifying sessions, of course, were run throughout the week. Drivers were teamed up. Every car that participated had to have at least 2 drivers set a timed lap and submit their stints for the race, because of course this is an endurance race, and that means that there has been a bit of an interesting development at the front of the prototype field. You should be seeing on your screens now the results of qualifying. And you will notice that the championship leading car, the prototype car driven by LMR Harmonic and F4H Scottson, is not present on the grid. They had qualified P2 behind just the Gander Audi Sport of Williams Roadrunner and Forza Europa, but apparently were caught up in some virtual customs paperwork. I don't know how else to describe it. And they have not made it to Japan, and that has promoted the rest of the P1 class up 1 position. So again, the F4H prototype car, our championship leader, will not be participating in this round, which means great points are on offer for the rest of our grid. So to give you a quick rundown, you can see Gander Autosport with an impressive qualifying performance, putting their car on pole. Joining them on the front row, our boys from Swordfish Motorsports, the number 27 SFM Vermilion car, with a great showing, our first front row start of the season. No pressure, but we're expecting a good result from that car today. Dark, sir, I believe you'll be in there later. How does it feel to be on the front row?
Well, as much as I'd love to be on the front row, I'm actually not on the front row.
That's
I'm in
right,
the second
because
row.
you've moved to the 24. That's another thing to point out. For our viewers who are following along, because you are just ardent Swordfish Motorsports fans, first of all, for all 4 of you out there, we love you. Secondly, we've had some driver swaps that I actually had forgotten to mention. Because we have had a bit of an organizational shuffling, the 27 after the Nürburgring round is, well, it was the second car. It is now the lead car, and as a result, that car will be driven by TM Touring, who did a brilliant job at the Nürburgring, and he'll be joined by Veloce Racers. That's right, you heard me, Veloce Racers of the Forza Racing Championship, who you may have seen get, well, let's just call it a bit unfairly treated. He's out looking for a bit of fun and a bit of revenge after that round at Le Mans Bugatti circuit. And the final 2 stints, of course, will be by our very own SFM Zai, who's here right now. So that's the front row. Oh, sorry, Zai, did I hear you there?
No, I just said right. Yeah. Excited to be on the front row. I honestly thought we weren't.
You know, it's sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, but in this case, you were both.
Yeah, thanks.
The second row in P1 here in A lobby will be the 24 SFM Competizione car. That one's going to feature SVR Shadow deputizing in this week, SFM Darkser, and PPS Icy returning after another good showing at Nürburgring. Those 2 cars, starting 2 and 3, are going to try to work together, so look for some interesting interactions as they try to maximize this result for Swordfish Motorsports today. Alongside the SFM Competizione car in the second row, you'll see the Kaido HCR Automobili SGR. Boy, that's a mouthful. Audi R18. Looks like it's going to be HCR Floofy in that car in the first stint, and then the last car in A lobby in P1 is going to be the HCR LMP1 driven by Roman Karp. In GT, Mixed Matched from Hell, also known as Team Monstars, as we've affectionately referred to them throughout this season. Starting with JSR South in the car, they are on pole. They had an impressive qualifying, 6/10 clear of P2, which is, of course, the Alien Motorsports GT, driven by AMS Traumatic, the driver previously known as AMS Swift, the artist formerly known as Prince, perhaps? We'll find out. Actually, no, that would be the driver in the SVR. Well, don't laugh at my jokes yet. They aren't good. I'm just getting warmed up. SVR Solar is starting in the SVR Purple car on the second row alongside EVR Motorsport GTA, driven by EVR Mead. We've seen those two have great fights in the past. I'm looking forward to a brilliant race at the top of GT. Hopefully showing some more fantastic overtakes, and there are some good opportunities on this track where we could really get some drama. After those top 4, you'll see AMS Astro GT and SVR Orange, then V12 Forza Team and AX4X Cyber Racing UK, with a spattering of Chevys, BMWs, Chevys, and Aston Martins. Rounding out the A Lobby GT field, you'll see the other AX4X Cyber Racing, the US squad, the AMR Corvette, SVR Yellow, LSCM Prospective, SFM GT Squadron Race Squadron 9-8, driven by Vin Doctor and SFM Snowstorm. Snowstorm will be up later because right now it's the middle of the night. Hopefully he's getting well rested. He's got the last 2 stints to show what he can do. SVR Rainbow brings out the back, which means we're going to be seeing that lovely Reebok livery, and you will be seeing that lovely Reebok livery on your screens once again. That is your grid rundown. We are getting closer to the race start. Most of the drivers already, and we should be getting underway here in just a moment.
Yep, looks like the pace car has been summoned to the grid, so I'm making sure that everything is now in gear. So, no pressure at all here, just driving a Alfa Romeo 4C on very skinny tires in front of a snarling field of 800 horsepower prototypes.
It'll be fine.
Just fine. Just keep it on the track and keep it below 80.
Yep. I'm supposed to be going 60, right?
I don't know, Dark. You are the safety car.
for
Nice. When in doubt.
it. When in doubt, that out. That is a damn fine looking safety car as well.
That
Yep,
certainly is.
Livery by the HCR Yuko, former TORA staff member. Excellent work.
The clock should start now. I believe. Exciting stuff.
So,
Just real quick, can someone double check if I'm meant to be going 60 or 80?
My god, dog.
Just answer the question.
Yeah, I've got you. Where would that be?
Rules?
Alright, here we go.
Well, either way, I don't think you can do 80 through the
No,
S's anyway.
that's why I'm telling you to check quickly. Doing it live, folks.
80.
well, it'll be 80 once he gets out of
As
the
Dark
S's then.
speeds up.
All right. Well, my apologies to the guys. Like, so many different series with different start speeds. It's sometimes hard to track.
Yeah. No, I get that.
As we see Darkster lead the field around this 3.6 mile circuit nestled into the hills of Japan, we can take a look at the prototype field lining up behind them. Of course, the two different fields will be starting separately. You can see that class separation now as there is a bit of a gap forming behind the HECR prototype and the lead GT. We will be going green at the line 2 by 2, and so we could have some real drama going into turn 1. We are going to stay with this prototype field as we come through into the final sector of this track once we round the spoon here. Who do you
Minor
think's-
technical difficulties. The pace car is stuck in 4th gear.
Oh,
As long as you can hold 80 in 4th gear and make it back to the pits, I think we're going to be okay. It looks like Alfa Romeo's legendary reliability is being featured once more.
That's a good gear to be stuck in. At least it's
It
not
is.
like
It's fuel efficient.
first. Yeah.
You're not rev banging in first. That's good.
Correct.
Who do you think is going to be leading into turn 1, boys?
Roadrunner. Or,
Really?
yeah,
You think-
definitely Roadrunner.
You think Roadrunner? You don't think Touring's going to just send it? Yeah, I don't either.
No, I don't either. First lap of 8 hour race, you can't see it. That'd be mad.
That's a good point from Kiwi. This is, of course, an endurance race. Each of these stints distances will be added up. You cannot win this race in the first corner, but you could certainly lose it. As we see Darkser in the safety car pulling into the pit lane.
And
the game is not letting me switch the camera to. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Forza?
Minor technical difficulties here.
Forza's
on the
car
stream.
selector is not.
Wow. So.
There you go.
It has worked. Okay.
There we go.
Hey!
We have missed the
Okay.
start. I apologize for that. But Williams Roadrunner has led through the first corner. I will attempt to diagnose why exactly that menu malfunctioned. But as Dark predicted, Williams Roadrunner is through the first corner, through the first sector with a healthy lead. Looks like
I see Floofy's made the move.
Floofy has made the move. Let's hop back. 'Cause it looks like there
24
is
car.
a battle happening.
Please don't tell me night. Oh, for God's sake. Oh, we can see it from a distance. He's
We can see
closing
it from
in
a
on
distance,
Touring
yes.
there. Ooh,
Okay.
uncontrollable around the inside there. Doesn't get it done. So we do manage to switch our cameras.
Eventually.
Are we? I'm seeing a lot of cuts. Are we having a
It would appear that
restart?
there is going to be a restart.
There is.
I'm
Okay, well that's
waiting
good.
for
So we can
lobby.
actually bring you the start of the race properly this time, as I believe I've sorted out the issue with control. Is it the GT field that was leaving it? Is someone should probably tell the prototype lobby that we are
Yeah, no,
restarting
they'll
this
figure
race.
it out.
Okay.
At least they should.
Yeah.
If they don't, then that's just funny. But we'll find out. We'll find out in a moment. I will see if I can let them know at this time, though. Hopefully they left the party open.
Oh, don't you love Forza?
Yeah. Well, Roadrunner appears to be going full steam ahead here, so hopefully he realizes that half the field is no longer there.
I think one of them's gonna acknowledge that soon. That's a shame because there was a good pass from Floofy, but we did miss that.
We're trying to see if we can make sure that they are aware.
Is that party open?
Yep, I'm getting in there.
So this is unfortunately something that that can happen in racing. Sometimes you are forced to have an aborted start, as it looks like.
Yep, he's.
Yep,
We have
they-
just
they've
one
got-
car remaining. All right. So that means we will need to.
Roman Carp in first place. Good job on him. What do we talk about during this?
So, how many rounds of the TEC are left this season?
We've only got the one after this.
Yeah, this is the penultimate round, so it's just today. We'll be spending 8 hours at Suzuka, and then in a month's time, I believe, we will be heading to Sebring for the season finale.
Fantastic. So that makes the F4H snafu with customs even worse.
Right.
Well, yeah. I've spoken to a couple of people involved in running this series, and it seems as though there was a miscommunication between drivers. Drivers, of course, do need to make sure that they are registered for their stints, and there was apparently a delay in the team coordinating, which resulted in a delay in the team submitting their entry, and it just fell beyond the deadline. And of course, once the clock strikes midnight, or 11:59, or whatever time it is that they actually require entries to be in, that's it. You will not get your visa stamp, your electronic.
This is one of those rules that TORA is inflexible on. It's just so we can get everything straightened out ahead of time, so we're not scrambling at the last second to find people to host the lobbies and such.
Yeah, and that's totally fair enough too. In real life race cars, you need to be absolutely pedantic with that sort of stuff.
Right.
And seriously, how hard is it to spend 10 minutes going, oh, I'll do stints 1 and 3? Looks like we're about to go, guys.
That was a very short 10 minutes.
Alright, so it looks like we are getting rolling again. So let me hop back into the Alfa Romeo safety car.
Don't get stuck in 4th gear this time.
Yes, I've recycled my controller power, so we're good. Basically, a Control-Alt-Delete of the ECU of the car here.
Excellent.
Honestly,
Is that
Doug,
the
you should
recommended
recycle
Alfa
that
Romeo
controller.
service procedure? Alright. So as nice as it was to feature the safety car on the outlap, this time, in case that bug happens again, let's put the camera on our pole sitter, Williams Roadrunner, in the Gander Autosport car. That way we can catch the start of the race.
The safety car is not the most grippy of vehicles here for leading and training prototypes, but it does what it can.
That is a fantastic looking car as well.
It really is, but I have to say, as a non-neutral, completely biased commentator, seeing a pair of Bentley prototypes in the Swordfish Motorsports livery in P2 and P3 really does make my morning.
Yeah,
They
for
do look-
real.
They do look amazing.
Thanks, guys.
No.
Appreciate it.
Oh, wait, you painted them? Oh, they look crap.
Yes.
Oh, the timer should be running. I want to chuck a minute off of that or something.
I do always forget that the timer actually starts on the outlap and not the first lap of the race.
Yeah, we got a new graphics package here on SFM Official, finalized last night. So hopefully everything is working and pleasing to the eye today.
And if you don't like anything, you can of course call our tip and complaint line, 1-800-KNOW-YOU.
Alright.
And we will take your comments and concerns under advisement, and then
Now, I
probably
would
take
like
a
to
beer
know-
instead of fixing them.
Real quick, I would like to know why the GT field is so far behind the Protos, because they are not supposed to be doing that. That is just very counterintuitive. The
Let's take a
lobbies
look
are
at just how
lobbies,
far back they are.
Oh, they're caught up now. But the
caught up now.
lobbies, A and B lobby both are eligible to win the race. So it would
Whoa!
behoove everybody
That was almost
to...
a crash.
All right, I'm coming out of the last corner now, so get ready for the start, boys.
Okay.
So on the restart of the 8 Hours of Suzuka, presented by Swordfish Motorsports official Twitch channel, which you are watching today, we are watching the prototype field come to line. Williams Roadrunner leads. Just a few seconds to go. We seem to have lost our 5th placed prototype, but we are green. Williams Roadrunner away well. The two Swordfish Motorsports cars side by side into turn 1. Looks like they're going to get through cleanly. There's the prototype from HCCR. Looks like he just stopped for it. I don't know what happened. But
It's also some sushi.
Williams pulling away, establishing a several car length lead within the first couple of corners. Roadrunner really caning it to try to pull a gap from the two SFM cars as we see. Looks like it is 27, driven by TM Touring, has managed to stay ahead of the 24 with the HCR car just behind them now. So a shame for Floofy. He pulled a good move on the first start, but of course restarts do happen, and now he's going to have to work his way by the SFM car again.
Yeah, Floofy is not going to be pleased about that. However, all those guys are really good friends off the track, so hopefully they'll have a good laugh while flying around Suzuka here.
I mean, Floofy is a great friend of Swordfish, let's not forget.
Of course, a former team member. Yeah, moved on to the Happy Cat team.
As we're watching now, we'd like to introduce you to another new element of our graphics package today. We will be featuring throughout the race driver profiles as we focus in on these battles. And we'll bring you our first one in just a moment here. There it is. As we watch this battle here between SVR Shadow and HCR Floofy, we will be showing you many of their unique, as we call them, Twitter profile pictures, as well as their team affiliations. You can see on the bottom of your screen, SVR Shadow driving for SFM Competizione, the 24, and HCR Floofy driving for Kaido HCR Auto the SG. I wish that name were shorter, or I wish I had my coffee. I apologize, folks.
Which one is it?
It's
Why not both?
Yeah. So these three cars, of course, are now in nearly reverse order from how they started on the grid, because I believe the 27 driven by TM Touring would have started at the head of this pack. But this threesome is going to have to sort themselves out, because continuing nose to tail like this, while it doesn't cost you too much time, will start to really affect you in some of the sectors of this track that are more aero dependent.
Yes, and you'd have to think that the two SFM cars battled really hard at the start because obviously they overtook each other. Good team play though not to get involved in any mischief. Oh, I think we have a bit of a lock-up there by our leader.
Yeah, the SFM cars have been told in no uncertain terms that if they crash each other, I will be very sad.
I think that's kind of a given.
Yeah. So they'll definitely be being careful. I mean, and that's pretty standard as well among all the other teammates. Like, for example, the Solar Vision team has 4 GT cars in this lobby. I would be shocked if they raced each other overly aggressively. Want to try to work together with your teammates here.
Let's take a look back at the GT field now. We've been focusing on the prototypes as we come through the first couple laps of this race. And we see, as we scroll back, we are going to see our first surprise of the GT field, where we see that our current P1 in GT is in fact not JSR South, our pole sitter, but it is the BMW of AMS Traumatic.
Good on him for making the move.
And
Shame we didn't catch them.
it really is a shame, and it's a shame we didn't get here earlier, because we have a 4-car train fighting for the lead in GT this early in the race.
Yeah, AMS Traumatic, of course, one of the drivers who really put the fight to the Mixed Match from Hell team in the previous round, but was ultimately unable to get it done. Maybe his internet will last this time, who knows? So right now, order is AMS Traumatic, followed by Arox Balket rather, not JSR South. So we'll fix that. Balket, of course, on the team formerly known as FTR. They've since rebranded as Arox, one of their team sponsors, so look for a lot of gamer tag changes there. And of course, the FTR squad lost their British GT champion, Vane, who's moved to JSR. So a bit of a team roster shakeup going on here in the last few weeks.
I saw that shake up happening on Twitch.
Whoa. Getting very tight here, lads.
As we see SVR Solar having to look up the inside of Balket into the hairpin. So
That is south.
South.
So,
it is south?
Yeah,
Yeah.
South is in the car for the first stint.
Don't mind me.
Right car, wrong driver. That's fine. I will make that
That-
mistake
that is-
many times throughout this race. You just had the first one, so cheers to you.
That is my bad. Looking at the wrong
Well,
stint.
a little bit of a argy-bargy coming to the hairpin there meant the Traumatic has opened up a couple of car lengths lead, and that's Solar, who we know is a rapid driver, is now chomping at the bit, seeing if he can get by. Well, that's not going to help, as he runs wide at the exit of 130R.
And
Easily done.
Solar's recently changed his driving style in the GTs a lot. He previous rounds he's been using normal steering. He's decided to use the sim steering for a bit more increased precision at the risk of sim switching off the road, almost as if you had like a steering column failure on a real car. So look for Solar to be much more on the knife edge of grip as we go through the race here.
Great move by Maximus there into the first corner.
how's
Max-
almost done.
Maximus, the German AMS driver, driving for the Astro GT car. A bit of a surprise at the beginning of the season. Nobody really knew who he was, but Maximus has been shown to deliver the goods with great regularity. So good on him for making the early move.
And the goods were delivered in turn one there.
Saw those two sort themselves out, but just behind them, Drift and Hero seems like he has some company. I think he's just gotten by V12 Jose Forza.
But Jose Forza looks like he's got the run.
Yeah, of course, Drift and Hero in the Aston Martin, which is a bit more of a grippy car, and GT drivers are all dreading being stuck behind it because you cannot pass the Aston. It just can't be done. The way that the cars make their time, the Aston just has so much grunt out of the corners, you just can't get around it. So Jose really needs to get right up on the bumper there to try to force Drift and Hero into a mistake.
Got a request to check out where Mead is on the board.
Just while you're talking about that, Doug, what's better here? Would you rather have a grippy car or a car with a bit of speed? Because it's quite a technical track.
So you can kind of go either way here. The Ford is going to struggle a bit more than it has at prior tracks, just because it does not have the same acceleration of the other cars. But yeah, I don't know. It really comes down to preference. But the cars that are going to be most likely to be at the front in this race are the BMW and the Corvette, just because of their acceleration. Because there's so many corners at this track. Were we able to find Mead or no?
While you guys were talking, I got the camera back to him briefly, just so that somebody wanted screenshots they could get him. He's currently running P13, which I believe is then going to be P8 in GT. He's a bit on his own right now, behind just about half a dozen car lengths behind Koenigsegg R in the SVR orange BMW M6. Rear of the GT field has spread itself out a bit. If we take a look back, we'll find our own Swordfish driver. This is Vin Doctor 21 in the newly repainted Calsonic liveried SFM Race Squadron 984 GT. The Calsonic livery, of course, paying homage to the classic liveries from the GT300 car? Or was it GT500?
A bit of both, actually. I think it's most recently been used on a GT500 car, but Vin Doctor is really, really fast, but he hasn't really had a chance to show off his pace in prior rounds. So look for him to definitely keep on the bumper of these guys.
Oh,
He's not going to let him get away easy.
They had a
But he
decent
goes-
success. Oh, as we see our prototypes coming through here, there's Touring
Oh,
right on the
Touring.
back of Floofy, and that's
What
going
a-
to give him a great run. Let's hop to that
Three
fight,
wide.
'cause That's
Touring
going to
got-
be... They're going to be side by side into Spoon if they stay there. No, Touring's going to get ahead. Good move from Touring, taking advantage of the GT traffic coming out of the hairpin, getting the run on Floofy, putting the power down, and pulling ahead into Spoon corner. Well done.
Good on Touring. In the fight to
Fantastic.
Floofy.
Fantastic, and great use of traffic as well to pick him off.
Yeah, Touring also does a lot of driving on the R Factor 2 Virtual Endurance Championship, where there's something like 60 cars per race, so he is definitely not afraid to work his magic in traffic.
He's currently focused on Picard's GT3 right now.
Oh, but speaking of traffic, oh, there's going to be contact as Touring has to take evasive action to avoid a GT, and Floofy gets into the back of him.
Now, you're going to see a lot more moves like that this round because the cars have some increased structural integrity here. There's been a little bit of a change to the event format due to some overly strong curbs. So the drivers can get away with a little bit more contact like that without breaking their cars.
Well, at Suzuka, because it is on the other side of the world, we do have different physics working here.
I mean,
The Coriolis effect has altered the rigidity of carbon fiber, yes. That
Right.
has happened.
like here, everything's got to be built to withstand upside down loads.
That's true. Gravity does work differently on Australia, but this track is still in Japan, which is the northern hemisphere, so this discussion of upside down and the Coriolis effect, while interesting, maybe... We don't really know why anything happens in Japan. It's given us anime and Godzilla, but strange things happen over there.
Hey, I've
Oh, wow.
been there. It's a fantastic place.
It is a brilliant place, fantastic country, with a fantastic racetrack. This is one of my absolute favorites.
Yeah, that
But,
flow through the
unfortunately, there is that small bug in Forza right now, where there is a corner that if you hit the curb just right, just the correct angle and the correct speed, your car explodes.
We saw this happen to Veloce Racers in, I believe, Q1 or 2, and then after that, the new damage settings were turned on. So that's why that happened. Still riding on board.
Using the field then. To his advantage. Good on him. Making a bit of a gap between him and Floofy.
So I would imagine that would mean that SVR Shadow is probably a little bit behind Floofy, maybe a couple seconds.
Let's take a look back. Yeah, it looks like he's just about 2 corners back as they're going through the S's here. You could just see the back end of that fight for second place in P1 as coming off your screens as we switched over to SVR Shadow. SVR, of course, on loan from Solar Vision Racing, deputizing in the number 24 Swordfish Motorsports car for this race. As part of these driver swaps, it's been a bit of a week, a bit of a couple weeks working the phones and the Twitters and the interwebs and whatever you kids use for your newfangled communication devices for Darkster, the team principal, as he tried to juggle everybody into the right cars and into the right stints. And it looks like he's put together a team that could be competitive today.
Yeah, Dr. Beck, one of our stalwart guys, he had to work today, so very good reason, of course. And then Ace Captain Slow had a little bit of some back pain. So
Oh.
we, when the drivers aren't available, we try to find the best we can, and I think we've done that today.
Similar story in the GT field as well.
Yeah. So in GT field, the SFM 98 car, one of our drivers, Uncle Sam wouldn't let him come and play, so we had to find the other guys, see who was available.
And I was originally going to do the 97, but then I realised I hate this track as a driver.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a difficult track to work around.
Yeah, Suzuka is pretty tricky. A lot of high-speed corners, a lot of low-speed corners after high-speed corners, so you really got to be careful.
Mm.
And it
when
looks
you're
like
not gonna-
Roman Carp has finally made his way around south. So whatever issue he may have had at the start, sorry to interrupt you guys there, it looks like he has managed to escape from it.
I'll tell you who can't escape, though, is an AMS Maximus. Now, we've talked about drivers not racing each other's, but this is going to be one to watch with Traumatic and Maximus, because I believe Traumatic would have qualified higher, that car would have qualified higher up the grid. If I'm not mistaken, we can double check that here quickly.
So the Maximus started off in the 5th position, just behind Solar, actually. So he would have been on the 3rd row there.
Yes, and Traumatic, I think, started on the 1st row, right alongside South, so he's been shuffled back a couple of positions. Now, I don't know if AMS uses team orders, but I would think that if he really is the faster driver, then at some point he would want to get by.
Well, you also got to remember that I believe this car did not participate in one of the previous rounds, so they may be just acting as the pick car.
Good spot there, Darks, or something I had forgotten about.
And just reading back through the Twitch chat here, Forza Europa saying that the artist formerly known as Swift went off the track at the Dunlop curve, so Traumatic did make a mistake. That's why he's back there. He didn't get hit, he just went off.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
Easy to do there.
Yeah,
Very
very
easy.
common mistake. We're going to see that all day, so nothing really to be concerned about, but definitely something you don't want to do with any regularity.
Yeah, we just saw Traumatic there taking all the track and then some as well. Track limits are going to be a big thing here as well.
Yeah, the track limits here are really unforgiving. There's a lot of grass right behind the curb, so if you go over too far, you're probably going to spin, and that's not going to go well at 170 miles an hour.
At 130R, no way.
Oh, yeah. I also would really like to not be in the position of being a prototype and catching GTs too wide at 130R while you're approaching them at 195 miles an hour.
Dark Knight
Yeah.
tried a 3-wide weave through a 2x3 field.
Yeah, it was
that
pretty
didn't work.
sketchy.
How many cars were broken in that exchange?
I wouldn't
About
say they
8.
were broken. It was more just that we died a little.
Excellent.
Yeah. Riding on board here with the V12 Forza team. It's Jose today, one of their team principals. The beautiful gold and black C7R. As they chase down, I think Mead. Is that Mead?
It's TUS Chasmo just ahead of them, but EVR
Chasmo.
Mead, I think, is going to be in a battle now with Koenigsegg R. EVR Mead on the charge was previously P13, has now moved up. Koenigsegg R has had his fortunes reversed. He's falling back through the field. Not sure if he's going slowly as we see Mead launch up the inside of the hairpin.
Now that's a move.
That
What's
is a
that
move.
contact
It's
there?
not going to come off because it's going to give him a really poor exit, and Koenigsegg is going to drive right back around the outside.
Yeah, these are two drivers that are very frequently close to each other on the track. They are definitely going to be wanting to beat the other one today. This battle is going to go on for a long time, I would imagine.
That was a bit of a bump, but looks like both cars got away nice and
Yep.
easily.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We
looks
aren't
like
going to be running simulation damage at this round due to a few of the glitches. So it looks like the drivers made shot
Around the
Mead around the
outside,
outside.
Mead.
Oh, there's a. If he
Whoa.
pulls it off, it's the move of the
No
race. Around the
way.
outside of the Castillo Triangle.
No.
It's not going to happen. But
Yeah.
he might still get him with
might.
the drive. That would
That was a
be
great
one of
move.
the most spectacular GT overtakes I have ever seen. If he pulls that
Yeah,
off
now-
at some point this race, that's it. That's the move of the race. Period. It's done and
And
dusted.
we've seen this time and again from Mead. We've seen it in Spec Cup. We've seen it in the Trans Am, and now we're seeing it in GT cars. He's just a great aggressive driver.
Here we go. We're getting around the. No, you can't go around the outside into the S's. That's madness.
Yeah, if there's a hole, Mead will put his car there. As we see, Chasmo now has caught up to this battle.
Of
Nice
course, when you fight, you do go slower, and these two are absolutely brawling.
It's going to bring
Koenigsegg
Vitor.
is defending really well, to be fair. Mead is no slouch when it comes to overtaking. Like Dark said, he doesn't need a second invitation. He will take any space that you give him. Koenigsegg, very fairly, has managed to keep his car just ahead by putting it in the right spots just when he needs to. But it's really costing them both time, as you can see.
And the lead coming
right
through.
there.
Perfect
Kiwi, I
timing
talked over
from
you. And Zai, I'm terrible.
It's
As we
alright.
see Mead up the inside again in the hairpin, but he's not going to be able to hold the power down out of the corner.
Oh, he won.
No,
boy,
not the
nope.
outside there.
Yeah, that Ford is going to be significantly stronger on the brakes, but it just does not have the same acceleration as we can see now with Chasmo going up the inside of Mead into Spoon.
And you'll get the move done there, surely.
Well, he might not. That GT
Maybe
has
not.
enough grip that it can defend around the outside at Spoon, as long as he doesn't get the car overslowed into the corner. That the GT is going to be tough to pass in Spoon corner or in Spoon curve.
And now Jose's coming into this battle as well. Could be four deep in a minute.
Yep, Jose made some early mistakes on his stint, and he is just going to be loving this right now. Like a second chance here.
Ooh, Koenigsegg
Dem-
making a mistake on the exit of 139.
As we see into the last two corners, the same story as the last two laps. Mead is right there and then loses out on the straight.
It's the issue with the Ford. It's got that mega error that's going to slow him down in a straight line.
Now, if you're Mead right now, you must be fuming because you know that you're faster than Koenigsegg. You know that you can outdrive him right now, but you know that you can't pass him.
Are we pitting this race?
Yep, there are required pits.
Is it too early to take the first one now, then get out of the way?
In the Proto, it would be premature. In GT, you probably could get away with it within the next 5 minutes. Because the GT guys have to make, I want to say, 2 stops, and then the Protos, it's a spec class, so they can just do whatever, but they're going to be making 3 stops.
Torres made a gap on
Floofy.
It really has. I was expecting to see that HCR car come through right just immediately after, but oh, there it is. I mean, it's not much of a gap, but it is a gap.
Yeah, and again, that just comes back to the traffic management. Probably Torres was able to sneak through earlier.
Barely keeping on the circuit, perhaps spooked a bit by the prototype coming through. Almost dropped there into the hairpin.
Yeah, if you're a GT driver, you've got to have almost like a 5th sense here, or 6th sense rather, just to tell when everyone's coming, because there's not a lot of warning when they come up on you. They're so much faster.
And Suzuka's not the widest track in the world either.
Yeah. Very, very easy to make a mistake here.
There's a diesel wine, and then it's gone.
As we see
yeah.
Shadow.
Yikes. Shadow channeling his inner Alan McNish. You only need 2 wheels to pass a GT car, apparently.
As long as you don't end up crashing into your teammate and flipping over a tire barrier, you're all as well. As we see Koenigsegg run very wide.
As long as you don't fully channel Alan McNish, you're okay.
Yes.
Mead's going to get a little bit of a better run here, but as soon as they get the gas, the cycle repeats. Does not have the power.
Meanwhile, it looks like Chorizo's dropped back a bit.
Well, as these two have sorted themselves out for the time being, as long as they're not side by side for the entire lap, I think that Koenigsegg and EVR Mead should be able to drive themselves away from TUS Chasmo. And honestly, EVR Mead might be thinking about that right now. After Chasmo had that look up the inside of the hairpin, Mead might have realized just how much time he was losing going side by side. So he might just be trying to pick his spot for the fight. But Koenigsegg's not going to let him choose his spot to overtake. He's certainly going to make him work for it on every inch of this track.
As we see again, Mead is right on the bumper, actually touching Koenigsegg.
Yeah, actually,
This is where the Ford's going to shine. Sector 2, guys, as we go into Degner 1, and the gap closes. Degner 2, and the gap closes into the hairpin.
Koenigsegg will have to take the defensive line. He'll have to take the inside, won't he? No? Is Mead going to launch it? He is. There he goes, up the inside into the hairpin.
Wow.
Oh, he's gone
Contact.
deep. And that's going to let
And that's
Chasmo...
gonna-
No, it's not. Well, taking a look back, though, it's going to be a drag race between the 2 BMWs of Chasmo and Koenigsegg. Koenigsegg going to get a better run with Mead having had contact at the exit. He'll be compromised. Can Koenigsegg go around the outside into Spoon? Oh, they've
goes on
again.
Ah,
That's not the way we wanted that to happen at all, but
I don't think you can really blame Koenigsegg for that. I think they just got stuck together.
Yeah.
That's just racing, unfortunately, in this game.
There were ways of getting out of that, but maybe not in the time that they needed.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate.
But with Mead's pace, I expect a battle in 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, he'll be back.
You mean?
He's not going to give up. Plus, that's going to allow Shazmo now to possibly close up to Koenigsegg and maybe slow him down fighting.
In chat, let's see what we got. 11 new graphics from TCGC Killer. Appreciate the shout out there. Alpha Lead wants to know who's related to Alan McNish. I don't. His eye seems to be chuckling at this. I don't. It's a joke that's gone over my head.
My second name is similar to McNish.
Oh, Zai, right, that's you. I remember that now.
Yeah.
We got EPR Huracan, a little bit salty. I can understand that, but this is it is an 8-hour race. There's lots of time to recover from that. Oh!
Whoa!
What was that?
What even?
Look down for 2 seconds, and Jose is all over the place.
That was, I believe, the HCCR prototype attempting a pass up the inside of Degner 1 on V12 Jose Forza.
Was that Roman
And it
Park?
didn't quite,
Oh god!
it didn't quite come off.
Well, you hate to see it, but it was going to happen at some point. We've had our first
At least. See, most Japanese motorsport events are reverse entry like drifting. That'd be perfect.
Yeah.
But
He really hit his clipping zones there.
he hit all of them at once.
that was your textbook driver locks it up. You might have a brake bias a little bit too far back there.
Of course, we can laugh at it at this race. We can laugh at it at this race because there's actually no damage as such.
Yeah, that was like shades of the HCR Motorhead meme. He attack, he defend. No, I don't.
Oh, but he attack. Wait.
He defend, he attack, he set brake bias back.
Yes!
There we
There we go. I got you,
That's
Dark.
the one. All right. Doing it live here on SFM Official.
Is there any other way to do it?
Not really. Looks like Roman Karp has recovered and is now making his way through the fight we were watching before. I'm sure the GT drivers are going to be totally pleased with that.
I mean, it didn't affect them, really.
I will say that looked to be entirely due to the new collision system, which Forza has just implemented in a recent update, because that HCCR prototype did get into the side of V12 Jose Forza rather heavily after he caromed off the tire wall, but Jose Forza's Corvette just kind of went, oh, what was that, a gnat, and kept on going. So in previous rounds, we may have seen somebody enter low Earth orbit as a result of a collision like that, but perhaps that's been an improvement that we can thank Turn 10 for.
And while we've been sitting here, it would appear that Mead is now in front of Koenigsegg, so he either let him by or something happened while we were looking at another car. Jose is in front of them as well, so something has gone on here.
If I had to guess, I would suggest that Koenigsegg gave the place back.
Yeah, he strikes me as a hard but fair racer.
And we should also note that Big Ben, the TORA VP and TEC organizer, is currently in this stint, so that may have been a staff order. I don't actually know. It's pure speculation, but we will see what's going on here.
Speaking of Big Ben, let's have a peek at his blue and white AX4X Aston Martin Vantage.
The beautiful cyber racing car Visit Exeter. That is a perennial favorite on the TORA livery fans.
So that's also a perennial sound favorite for anybody who's watched us before. The scream, while it may not be... It's not the sound that you normally expect from an 8-hour endurance race in an Aston Martin, because those tend to be V8s, but the V12, if you could bring it to endurance racing, Aston Martin, you would almost make me want to stop listening to the Porsche RSRs for just a second. This car makes a fantastic sound.
If you ever afforded the opportunity to hear the Death by RSR scream in person, you should absolutely do it because it's amazing.
I've done it. It's worth the £30 that I spent. More than.
But bring earplugs, because otherwise you will only hear it once.
I'm doing it in a couple of months for much more than £30.
Right. Oh god.
What are we up to? $2 grand in counting. Good boy.
We've recently passed the half-hour point stint, so we're almost at a third of the way through. Sorry to interrupt, guys.
That seems like a good arbitrary landmark that we can use to have a rundown through the field as we see Williams Roadrunner there making the pass on the SVR Rainbow car. We'll certainly show you that later. It is one of my favorites. Anybody who's watched us before will know that.
Yeah, it really is just a spectacular looking car, the SVR team doing some excellent artwork there.
Right. I always say this. I really like that that car that Roadrunner's running.
EVR Huracan, that livery on the Ford, no. I hope he's not talking about the Calsonic livery, because I think it looks great. I think our team did a good job on that. I will take personal offense and be very upset and wag my finger at you.
I mean, it is traditionally found on Nissan machinery, however, as there were no Nissans and we are in Japan, why not?
Well, and perhaps the team is a bit superstitious, because in Germany they had that car had a decent result, and it was painted in the livery of a P-51 Mustang, which had had a history of success in Germany. And so now they decided that by putting the Calsonic livery on, which has had a history of success in Japan, that perhaps it could bring them luck here as well.
Yeah, that makes a little bit too much sense there. So,
I think
that's true. We don't make sense here at SFM. We just make horrible, awful jokes. As we see somebody dive into the pits, let's take a look at who that was before we get into our rundown now, because we are getting into what should be our pit window here.
Talking about Nissan, it's AMR Nismo.
Was it Nismo?
Alright, so Nismo in the AMR Corvette is your first fitter, the German driver. Subject of many exuberant discussions in the prototype field at some points in prior rounds, AMR Nismo.
I don't want to talk about it.
I think most GT drivers are the subject of prototype anger at some point or another throughout the season. I know I am.
There's a lot of.
Surprisingly.
Oh, Floofy's in second.
So that would mean that maybe Touring has made his. Nope, he's right behind him actually. They are battling.
So he's got it around.
So either a pit cycle happened and we missed it, or Touring crashed, or Floofy just drove the wheels off that car. Either one of these things is possible. Riding on board with the Kaido HCR Automobili SGR, SGR of course being Scrubs Go Racing, a old team moniker from HCR Daytona.
Ooh, Floofy.
Contact in the braking zone in the hairpin, and Touring goes through. Floofy is not going to be happy with that. Actually, he did not go through. Whoopsie.
Yeah, I think Touring lifted there.
Yeah, Touring like that. Let him have it.
Yeah, Touring is probably the last driver to try to take advantage of something like that, so good on him for getting the spot back.
Oh, Mead well off there.
Yeah, just watching the replay again, it is pretty clear that Touring just didn't get on the gas to let Floofy back through. So, always good to see that.
Nice respectable driving.
Yes, it is clear it is a wild Kiwi Chris you can hear. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we're trying to fix it. I don't know how he's coming across the mic.
Yeah. So, we continue on through our trek through the field here.
Yeah, we were interrupted briefly by this battle, but like we said, Williams Roadrunner leads. HCR Floofy now in P2 ahead of TM Touring, although those standings, with the way that they're fighting, may change by the time we finish with this rundown. Behind them, we see SVR Shadow in the SFM 24, coming into turn 1 now. So he makes the move up the inside of V12 Jose Forza. Good clean overtake against the GT car there. And the HCCR prototype of Roman Carp looks like he's just gone a lap down to Williams Roadrunner. So struggling a bit early in that prototype. We saw him have that crash at Degner 1. Really looking to mitigate the damage from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of expected Roman Carp to be a little. Oh, as he Tokyo drifts through there, pardon my puns. But we did kind of expect Roman Carp to be a little bit off the pace of the top guys, but it is always disappointing to see somebody go a lap down. So
Now, we
Okay,
we,
early on, too.
we have chosen to do a rundown of the order, I've realized, in the middle of a pit cycle, which which may not have been the best choice that we've ever made, but we will try to keep appraised of the relative positions on track. TOS Chasmo, as you can see from the telemetry on your screen now, has severely worn tires. Not severely, but the right front at 70% is getting towards the territory where he'll really start to notice that wear. Only 26% fuel remaining, which means he's well into his pit window now. I would not be surprised to see him come in on this lap, and there he is, into the pits.
there he goes.
Yep.
So that means that he's actually lost a full pit cycle of distance already on JSR South, who we just saw go through.
That is correct. So that means that JSR South, who was in, this was the pole-sitting mixed match from Heck car.
He's pitted and he's taken the lead. So South is on it right now.
Behind him, AMS Maximus in the AMS Corvette. Looks like he's holding down P2. Ahead of SVR Solar, who's managed to tame sim steering for the first third of this first quarter of the race. First 12th of the race, that is, then. So that's good. Only 11/12ths to go, Solar. No pressure. It will never bite you, I swear.
No pressure there, yeah.
SFM official, your official provider of maths.
And of the commentator's curse. I've been quite good at that at previous rounds, so let's hope I haven't done it again. So he's running P3 in GT. If I could get the damage overlay to stop just coming back whenever it feels like that would be fantastic, as we see SVR Shadow going up the inside. He'll drive right by. SVR Solar has company close behind. That's the BMW of AMS Traumatic. So SVR is in an AMS sandwich at the moment. Hopefully he can get up to Maximus and get the overtake done before he gets fed into a Mercedes Formula One style sandwich, because with Maximus in front and Traumatic behind, if they get caught 3 deep, it would be very easy for the two AMS cars to just put him in an incredibly uncomfortable situation. Behind the AMS cars, it's Drifting Hero, and I believe that's the AX4, or no, that's Grip Tech Performance, excuse me. Grip Tech Aston Martin.
Tech Media Performance car. Mr. Drive, Drifting Hero, and Iceman.
Behind him, it's TUS Chasmo, who's been the beneficiary of the contact earlier between EVR Mead and Koenigsegg R. Although EVR Mead, I believe, if we switch back to him as we continue this rundown, is right there. He's here. So why don't we pause the rundown momentarily as we see EVR Mead do EVR Mead things here coming into the first corner. They might not have the opportunity, but it could happen.
And we do apologize for the lack of a picture from Chasmo. He was locked in shortly before we began, so we did not locate his information yet. We will work on doing so at this time. So what are you guys thinking so far? Good racing? Good battles?
It's been great battles so far. Opening stint is always lively because people want to get up to the front and get a good position for the last 2 stints.
Yep.
That's a good point out from Kiwi Chris there, that because of the nature of this race, we have the 4 stints that run sequentially, but the order of the later 2 stints depends on these first 2. So you can set yourself up for success with a very good first stint, because the finishing order of this first one will then set the starting order for the 3rd stint. As Mead looks like just maybe barely dropped the tire in the gravel. He's a bit slower out of Degner 2 than we've seen him on laps past, so he might not get the chance to make the move he had been setting up on Chasmo.
Yeah, but Mead will definitely have a chance to set that move up again. He's close enough to where he could conceivably get it. So we see Mead again losing a little bit onto the back straight here. Alright, so for all of our current viewers on Twitch, if you have any cars that you'd like us to take a look at, or if you have any questions, please do not feel afraid to ask. If we see your message, we will check on it when appropriate. So we still
in the
right
meantime,
along here.
this battle
Go ahead.
seems to have settled down. I thought we were going to get a real intense fight there because Mead was on a charge, but we might still get one. The Ford is going to be very strong through the S's, and so he might set up that same move into the hairpin that we've seen him before as he closes through the S's and the Degners.
Yeah, of these two drivers, Mead is almost guaranteed the faster of the two. However, it is Suzuka, and he's in a Ford. That's going to be holding back.
Yeah, no, he'll get him by the hairpin. Calling it now.
So prediction for Kiwi, he's going to get him by the hairpin. I'm going to agree that he's probably going to set up a pass into the hairpin, as we see contact in Degner 2. And Roadrunner's right there.
Beep, beep.
Excuse me, coming through, says the Turbo Diesel.
Oh, I was wrong.
Well, a part of that might have been that contact into Degner 2. Mead had the momentum, but then he lost it as he got into the back of Chasmo, and with the Ford, you really need to keep your momentum, and the combination of that little bump that slowed him down, and then the presence of the prototype alongside meant that he couldn't pull out, even if he had been in the position. Meanwhile, we have a user known as Brad in the chat who has taken the question prompt from Dark, and
we're just not going to dignify
not
that.
going to answer that question. We're not. This might be Swordfish Motorsports, but it's not Swordfish Mermaid Anatomy quiz time. It's not happening today.
Is this our Brad?
This is our
Yes.
Brad, yes. Although we after that question, he may not be our Brad for long.
So I'm hearing that there's a great fight for SVR Solar right now. Up with AMS Traumatic farther up the field. Want to check that out? There it is. Solar has caught up to the back of Traumatic right now.
Well, actually, I believe when we were coming through the field, Solar was ahead of Traumatic. Am I not mistaken that he was in the AMS sandwich?
Oh!
Ooh! Big slide from Solar, almost taking out both him and Traumatic. Luckily, they both were able to hold on there.
That was just impatience.
Yeah, that would have been pretty messy if
it's still
go
messy.
well.
It's still messy.
Now, this is motorsports, so we don't want messy striker here. We want just messy the thing that is. Oh my goodness, Roadrunner.
Rewiddle, okay. Well, Williams Roadrunner. Now I'll tell you something. That move comes from trusting SVR Solar and AMS Traumatic, who we know are both very good, very quick drivers, to also be very smart at that moment, because Roadrunner had not a lot of room. If those two had gotten together, or if their battle had moved across the track, that would have been a three-way pileup that would make traffic on the 405 during rush hour look tame.
And for our international viewers, the 405 is a highway near San Diego.
Los Angeles, but yes.
Either way, prone to 60-minute plus delays for no explicable reason.
But yeah, I believe when we were coming through the field, to get back to my previous thought, Solar was in between the two AMS cars, and it looks like Traumatic has got up to him and overhauled him. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that's what I remember.
Yeah, I remember the same thing. I'm pretty sure Traumatic was up around the 6th position before, so... They've all pitted once now, haven't they?
They should have at this point, yeah.
Yeah, it would basically be impossible on fuel to have gone this far, because there were cars with just a quarter of a tank remaining, and that was almost 10 minutes ago.
I know.
We are into our last hour of this stint. We have passed 45 minutes elapsed in this 1 hour, 40-minute stint. The stints are, of course, 2 hours long, but with a 20-minute buffer at the end to allow for the recording results from each stint and the transition into the lobbies for the next one. So this is the 8 hours of Suzuka. There are 8 hours of lobbies, but only 4 times a minute 40. I don't want to do math right now.
6 hours and 40 minutes.
Thank you, Dark, of racing.
Yes.
Which is about what you get in a normal 8-hour race when you take into account pit stops and whatnot.
Pit stops and safety cars. Yeah, that's actually a fair observation.
Changes.
Yeah.
I know. Once in a while I have a good point, just not on any podcast I do.
I think I hear a
Shout
wild
out to
Zai
Suzuka.
returning to the chat. Zai, have you fixed your hardware issues?
My hardware issues were fixed. I fixed my weight reduction though.
Aha,
perfect.
excellent. Well, it's an important part of racing. Carrying extra weight will slow you down.
I thought this was a PG chat.
Weight reduction, you know. Just took a
Moving
bit of
on.
carbon out of the car. Oh, that works way too well.
Moving
Best
on.
puns here. So we're still riding on with SVR Solar. Looks like we're going to be transitioning to another area of the track as we see Traumatic almost cut the pit entrance. You don't want to be doing that. So while we're looking around here, I should now point out the pit entrance at Suzuka is one of the easiest ones to not cut. There's no white line. You just pull off the track. So if any driver does cut that, they will have done something
Let
spectacular.
me interrupt you here, Dark. EVR Mead's going for the outside move through the Casio Triangle again. It hasn't worked this time. We've seen him try that a couple of times. It can work in that Ford GT, but it requires absolutely spot-on car placement and complete commitment.
And if anyone's committed, it's Mead. And as we keep saying, he's got the ambition, and he's got the ability. He just doesn't have the car today. Track. As we see Shadow sneaking through there.
Shadow's going to have to a bit balked there, actually.
Just gonna
Yeah.
have
Well,
to wait, but don't.
yeah, he seems like he did that just about right. He didn't really get in their way, but he still got through there on time. So good move.
Better. And now Mead's right on the backside of Chorizo. Because I can't actually remember what his name is, so that works.
It's TUS
For all of our
Chasmo,
viewers,
not TUS
Chasmo.
Chorizo, although chorizo is
Chasmo.
delicious, and I do want a breakfast burrito now.
Yeah, breakfast is a crucial part of the racing driver's day, both virtual and physical.
I wouldn't mind that at 3 in the morning.
Mead got a much better round of Degner 2 that time. He didn't make the contact like the last time, and he's going to have the momentum. If Chasmo doesn't cover the inside, Mead's going to take it, and he does. That's going to be Mead through into P11. Now, can Chasmo out-drag him into Spoon Curve?
Probably, but Mead's gonna just have to hold that inside line. Make it
Mead's going
difficult
to
for
hold
him.
the outside line as he's surrendered the inside to Chasmo. Can Mead use the superior grip of the Ford to defend around the outside?
He's
They're
got it.
side
Yeah.
by side
Got
through
him.
Spoon, but Mead has it. Well held, well done to Mead. That was a combination move. He set that up all the way back in the snake. Got the run out of Degner 2, made the pass into the hairpin, was able to stay alongside and give himself the opportunity to complete the pass at Spoon. So that was a pass that took the better part of half of the track to make work.
Vettel,
Meanwhile,
take notes.
Koenigsegg's got past as well.
He has.
So
It was
Koenigsegg through on Chasmo as well. So that is a double loss for the TUS driver, deputizing for SVR. Oof. And chat has erupted. EVR Huracan, the team principal of EVR, saying, "Let's go, Mito." Always love to see the team principals invested in the on-track action.
Yeah, Koenigsegg, I think, made the pass.
Welcome to 35 seconds ago, Zai.
Yeah, alright.
We are now approaching the halfway point of the stint. Clock started at 1 hour 40. We're approaching 50 minutes, so about halfway. Remember, our clock is slightly off, but it's close enough, relevant still.
We are about, I think, a quarter of a lap slow because we started it on the out lap, but not right at the beginning of the race when the in-race timer would have started. So I believe we are just past the midway point of this first stint. Let's get back to our run through the field now that this battle seems to have sorted itself out for now. To recap, we saw EVR Mead get by TUS Chasmo, promoting himself up to 11th overall and 6th in GT. That means Koenigsegg will be in 7th in class, Chasmo in 8th. The next car down the field will be the Corvette of AMR Nismo, although for how much longer we don't know, since he has V12 Jose Forza right on his bumper as they squeeze Williams Roadrunner to the inside of the hairpin. Bit of a tense moment there as we see Jose Forza perhaps setting up the dive into Spoon Curve. When the camera flips, we will see who's ahead. It's still AMR Nismo.
This tells me that Jose is pitted again because he normally would not be behind Nismo at this point in the stint. So he's either had an accident or he's had just a second pit stop. We can see Nismo's deep into his pit run.
Oh, well, I see AMR Nismo, and I do not see V12 Jose Forza all of a sudden on screen. What has happened? Looks like he's fallen back quite a bit. Maybe he got into the gravel on the exit of Spoon Curve. It's easy to do. If you get on the power too quickly and your car understeers, you are headed directly to the gravel trap.
Yeah, I don't think that Jose has actually had that fantastic. I don't think I've seen him anywhere higher than where he is currently.
Yeah, he's having an uncharacteristically hard day at the office so far.
Yeah.
That could just be down to just not liking the track. It could be he's having on-track incidents, but it is very strange to see Jose where he is right now.
And a quick check of the telemetry confirms, in fact, they are on the same pit cycle. So Jose Forza is legitimately behind AMR Nismo on pace at the moment. Behind Jose Forza, we see the TORA Vice President, I believe, Big Ben 0913, with another Aston Martin of BG Cowboy. These two are teammates, if I'm not mistaken, in the two AX4X cars.
We've got the US and the UK car right behind each other. Ben in the US and Cowboy in the UK car. So they're definitely going to be racing, but they are definitely not going to be getting in each other's way because they're on the same team.
Smart thing to do.
So I would imagine that if Ben is going slower than Cowboy, he'll just wait him through, and if the opposite is true, the same will happen.
Yeah, they won't be fighting tooth and nail just yet. If it was stint 4, maybe, but not just yet.
Behind the two AX4X Aston Martins, we have the LSCM Corvette, currently driven by LSCM Insanity, sitting in 18th overall and 13th in GT. Behind him, we'll find the SFM Race Squadron 9-8 for GT of Vin Doctor as Floofy goes around the outside on the grass. Vin Doctor may have thought that Floofy was going to turn in and take the inside there, but of course the prototype drivers always prefer that GTs not attempt to yield to them, and it almost caught Floofy out.
And we see Roman Garps going down a second lap at this point, we think. Judging by he's now behind third place.
I think
Could be that Roadrunner is just
lapped by third place first time.
Yeah, I think he's just being lapped by the second and third place cars. I think he's still only one lap down, unless it's through pit cycle. I don't think I've seen him get lapped twice. Vin, oh no, oh!
Oh, Vin.
Ouch.
That hurts to see.
Commentator's curse right there. What exactly happened
I did
there?
do it, didn't I?
Did he just lock up?
Yeah, he just locked up.
Yes, yeah.
Ugh.
So Vin's gonna need a doctor after that crash.
Well, we do have Dr. Beck.
Well, we don't have Dr.
Yeah,
Beck
it
this
definitely
weekend.
just looks like
he is
missed the
unavailable.
breaking point there. Then Doctor.
Yep.
Yeah. Easy mistake to make there as well because the braking line is suspect as well. So if you've got braking line 90, you can get easily caught out.
I don't think he even uses it actually. I think he just missed it.
Well, rounding out the back of the GT field, we see SPR Max, and of course we say back, but this is a lobby, so this is the back of the fastest boys that are out there right now, and this, as we spoke about before, is that beautiful SPR rainbow car featuring vaporwave aesthetics and the Reebok livery. If you miss your old 1980s windbreaker, don't worry, it's returned. It's been reincarnated as a Corvette.
So we've got a couple of questions in the chat we can try to answer while we go through the field here. Which prototypes are running? We've got in first place the Gander, second we've got HCR Scrubs Go Racing, and then the two SFM cars and HCCR as we see Roman car flying around here. No, that's Floofy, my apologies.
And you said second place is HCR, but Touring looks to... He seems to have his mind set on changing that at the moment. He's caught right up to the back of Floofy. They were separated for a bit a couple of laps ago, but that gap has disappeared.
Yep, looks like in the traffic, Touring has closed right back up onto Floofy. This has been going on the entire stint, going on the better part of an hour now. It's pretty wild to see. But we have not been strangers to close battles over the whole since before here at the TEC. Viewers from 2016 will, of course, remember the COTA race where the GT winner was decided by 3 feet after 3 stints. Pretty insane.
Yeah, that's not a lot of gap.
And of course, last race, there was the Scottson versus Europa battle at the front of the field for a really long time. Silverstone, myself, and Europa battled for the better part of 45 minutes. It's not uncommon to see here, and it's really exciting to watch.
And it doesn't matter if it's TEC races or other races we run in. It always seems to produce great racing this venue.
Yes, again, just the nature of the track, it's a little bit more narrow. There's a lot of very, very fast corners. It allows for the drivers to really have a little bit of fun trying to make their way through everybody else, as we see Insanity get completely squeezed by Floofy there. That wasn't the best of moves. Yikes.
Yeah, that wasn't the... I don't want to criticise because I'm not a prototype driver, but that seemed a bit sus.
It was clean. I don't think there was contact. It just certainly it put Insanity in an awkward spot, and I don't think Floofy planned it out. But what it meant was because he squeezed Insanity right down to the apex, it forced him to track out a bit wider than he would have otherwise, which meant that Touring's line around the outside was then forced to be wider, and it's cost Touring. Well, as you can see on screen here, from being nose to tail, they're now separated by about almost 10 car lengths.
That probably cost Touring about 6 or 7 cents, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider these guys are running within half a tenth of each other most laps, that's a lot. That might take him 10 minutes to catch back up.
Or when you think about it, these cars are hitting 190 miles an hour. Imagine doing that for 6 tenths, and that's kind of the gap.
Yeah. If you've ever driven on a highway, just imagine like closing your eyes for a second how much time you lose.
But please only imagine that. Don't actually do that.
Don't actually do that.
That's a really bad idea.
Practices here on the official driveways.
I've done it once.
So
We'll ignore that.
So Kiwi's not driving us to the Daytona.
Alright, as we switch to riding on board with Touring here.
Oh, well, that's not gone well. I mean, it's gone well for Touring, but that's...
Not for Floofy.
Not for Floofy. Not really sure what happened. I switched because I wanted to view this from the back because I saw they were about to catch GT traffic, and I wanted to see it looking forward instead of looking backwards because sometimes you can get surprised by something.
So that would have been Jose, I think.
It looks like Floofy just ran into Jose. They got locked together. Jose spun a little bit, and Floofy checked up, so he didn't crash him off the track there. So a bad situation that could have been worse, but luckily Floofy was paying attention, so he was able to mitigate that.
Just continuing Jose's stint from hell.
It really has not been a good opening stint for Jose Forza. Really, that's unlucky. He's had... He was the one who was hit by the HCCR prototype in Degner 1 as well. That didn't seem to affect him quite as much as that.
Yeah, that was definitely an uncharacteristic move there. Very, very strange. But you are correct. I think that was what happened there, Snuff.
Well, what happens has happened for Floofy. He's got to work his way back up to 2nd place.
Yeah. How quickly the tides change, right?
Right.
So while these two are just now getting onto the front straight, where is Roadrunner? Because remember, these races are scored by cumulative distance, so the more these guys battle, the more Roadrunner gets away. He is a half track ahead right now.
Yeah, he's checked out a bit, and part of that is due to that ongoing battle. Part of it is due to the fact that Roadrunner, I believe, was... well, of course, the times are combined, but I believe that Gander Autosport Audi was it almost 3/4 of a second faster in qualifying?
Once you combine the times, they were 9 tenths ahead of the SFM number 27, which was in turn a half second ahead of the SFM 24, which was in turn 3 tenths ahead of the HDR car. So between 1st and 4th, there was just about 1.8 seconds.
Yeah, so not quite a Toyota LMP1 sized gap, but
we see Roadrunner punting Max there.
Did they actually come together? I looked away from him. I know that he was closing right up on the back. Did he get into the back just enough to let him know he was there?
There was a little bit of a butt touch, just a little bit.
What?
Like the latest in folks.
130R?
Yeah, sorry, I have the replay going on. A couple seconds behind, just in case we missed something. That's what I was referring to. Instant replay, not visible on screen.
Actually, okay,
For those of you who would
we
ask-
could do something like that.
No, I was about to say, Zai, for those of you who would ask for us to add it to the graphics package, next season.
Yeah, definitely next season. But
And that's
just
not a promise.
theorizing in my head.
That's a maybe.
Yeah,
That's
Next
if we can
season.
get it. That's if we get our chipmunks to work on that for us.
right.
So,
Chipmunks,
Roadrunner out in
can't-
front here. Roadrunner definitely checking out on the field. Seem to be pleased with that. Yikes. As we see Insanity next to on the chopping block to go a lap down to the leader. Almost touches him there, but Insanity does hold his line, so that's good.
Let's, while we were watching Roadrunner, let's head back to that fight between Touring and Floofy. They're still separated a bit. These two drivers are so close together on pace that it really would require a mistake or some traffic interaction for them to make a large gain on the other. But I don't feel like they've been separated by more than a corner since the green flag dropped.
Yeah, and this is something that we've seen over and over again between the HCR and the SFM cars. Very, very close on pace, at least between these two cars. And that's probably going to continue into the next round as well. So right now, Touring's got the edge. Earlier it was Floofy. Before that it was Touring. Before that it was Floofy. It's probably going to change a few more times.
Good to see Touring bring the fight to Floofy.
Let's take a look at SVR Shadow. We haven't shown the number 24 Swordfish prototype very much because we've been focusing on the fight between the 27 and the HCR car. SVR Shadow, a newly deputized driver for SFM Competizione, I believe is the name of this team.
Yep, Competizione.
Doing well, holding down P4, of course. These drivers are racing across against all the drivers in all the lobbies, so while we would expect the A lobby drivers to be faster and therefore placed above the B lobby drivers, surprises can happen, like at Nürburgring, where we had the number 27, the SFM Vermilion car that it used further up the road now, was in B lobby, if I'm not mistaken, and ended up finishing on the prototype podium in third.
Yeah, these things can definitely happen. Qualifying isn't always indicative of the pace of the drivers, and in this case, the 27 crew was able to show what they got. But we would be remiss to not mention in B lobby that the usual suspects, TUS, are down there, and they are usually really, really fast in the TEC. So I would expect them to probably win B lobby, if not come very close to doing so, and by extension, having a good result on the actual total.
I had a great run with TUS Turismo at Spa, battling for a solid hour and a half before Aero Wash got the better of him.
And while we're on the subject of Turismo, he's actually opening up B lobby with a triple stint.
Oh.
And finishing out the race for that team will be BDR Sandvan, driver that if you watch the 24 Hours of Le Mans, you will remember was disqualified for excessive corner cutting.
Yes.
The
Called
stewards
out.
are keeping a close eye on Sandman, as
So-
it looks like Floofy is caught right up to Touring now.
Touring was a bit compromised by traffic coming through 130R, and then he had a bit of an oversteer moment there in the Paseo Triangle right at the exit as he got onto the front straight, and Floofy is just stalking, just hunting him down meter by meter, and they are going to go through the entire snake here, nose to tail.
And this is what Floofy does. He stalks you down, he puts the pressure on, he gets by you. He did this in the opposite Lock Endurance Championship, he did it in the Reddit Le Mans Series, he's done it in the British GT Series, and now here we are in the TORA Endurance Championship, and the same thing.
He's done even the single class series he does it in.
Yep, as we see SVR Max just getting the hell out of the way there. Not exactly what they're supposed to be doing, but I'm sure those two appreciated it at that particular point in time.
I
there.
want to go back
You
to
know?
the GT fight, but I do not want to leave this battle. This is the battle for P2 and the overall P2 and P1. And it features our boy, TM Touring, of course, representing Team Momentum, but driving for Swordfish Motorsport, a good friend of the team as we see Floofy up the inside at Spoon Curve.
Touring just ran a little bit wide.
Yeah.
There goes Good Doctor.
Tell you what, though, move into Casio's on here if you can hold him through 130R. Don't know what the aero wash is like, though.
Oh, it's awful. Floofy's car is going to be trying to kill him right now. As you can see, the tire smoke.
As is Touring's.
Yeah. Well,
But it's
Touring's going to
two
get the
very
understeer
different
from being
ways.
behind, and then Floofy's going to be getting the rear saying, I want to be in front, and the front saying, please no.
And the car going initial D.
Yeah, and of course, that's going to now greatly affect how their tire wear is going to be going, because when you're behind, you're going to be using more on the fronts, and when you're in front, your rears are going to be wearing more. So if we can see that a little bit, you'll notice that Floofy most likely has significantly more front wear than Touring, assuming that I am remembering how this works correctly.
Let's take a quick look. Floofy on 27% on the fronts, approximately. Touring on 29.
I think Touring's been behind more,
Touring has been behind for quite a bit. I mean, because...
Well, what's his fuel, though? Touring's got 54. What's Floofy got? Like 20-something?
well,
No, I think it's 53, because they pitted on the same lap.
yeah.
Huh. Well, that's just bizarre, though.
Could just be that Touring is just working the fronts a little bit harder.
Could be the tunes. There's a lot of different variations.
And at this point of the race, there's not real. At this point of the race, there's not really a difference between 25 and 27%, really, is there?
No,
Yeah,
it's
not really.
negligible.
Yeah.
Yeah, but using a little bit more toe on these cars will make them turn in better, but it will also absolutely murder your front tires. So it's kind of, you got to kind of find the balance between turn in and longevity.
And Europa says rightly, torque split.
split.
Also affects that.
Yep, the
That
more power to the front wheels, you're going to be wearing them out more, but more power to the rear wheels, you're going to be wearing them out more. So you kind of got to pick and choose what you want.
So Doc, what you said is correct, but on the same tune with the same drivers,
True.
basically.
Yeah. So still riding on board here with Floofy and Touring. Now, we should also mention that on the clock on our particular screen here, it's showing 31 minutes left. That's how long until these drivers stop. What they're going to be seeing is 51 minutes, or approximately, because they stop at 20 minutes left. So if you have any of the driver streams up and you're wondering why the clocks are different, that's why.
Good thing to point out. We had briefly considered using a total countdown timer for the entire race, but we thought it might be more informative to show you just how much time is left in each stint, because that is truly what is going to dictate these drivers' stint-to-stint strategy. See, Touring get very close to the back of Floofy. Oh, Floofy's in the grass. That's going to let Touring by. There's no way Floofy will keep the momentum. There's no way.
Running the
How?
cameraman over.
Looks
Yes,
like he's
right.
got it.
How? That's...
Well,
He's
see,
definitely
the
lost
key to,
again.
the key to going off track in the proto is to just keep your foot in it and say a little prayer. As a little bit of contact is made there. Touring getting a little nosy.
I think Touring
Ooh, three wide.
They're going three wide.
As we see a great battle in the GT class, we'll get back to that later. But
Are they
right now,
doing-
Touring's...
Not-
No,
No,
get
yeah.
back out of it.
we thought
He,
momentarily
he saw the GT car and backed out of it. That was really
Yeah.
good driving from Touring there. And from Floofy as well, making sure that Touring actually had room. And, those two definitely do not want to be crashing each other. They would be furious if that happened.
Damn, I got my heart pumping faster than usual.
Oh,
Big,
Floofy's a wide
big
again.
slide from Floofy, and Touring is now through into second position. As he also puts a slide, which allows Floofy to catch right back up to his bumper for the brakes, and Touring gets the lead. Whew!
This
The-
is offline for
the best
snake
of the
here.
rest
He needs to
lead.
get this sorted out before the exit race. He's going to get Floofy look into the Digners.
This is pretty crazy.
If you got a better run out of that, but he has nowhere to go with it.
Yeah, he'll be stuck down to the hairpin, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Floof shove it down the inside there. He's that sort of driver.
He's probably going to be too far back unless Touring really botches this exit. I don't think you can throw it that here.
I know
I
people
mean,
do.
don't get me wrong. You could, but I don't think Floofy will, because that would be...
Mead would.
I would.
Mead might pull it off, too.
Yeah.
I'd throw it back even if I was a digger too when you're in the hairpin.
Yeah, you always got to. It's always tough to decide when is aggression more appropriate than just full send. You'll be hearing that discussed with great frequency here, and I'm sure the drivers are going to be talking about it as well.
It's a GT car. Looms in the
They're going to
distance.
clear him before 130R, at least Touring is. Let's see if Lufians has to go side by side. No, he's going to get by just before the turning point.
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
But I think Flippy may have had to back off ever so slightly.
Yeah. This battle is something to watch.
This really is fantastic. It's something we haven't had much of in previous rounds. We've had plenty of GT battles, but it's been rare that we've had a true nose-to-tail prototype fight for a spot on the podium. Or actually, these are both podium spots, so we're second place behind... SVR Solar...
He's going slowly.
By Touring there. Not really able for Solar to go. He tried to hold that line to the left, so means Touring would just drive around to the right. Touring expected Solar to track out and take the normal line, but he tucked behind the left. They both went, please no, after you, and after being polite Canadians, they finally sorted it out.
And of course, we should remind everybody that Solar is also streaming the race on his channel, Carquinos Solar. So if you're looking for a onboard view, definitely check that out. I believe THR Flip Mode will be joining them at some point later on. So right now, just looking at Solar's stream, he is 1,000 feet behind Traumatic, and he's about 1,000 feet ahead of Shazmo. So he's kind of in no man's land right now.
Splitting that GT car perfectly. Both cars. But I think Touring's got the run through the field there. He's got the lucky one round. He's pulled a decent gap now.
As much fun as this is right now, I need to step away to get ready for stint 2 and 3, doing the double. So I will definitely check in with you guys later. Thanks for having me on.
Of course, Dark, always a pleasure. Best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll be watching it closely, so no pressure.
Alrighty, see you guys later.
May your dive bombs be brilliant.
May your dive bombs be bountiful.
Alright, see you.
I don't like to get into the prediction business because I inevitably curse drivers, so I'll leave it to you two. There's about 25 minutes left in this stint.
Mm-hmm.
Who finishes P2 in prototype? Which of these two do you think has the pace?
I don't want to say. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say my team because they're gonna, like commentators curse, and I don't want to say Floofy because then Floofy might get second.
Who's the current fourth? Who's the current fourth right now?
The current fourth is the
24.
SFM Competizione number 24. That would be SVR Shadow, I think.
Yes.
Okay, him.
Oh,
No.
Whoa, no. Oh no.
Kiwi, I know that you are an ardent supporter of Team Chaos, but Team Chaos needs to take today off. As
Chaotic
Vindoctor
neutral.
playing rear gunner a bit, not intentionally of course, but just the nature of where he ended up on the track, holding up Floofy and handing a bit more of a lead to TM Touring there. Floofy's not going to be too happy, but I don't know where he would want Vindoctor to go there.
Yeah, that was just your typical prototype on GT in the wrong place, wrong time sort of move, that one.
Classic awkward timing. Where you just have to wait for the GT car to get through.
Yep.
Well, with these two... No,
Oh.
not now, please. No. Sorry, that was a bit of feline intervention. That has now been sorted. That was a close one. Okay. Secure all bets.
Falls are being polite, asking if the game wants to be broken this time around.
What's new, pussycat?
No, that was a bit of paw on controller because I'd set it down.
Death Monster, yeah, you've got to turn collision assist off.
Did you do it? Did you do it again?
All right, we're good. We're good. Everything is fine. Nothing is happening. Nothing to see here. All right, Death Monster. Does he say he's just warming up now? Well, he's got 20 minutes to get warm and on pace, so... And yes, collision assist off. Which, yeah, there is a new feature that Forza has implemented in this latest update. For those of you who are unfamiliar, collision assist is meant to reduce the roll and yaw forces that are imparted upon a car when they come together. However, because that does contribute to a bit more contact than we would be entirely happy with, and the organizers would be more than entirely happy with, especially because we are forced to run this race with a fuel and tires damage setting instead of a full simulation damage due to the exit curb from the snake killing some cars. Collision assist would be the wrong choice for this race because we don't want drivers running into each other, and we certainly don't want it to be easier for them to do it.
Shall we check out the GT field?
I was going to because I thought these two had sorted it out and they were separated, and then
Yeah,
and then now, I mean, you're seeing what's happened instead, right? As soon as I thought that,
Right.
Floofy said no you, and Touring in the pits for his final stop. That is going to free up Floofy. Well, we are certainly not leaving this fight now because now we are seeing Floofy on the overcut. He's doing the opposite to Touring. And this is Floofy's chance. Touring may have pitted because he saw the stack of GT traffic ahead going into the S's. If Floofy catches these cars at the wrong place, it's going to cost him speed, and it's going to make this move work brilliantly for Touring. It all depends on when how quickly can Floofy get by these GT cars in this very... Oh, it's going to cost him loads of time. He's stuck to the apex behind Jose Forza.
Yeah, Jose, wrong place, wrong time again.
Yeah, the S's are just the wrong place for class interaction.
So I don't know if I'm giving him too much credit. I don't know if he could actually see it from there, but if Touring did see the stack of GT cars in the S's and thought, I want to bail out of this and pit a little bit early and force Floofy to deal with the traffic, that's been a brilliant strategic choice.
Knowing him, he probably did. It's probably the strategy he was going for.
So Floofy now knows the pressure is on. He knows he will have lost time. He needs to absolutely nail this back half of the racetrack if he wants to stay in touch with Touring. We're going to hop back really quickly to see where Touring has come out. I think he'll come out into clean air, and he has. He has a clean racetrack ahead of him all the way down to Spoon Curb, and then he should catch those GT cars on the straight into 130R, where it'll be easier for the prototype to overtake.
And remember, this isn't as much a race of position. This is a race for distance, so...
That's correct.
Touring's going to get even that extra 1 foot, 2 foot from this. It's going to be mega later on in the race.
Let's see if Floofy opts to pit. He doesn't. Floofy
not
is
yet.
staying out. Quick check
That's
on
a
his
bold
wear says that he's at 11%. He can continue, and he may be thinking now that he needs to set some effectively quali laps at this point to mitigate the damage that to his time that he would have incurred from being stuck behind the GT traffic, but I don't know where his
But
tires
at
are.
11%,
His tires are fine, so he won't be losing pace there, but do you think...
but at the same time, he's going to go, what, 2 laps left? Before he absolutely has to come in.
About.
Yeah.
Let's hop back
And the
to
last-
Touring.
And the last thing you want to do is have to come around the last quarter of a lap on 0.1%.
Well, we saw that happen in the Le Mans esports event here at this very track during the Fuji round. One of the drivers made a rather heroic fuel run and got the job done, as Touring is going to lose some time here behind Big Ben. This may swing the balance back in Floofy's favor. Touring didn't lose quite as much time. There was no contact like there was before, but that certainly brought things back into balance a bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Touring didn't lose much time from that, even though it was a bit of a slide, bit of a wiggle. I think he's catching the field at the right place. He's gonna get them just before 130R and just before Spoon.
He's going to have to get the move through Spoon, before Spoon here on these two GTs, otherwise he's going to lose time there. It looks like he's going to get there just in time. Up the inside! Brave move from Touring. He knew he had to get it done. The pressure was on. You could not lose time through Spoon Curve behind the GT cars because you are so much faster through there at racing speed in the prototype. That was a crucial move from Touring to try to maintain his position against Floofy, who I think, if we go back up, will be pitting this lap. Yes, touring. Oh,
Yes.
well, the camera's doing just Forza things. So we'll go back to touring here.
I think Touring's going to get him.
I think touring has him covered. I think he has him covered easily. Let's take a
There it
look
goes.
as we come to pit X. No!
Oh.
Touring around the outside. He's done it. There it is.
Oh
It wasn't
my.
as easy as we thought. Floofy was just getting up to speed at pit exit. That move through Spoon Curve, that dive past the GT cars, has saved Touring's position and let him hold P2. We knew it was important. We didn't know how important until just a few moments ago.
Don't you love endurance racing?
I love racing, period, but this is fantastic.
Oh, that scared me. That was a brilliant move.
Yeah.
Get on me, Joey.
Well done, mate.
Well, now that we've
Good
sorted
job.
out who's going to hold the position after the pit stops, all we have to figure out now is for the next 17 or 18 minutes, who wins this now, again, straight head-to-head fight between these two very evenly matched drivers.
Shall we do some GT checking out?
We
while
should
these two
do
get
some
settled?
GT because we're going to come back to this before the end, but we don't want to forget about the other race that's happening here in this lobby.
Yeah.
This is the
We're not-
probably the biggest
not-
gap we're gonna see for a while.
Yeah. We're not IMSA TV. Let's look at the GTs.
Oh, shots fired. JSR South in the pole-sitting mixed match from Heck team. Currently about to put Vindoctor 21 a lap down in GT, I believe. Vindoctor running in 19th, so 2 spots from the tail end of GT here in A lobby. South has had a very strong race. He's a very quick driver. The car is brilliantly set up. They were on pole, so we always kind of knew that as long as he wasn't involved in too many troubles, while he may have lost the spots early on, we expected him to drive his way back through the field, and he's done just that, putting himself back into P1 in class. The gap from him to Traumatic is not as big as I would have expected, though. South was hitting, I think, 2:01s and even a 2-minute dead, a 2-minute .1, I think, in qualifying, which is just blistering for a GT car.
South ran a 2:01.1.
2:01.1, which, I mean, that's quick. That's very quick.
That's like leaderboards up there, quick.
So, credit to Traumatic for staying as close as he has. He's certainly put himself in a position where, God forbid, if anything happens to South, a prototype interaction, an off, a lockup, Traumatic still has a chance to reel in. And of course, like Zai said, this is a race for distance. It's an endurance race. You want to see who can cover the most distance over these 8 hours. And so, limiting the losses to South early could be important later in the race.
Right.
Behind Traumatic, we see the other AMS car, Maximus, so it's AMS double podium here in the first stint. Of course, that won't matter much until we get to the later stages, but again, setting themselves up well for the next 3 stints that we have coming to you today. SPR Solar, managing the sim steering so well. So far, so well. Running 4th in GT in that SPR purple car. He, like Dark said, has an in-car stream, so if you want to see all of his reactions and hilarity and hopefully no cats on the keyboard from him like happened at Nürburgring, he should be streaming on twitch.tv/CarkinoSolar. So, good friend of Swordfish Motorsports, and good to see him doing well today. EVR Mead, who we featured for a couple of brilliant passes early in the race, has a... Well, for him, this is going to be boring. All he's doing is going quickly. He's running P10 overall, P5 in GT. Behind him, though, I think I spy a bit of a fight between Drifting Hero and Koenigsegg R, and I do indeed.
Oh,
Oh,
you do,
boy.
absolutely. That's an absolute stance.
Let's stay here for a moment. Drifting Hero in that Aston is going to be very strong through the corners, so this will be a bit of deja vu for Koenigsegg. He will have experienced almost the same thing with EVR Mead. Of course, the Aston Martin not quite as extreme a handling car, I believe, as the Ford. But Drifting Hero setting up the same move with the good exit from the Degner. Koenigsegg's going to have to defend into the hairpin. Drifting Hero takes a look. There's no contact.
And
It's clean.
Aston's going to have that run out of the corner that it always has. But no, Koenigsegg.
I mean, it does have a really strong around the low end. The ability to just squirt the throttle and launch is so impressive. We're going to take a look into Spoon. He is up the inside. No, he's going to back out of that. That's not quite
No, he's
far
not.
enough alongside, but
I don't think
he
he
has
is.
to. Oh my goodness.
He didn't
Great
want to.
clean driving from both Koenigsegg and Drifting Hero. Koenigsegg giving him just enough room that he could stick his nose in there and then closing the door to say, no sir, this is my apex.
This is my apex. There are many apexes in life, but this one is mine.
Yes.
Well, there are a lot of apexes left in this race. Like you said, this is an 8-hour endurance race. As Koenigsegg, was there contact? We couldn't see from this angle. Looks like Drifting Hero may have lifted a bit, so it's not taking advantage. So I'm going to say there might have been just a tap there at the apex. Koenigsegg's going to take the inside, force Drifting Hero to go around the outside of turn 1. We've seen the prototypes do it. Can you do it in a GT?
No.
I don't think so. He's going to stay there, though.
He's gonna try it.
Oh.
Will he get the over/under?
Not with that slide, but well held to keep it on the racing surface. And now again, we'll see the very strong handling car of Drifting Hero try to close up just inch by inch to the back of this BMW Koenigsegg R. This has been the pattern. These handling cars have to set up these passes starting in the S's, working their way up to the back bumper of the more powerful straight line cars. But the Aston has the advantage that at the very sharp, the somewhat slower turn at Degner 2, he can really punch the throttle and get a great exit as long as he doesn't light up the tires.
Roadrunner's gonna get involved.
James Roadrunner is about to get involved here. He's going to clear these two before the right-hander.
That
And
might
Drifting
slow
Hero's-
down Koenigsegg. And it has.
Yeah.
Let's hop on board with Drifting Hero as we go into these next couple corners, just so we can see how close together these cars are getting, because they are as close as you can get without envying in tears.
Okay, so we've just found out issues with Jose. He's, how we've been saying he's had a bit of a bad race.
Right.
He's actually having some latency issues that have been affecting him.
Yeah, I've just seen that in one of the Discord
That's
chats.
That's gonna break up the field with Drifting Hero running wide into the gravel. Might be an apt time to switch over back to the P1 battle that we were having.
Take a quick look through GT before we do that, just make sure we're not missing anything else. TUX Chasmo, AMR Nismo, holding station. 12 Jose Forza having those latency issues, which is causing him to have a less than ideal race. GTs are all looks to be nose to tail. Oh, taking a bit longer to switch cars there. Yeah, so with that resolved, let's go back to that battle between Touring and Floofy. We left you 2 laps ago when Touring had just held the position, overtaking Floofy as Floofy was exiting the pits. And he's pulled a bit of a gap. Now, that may have been, he may have pulled part of this gap on that out lap when we saw it, because of course Touring's tires would have been fully up to temperature, but it didn't look like Floofy was too much slower on his out lap. So Touring has...
These cars almost like cold tires. They're way more nimble on them. Which is,
Do you get the traction though? I mean, they turn in, but...
You don't really need the traction though
Yeah, it's true.
that these cars have. We're running very close to rear bias here, just to get the car turning. If we wanted the traction, we'd run close to 50-50. As are all the teams. But
We
yeah,
get
that's
speed as well. Yeah, I think Touring's pulled enough of a gap now. I'm not quite sure with 10 minutes to go whether Floofy's going to be able to get him back, but and this is a mistake made.
Yeah, I doubt it. Touring's just got to run a clean rest of his stint.
I mean,
Yeah.
the key to both of these drivers for the next, 9 minutes or so, is going to be traffic management, I think, because they are going to be
Yeah.
lapping the GT cars once more, as we see HR Floofy getting caught behind Big Ben at the hairpin, losing a bit more time there. there are some sectors of this track where you can get thoroughly stuck behind a GT car, and it will just cost you heaps of time. As we see Touring, again, launching up the inside of a GT right into the entrance of Spoon, but he's going to get caught at exit. That's going to cost him a lot of speed, as we see Floofy getting much larger. Touring was not able to carry the speed through Spoon, and Floofy's closed
That's
up.
Floofy.
So he's gained
got caught out
a
badly
100
there.
feet in one corner.
I think he didn't get caught. He almost got very badly caught out by that GT car. I don't know who it was. Might have been AMR Nismo, I think, if I remember the livery right.
So were we just saying how we thought this was done? No.
Yeah. About that.
Well, if we learned anything over the last couple of races, when I make a prediction, it's inevitably wrong. See Touring taking a nice triple apex line, almost just dropping that inside tire over the curb and onto the grass at the entrance to turn 1, but really keeping it tight. That corner is so crucial and so easy to get wrong. It's a really complex... It's almost a combination corner. We call it turn 1, but it acts more like 2 or even 3 corners.
There's two apexes at least, and 3 very important, 4, 5 very important points you've got to be on the track during it. You've got to not touch the inside curb at the exit of turn 1, and you've got to be riding that curb on the left side halfway through it. And it's all muscle memory there. You're not thinking about it.
You're just doing.
Yeah.
I think Floofy's really looking like he wants his pace back now.
I mean, he certainly does, and he's on a charge. That bit of traffic that they ran into at Spoon last time has really just fed Touring right back into Floofy's clutches. Taking a look
You
at
just
it, I don't see any GT traffic, so let's just switch this camera back to Floofy so we can watch ahead, so we can hopefully anticipate any sort of dramas before we just get a jump scare.
Because I'm just looking at Floofy, he's using so much more of the track and so much more of the curbing at the moment.
Yeah,
He's trying
especially.
to get every last millimetre of pace out of that car.
I think Touring missed his braking point there. This Floofy shows exactly how to do turn 1 there.
It really does.
That was beautiful. I'd marry that turn 1.
Around here, you can get on the power so much earlier than you'd imagine. They're on power now. Pushing out of here. And on power now. Like, they're before the apex, before they go on power. It's incredible.
Well, with these R18s, with the torque split, even if when you run the majority back, you can use that to both claw the front around and swing the back around behind.
Right. Floofy looking
a
up the
bit
inside.
slow out of the hairpin. It's going to let Floofy stay in the draft here. How strong, actually, I didn't ask you, how strong is the draft on these prototypes?
Well, because it's Forza, it's pretty strong between 60 foot and 30 foot, and as soon as you hit 30 foot, there's a wall deployed.
You'll get to 30 and stop.
Yeah.
I thought they'd maybe fix that bump draft and
Not really.
Yeah.
If anything, bumper is a bit worse.
so it's gone from non-existent to really non-existent. Fantastic.
Right.
I gotta say, Floofy, the last couple laps, has absolutely nailed his braking and turning points into the start of that final chicane.
Hasn't
Yeah.
he?
I mean, he might be just dipping those left side wheels over the curb, but nothing egregious.
No.
He's really nailing his lines right now and putting Touring under a lot of pressure. And Touring now, looking ahead, is going to see this GT battle. So not only is it GT cars, it's a GT battle. They'll be going even slower than normal, and Floofy's going to...
Ooh, contact.
Oh! I was
Big
about to say Floofy's
contact.
going to take opportunity if Touring gets stacked up behind that, but...
You're going to try and make it 3 wide, Floofy.
No, he's going to make it too wide
All
where
right.
it shouldn't be.
Robo, if you're in chat, please
That's
get
a
that
clip.
for me. That's a clip. That's a clip and a half.
Oh, talking about that, we should make Robo
Touring's off.
Racer. Touring what?
No, he
He-
wasn't.
he did
He was nearly off, but he held it together. He got He got too much onto the AstroTurf on the outside. He's going to defend.
Luffy's
Touring
gonna get
right
this
now
run
is
coming out.
feeling the pressure. You can see the sweat on the race car, it seems like, because he is defending for all he's worth. You can tell he's slowed down because he's so focused on keeping Floofy behind him. For whatever reason, he's not able to just drive away from him, and now it's just, with 4 minutes left in this race, that's only 3 laps left in this
You can
stint.
tell when these drivers are sweating when they start to tap steer
Yeah.
around right-handers, because you just can't focus on holding them. This is a wonderful battle.
If we get this for another 3 stints, we're going to be in absolute heaven, lads.
If we get this for 3
Right.
stints, I'm gonna need a cigarette.
So anyways,
don't
going
smoke.
back to the drafting thing, what we're gonna probably see from a lot of these drivers is they get the momentum from that 60-foot gap, and then as soon as they hit 30 foot, they're gonna dive out of the way on the straights to keep that momentum going forwards and to not give the car in front any sort of advantage. Oh, a bit of a bump there.
It's interesting to see how they're making speed differently here, even though there's the same car. So each line is just different. Well, now we've got lap traffic as well. This is going to end very
Well,
tastefully.
for touring,
It hasn't really affected them all. They've both gotten through, and it's basically not affected at all. Well done by Vendoctor to hold his line and then stay wide at the exit to let the fight go through. He wants no part of this squabble.
Touring
Could you
is
blame him?
massively compromising his line through the hairpin because he's holding that inside line. And you really need to dive it in deep into that corner and then very late apex it to get that run going around 200R.
Oh, he's going to be compromised on exit here behind Solar.
Yeah, let's go back onto that rear view because not seeing all the action. Everyone's gone silent in the commentary booth.
I mean, it's hard to speak because
Ooh.
well, that's going to
Constant bumping. That's Touring might have this holding the
Sure.
outside line. Oh my!
Well, that hasn't ended the way we would have hoped.
That's just racing. That's
It is
racing.
just racing.
Touring thought he had a bit more room and got on the power a bit too early.
But there's GT traffic.
Oh no!
no!
That's just.
Oh
No, that's,
wait, they
that's,
just
that's time.
stopped.
That's time.
Oh, are you kidding me?
They're stopping on the exact same foot marker. We have a draw.
Well, that.
We have a draw here in the first stint.
Apologies to Williams Roadrunner for a brilliantly managed, fantastic drive at the front. Gander Autosport, of course, taking the stint win. I have lost my cursor.
This is okay.
No, I've literally lost my cursor on my desktop completely.
Wait
This is
around.
not okay. This is not okay.
We're currently looking at a wonderful power pylon.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm gonna try to manipulate these menus with. Seriously, where is my cursor? Hold on.
Hold
Right
tab,
click.
tab back in.
There it is. I
click.
got it back.
There it
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
So
Hey, that finish.
we are competent. I swear.
Us here in the
There it
us
is.
here in the commentary booth. We were looking at blobs during that, and it was still entertaining.
All right. So
What
with a
finish!
fantastic finish that leaves us mostly speechless. That was only the first stint. That was the first of 4 stints. We've got 3 more of these to go. And Touring and Floofy battled to a dead heat over an hour and 40 minutes of racing, including some fantastic overtakes and brilliant wheel-to-wheel driving.
Literally the same distance.
So we
What?
have Floofy P2 and Touring P3. That's just a function of them being millimeters apart. That's a draw. SVR Shadow in the number 24, doing well in the SFM Competizione car. Roman Carp in the HCCR prototype, coming in 5th in P1. JSR South. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Kiwi?
Just to clarify, Floofy has got the P2 by 1 foot.
Brilliant. All right. and honestly, I cannot think of a fairer way to end that, because there was not a foot between them for that entire stint.
I think Floofy deserves it because of the incident in turn 1. I think he
I
deserves
think that's
that.
fair.
Yeah.
Honestly,
JSR
Robo, I don't think that would have mattered.
Yeah.
Scoring also like a foot as well.
JSR
Always
South taking the stint win in GT after that car was on pole. Well done to that team. AMS Traumatic coming in P2 and AMS Maximus P3. So a double AMS podium in stint 1. As you can see, the two prototypes nuzzled up against each other, just cuddling in the gravel runoff on the outside there. SVR Solar, great drive from Solar, having switched to sim steering for this round, coming in P4 in GT. EVR Mead with a fantastic drive from 13th up to 10th overall. It doesn't seem like many positions gained, but the way that he gained them was spectacular. Some fantastic moves from Mead in this first stint. Behind him, I think it's a chain of Aston Martins. Drifting Hero in 11th. Oh no, Koenigsegg in the BMW interrupting that. So Koenigsegg fell back a bit from EVR Mead. And Drifting Hero promoted himself up the field a bit further than I thought. Then we have TUS Chasmo, AMR Nismo. Roman Carp is... What? Why is he moving?
Is Roman Carp moving?
Yes.
What? He's doing donuts. I'm assuming that the P1 distances have already been recorded.
Him into a lot of trouble.
I am assuming that the P1 distances have already been recorded, because otherwise, sir, that's a massive unforced error.
Yeah, that would be looked upon. I'm sure Dark in the chat is angry. Well, I'm gonna be starting a bit of practice now.
Ooh.
That
I think
finish
much
with-
people quitting. That might be why we have a black screen.
Right, yeah.
But so 16th overall, Big Ben. 17th, V12, Jose Forza. Let's just finish the rundown before anything else happens and we get distracted. I've got ADD this morning. I apologize. Haven't even had any coffee. LSEM Insanity in 18th. Fin Doctor in 19th. There's a car here somewhere, according to the game, but the camera hasn't found it. There he is.
There he is.
Hey, Vin.
Should we get an interview going between those two drivers if they aren't double stinting?
Or if they're not doubling, I mean, hopefully they are happy with that, because it was fantastic from a spectator's viewpoint. I'm sure there's going to be some frustration with a couple of the moments where they came into contact.
Touring, not touring. Floofy is double stinting.
Floofy's doubling, so we're not going to get Floofy in here. But touring, yeah, that's an interview that I want. Frankly, I want to get him in here sooner rather than later. So if you can reach out to him as soon as you can, let's get him on the call and let's get his take on a fantastic first stint. We are 1/4 of the way through the 8 hours of Suzuka at the TORA Endurance Championship Round 4. Don't go far, like Kiwi Chris says. Stint 2 will be starting shortly. We are just waiting to get up. There is the invite to go to Stint 2. So let me just...
So it looks like we are going to get touring here
Brilliant.
for 5 minutes before he has to head off do other things.
Brilliant.
I want to hear the story. I don't know if people are salty. I don't know if people are extraordinarily pleased at how that race went. Yeah, as Kiwi said in chat, Set 2's only happening in a few minutes from now. So don't leave.
Well, during this stint break, let's see if I can't put the live timing window on screen for our viewers.
Let's make this quick for touring because it's got to go. So touring, how was that? how were the feelings between drivers there?
It was a bit comedic, I could say. Certainly, me and Sleuthy were pretty much just having a laugh the entire stint.
Oh, good.
I mean,
yeah,
we loved it.
It couldn't have been better for spectator purposes. 1 foot between the distance at the end there. That's.
I'm glad to have just made TORA history the closest stint finish. 20 drivers.
Is
that
that
reminded?
Is that the first tie that we've seen? I don't think. I mean, we've seen some very close finishes, but I've never seen this is a tie to the 1/100th of a mile.
Oh my god. That's just ridiculous.
We do have to go quick because the next start is spinning quickly. But touring, talk me through that final pit stop, that in-lap, that out-lap, the traffic management. Did you see the GT traffic ahead in the S's and decide to pit early?
Well, I mean, with that, I was just more thinking about tyres. It's like, because my front tyres had just come red, so I was like, might as well pit early, because they're not going to go red to the next part of the stint. And Sleuthy just carried on, and it seemed to just about work out.
Well, we were watching Sleuthy after you came, and he did get held up in a bit of traffic, and then had to break some qualifiers in.
Yeah.
Then again, I had to do a slight dive bomb at Spoon between Jose Sauce and his...
We are aware. You will see that clip. We love that. I mean, because we saw it brewing as you came out of the hairpin. We saw that you were going to get the first GT car. We weren't quite sure when you were going to catch the next two, and we knew that because you'd gone for the early stop, you had to keep the pace on the outlap to stay ahead of Floofy, who we knew was going to be stopping like 1 or 2 laps later. And if you got caught up at Spoon, where the prototypes are so much faster than the GTs, we knew that was probably going to hand the race back to him, and so it was edge of the seat stuff.
I thought it was gonna happen on the straight somewhere, but I was wrong.
You can't do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
And then the pass around the outside of turn 1 as he was getting up to speed out of the pit exit. Fantastic stuff.
Yep.
Cheers. It
Well
was
driven.
it was certainly close, and my trousers might need some slight changing.
Right.
So when do you get back in the car again this race?
No, that was it for me. So I've got to head off and do some IRL stuff.
Well, go, enjoy, have fun. You did well, mate.
Alright. Cheers, guys, and enjoy the rest of the racing.
Absolutely, thank you.
Well, if that was any example, I'm sure we were excited for the rest of the race coming up here.
So I have an update from B Lobby.
Ooh.
Ah.
LSEM, not a GT team, that is their official prototype name, is in P2 overall because Floofy and Touring spent so long fighting each other.
Oh my.
LSEM, not a GT team, featuring LSEM the Butler in the car for that first stint, in B Lobby, is ahead of SFM Vermilion and Kaido HCR Automobili SGR.
Yes.
Except that has just changed on my timing screen. It is just.
Oh, right.
Okay, that's odd. It did show him.
They must have put they were just putting in the second distance for the.
Okay, I apologize. I jumped the gun
P1s.
slightly on that.
Still very close by.
Very close.
Ooh.
1.5 mile separation. That's a half.
currently
Just
in
about
fourth.
half a lap.
One of the protos in B Lobby didn't start the race.
Ooh. Which
GNS
one
from
is
MBG
that?
Mania.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Oh.
But that does mean, something to keep in mind for the later stints, that does mean, though, that LSEM prototype is going to be in fewer prototype battles. Sure, they have to still negotiate GT traffic, but they are going to be able to basically run qualifying laps as often as they would like, provided they can manage the traffic. So this fight in a lobby between the protos, if it gets out of hand, or if, God forbid, there's any sort of major collision, could end up handing a podium spot to that LSCM proto team from B lobby.
I'm still speechless. That just happened.
Yeah.
A 1 foot gap.
All right. Before the second stint bins, I better get a Pepsi.
Yep, sounds like a good strat.
Yep.
Anyways, talking more about the SFM car. That 27 is running Union Jacks on it all round.
It is. Let me find it. There it is.
Because of the drivers running in it all coming from the United Kingdom. Lots of races. UK man. Same as Troy, same as me. So I'm gonna start running some practice laps because I have a lot to live up to now.
I mean, it's...
If you can drive anywhere like that, we're all going to be very excited to see how you go.
Right, and I'm gonna be up against... There might be a three-way battle for second place.
So for those of you watching at home, Zai is going to be double stinting stints 3 and 4, so you will not be hearing his lovely voice for the second half of this race.
Lovely.
We're not passing judgments here, Kiwi. They have to listen to me the entire time.
And me.
But it
yeah.
is going to be... It's going to be a heck of a race. This car, 3 fantastic drivers. Touring has just submitted his resume. You've clearly seen what he can do. Veloce Racers, for those of you who watched the FRC, you know what he can do. He may have had the wrong end of a steward's decision at the Bugatti circuit, but he certainly, throughout that competition, demonstrated no lack of pace and brilliant racecraft. In my opinion, that pass through the chicane on the backside of the Bugatti circuit is one of the best passes I've seen in the prototype this year.
Yeah, definitely.
So if we get anything like that in this stint, buckle your seatbelts, folks.
5-foot harness strapped in, let's do this.
I prefer a 6. The 5-point gets a little pinchy, but I'm with you on that one.
Aren't 5-point harnesses banned around most tracks because of their unfortunate positioning?
Maybe if you're a female driver, you can get away with it.
Oh, Cup.
Yeah.
Kiwi.
It's 4 in the morning. you have to
Swiftly
do that.
onwards.
Yeah, let's ignore that and move on. So we are waiting for the second stint lobby to get started here. Several double stinters that you'll see. Looks like we're going to have a double stint from Big Ben, from SVR Solar, and from
Floof.
HCR Floofy, and Vindoctor double stinting in the Ford GT. We will not be seeing one of our Swordfish Motorsports drivers, Terminator, like Dark mentioned at the top of the broadcast. Uncle Sam and the United States Navy has said that he has to go fly airplanes, which is a real shame. I mean, I feel terribly for him. That sounds awful. I would much rather race a virtual race car than fly a real airplane every day.
I know. Yeah,
Like,
what a
Jets,
choice.
I can only hit like,
Yeah.
500 miles an hour.
Yeah.
But
That's
that's that's not enough, you know. How about
I
0
think-
in a chair at home?
Yeah. It looks like Insanity's also doing a double as well.
Is he? Did I miss one?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah, LSCM Insanity in the number 85 LSCM Corvette, running a double stint here.
Snuff, just going to remind you, as soon as the lobby starts up, hit the go on the clock.
Yes, I have that primed and ready to go.
Do you have to tell the lobby you're spectating?
Not yet, because it hasn't been reset yet.
Oh yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
Just hit Y just in case they don't.
But why?
Haha!
Well, we can't go yet because Family Dude and Huracan aren't ready, and I just don't have an option to join. Like it doesn't present
Oh.
itself. So
It's I don't think it's been loaded for the
I don't
first
think we
time.
loaded the track, so we're not quite ready to get underway, but we will be shortly. SFM Darkster is the lobby host for this one, and we know that he is a bit of a stickler for starting on time, as much as he gets some flack for it sometimes. I'm sure we'll be underway as soon as we can.
Okay. So where are we? We had apparently LMP Grizz had a lag out on lap 1.
Oh,
Oh, I feel badly for them.
That
They might still
sucks.
make the 70% distance though.
Forlorn had a DNF on lap 13. That's ouch.
Unfortunate.
that is part of endurance racing. Unfortunately, in iRacing or in e-sports endurance racing, a computer internet disconnection or crash is not all that different from a suspension failure or blowing an engine. It costs quite a bit less, but it has the same effect.
Right.
It's just unfortunate we didn't have a team of Audi in place your connection in 5 minutes.
We should have the sheet rigged up to everyone's bank account. Whenever they crash,
God.
they have to pay like 50 grand for a new bumper.
Is this a new form of
Good news,
microtransaction?
who needs Twitch
Yes.
affiliate? We'll just run an extortion scam.
That's what I'm good at.
So, things we've learned that Kiwi is good at today. Driving with his eyes closed and strange financial schemes. Fantastic. All right, we are loading the track now, so we'll be...
How else do you think I can afford to go to Daytona?
Oh boy, I just ran a qualifying lap. Oh, I'm ready.
Oh,
His eyes got
That's
the
what you-
juices flowing already. 2 hours before he even has to go.
I need to after what just happened then. I want to be battling for the same sort of time that they were. That was incredible.
Roman Cup's also doing a double apparently. That's why the lobby's not going.
So we're waiting for... Well, we know we have 22 of 22.
Oh, okay, maybe we're good to go. Is he? Oh, he just
Does-
joined.
Okay. Not quite sure what we're waiting on now. Everybody's here. It appears everybody is ready. Spectators ready. Drivers ready. Gentlemen, start your engines. I know we're at the wrong venue, but let's do it. That is one of those sounds. The sound after that order is given, when it just reverberates off the walls of some of those ovals, is mesmerizing.
And that's probably what I'm looking forward to most about my trip to Daytona.
Oh yeah, that's right. You are coming stateside. Well, you are going to get an experience. Daytona Beach itself is an experience, but the race
Yeah, I've heard.
certainly.
Yes, so looking forward to it. Going to be trying to do some podcasty things over there too, so it should be good.
Yeah, how about we get the what is it, 10 people going, all to be on the podcast.
I'm thinking about doing like a Kiwis adventures like thing.
Yeah, okay.
Kiwis crazy Kwanzaa or something. I don't know. The reason I'm talking so much garbage is we're still waiting for the to start.
Yep.
There we go. There's the launch countdown. So I'm going to stand by on the timer. We will start the timer as soon as the cars roll this time. That way we don't end up getting surprised by a side-by-side finish of the race.
me trying to commentate from the sidelines here.
And we go.
Rolling.
So where's the go point?
That's a good question. So I didn't actually read the race regulations. Did you? Where is the start point on these subsequent stints?
Be right back, guys.
Time for Zai to go read the race regulations. So, of course,
Nah,
these...
I'm messing around. I think
Oh.
it's just out of turn 1, I believe.
Oh, well, it looks like we're going.
Like we may be at racing speed, so we may be going out of turn 1. Of course, for our viewers who are unfamiliar, there probably aren't many of you, but because these subsequent stints are meant to replicate the later stages of an endurance race, we will not be starting any but the first stint behind the safety car. So these follow-on stints will be single file starts, with the leader, the start of stint 2 determined by qualifying order, the start of stint 3 determined by the end of stint 1, and the start of stint 4 determined by the end of stint 2. Right now, we see Veloce Racers and SFM Darkstream, the two Swordfish cars, right behind Forza Europa. Veloce Racers, of course, the new driver for this round, looking to have a good showing, and I believe what is his first semi-competitive Forza race since the FRC.
Yeah, I believe so. He put a post out on Twitter saying he'd like to race in these sort of smaller races. Dark was very quick on that
Could
one.
you blame him? Could you blame him?
Yeah. And I think he's going to be racing for first.
Cool. Bring him along to some of the Aurora races too.
Oh, that'd be a absolutely walloping, but yeah.
Well, we are waiting through a... I'm seeing multiple black screens, which suggests to me the GT field is quitting. We may have a restart. Again.
Classic.
Not
Love
sure
that.
what the issue was, but yes, I'm seeing drivers leave the race session. Cars are now warping through the racetrack. Cats and dogs living together. Mass insanity. We're having a restart. All right.
This stream
This
brought to you by
is-
Forza.
Meanwhile,
Resetting the
I'm gonna
clock
check
to 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Meanwhile, I'm going to check out Lobby 2, Lobby B, because we do have a streamer in that one.
Oh, excellent.
So we can get some updates from that. Good to see.
Yeah. Our own Caparossi is doing some looking at that, because I can speak English good at 4 in the morning.
Oh, I forgot about the time there. Yeah, that's... Well, you're holding up well so far. If you start to get delirious, we'll let you know. Or we'll just make fun of you. Probably the latter.
I'm going to say I've been delirious for the last 2 hours.
Have you woken up?
Nope.
Or
Nope.
Yikes.
I got up at 10 yesterday morning to go play bowls, and I've been up since.
Yeah, Kappa's racing for Fourth Row Motorsports, the team created by Brad.
Yes.
And a lot of those drivers are going to be joining SFM.
Spoilers.
Well, people know about Brad. I don't actually know. Alright, that's under wraps.
Embargo.
Thinking
You're waiting
face.
on me. My bad. Yep, I noticed that. Sorry, I didn't notice the track was loaded and the spectate button was ready, so I will accept the blame for that one.
Get ready on that clock.
For those of you wondering who is it Aero-X or Aerox Bokit is, that is the driver formerly known as FTR Bokit. FTR, of course, having rebranded to Aero-X or Aerox. Somebody actually needs to figure out the pronunciation, because I'm just going to use those alternately throughout the race, otherwise.
Are they a company?
Talks about killing going to M&R. Intriguing.
So, now that we know we are going green out of turn 1, we will expect the field to go green out of turn 1. And we will watch it on board from the second place car of Veloce Racers. And we are green and racing. Darkser appearing briefly in the frame on the right side there. So you can just see the nose of that 24 Bentley showing up. Group has had a much better start. I've just heard contact behind. I didn't.
Yeah, there's contact.
There's definitely contact. Darkser, please. Darkser and Floofy, two racers who also know each other very well, having a bit of a squabble there. Now, I keep hearing just the sound of crunching carbon fiber over the. It's not comforting at all. But we have made it through the hairpin in one piece in the proto field. We will follow this battle momentarily, but for the time being, let's go take a look at what has happened in GT. Okay,
All right, killer. Pass that along.
So, Aero X Bokit leading off pole, THR Skyline into P2 in GT, and then the camera is not letting me switch again. This glitch is back. Let's please. This is really frustrating. I apologize. There we go. THR Skyline, then AMS Mercs EVR Huracan hopping into that Ford GT up into 9th position overall. That's P4 in GT, so good showing, already gaining a position on the very first lap. If he does anything like we saw Mead do, that car could go places.
And Huracane's no mug behind the wheel either, so...
Certainly not. But let's go back to the front. We are going to watch Veloce Racers try to chase down Forza Europa. These are two drivers who have raced against each other before. They've both acquitted themselves well. I think they've both come out on top at one race or the other. Behind them you see a battle between Floofy and Darkser. So there's a battle for 1 and 2, there's a battle for 3 and 4. We'll stay on the battle for the lead for now, but if it doesn't tighten up, we'll head back and show that to you.
Yeah, I just saw that attempted move there by Floofy.
Now, we've spoken about it before, but Darkser is known for making his car wider than the physical model, should we say?
Maybe more than that. Maybe wider than a boat.
Maybe wider than Texas.
But he's going to really try to use that well-known defensive ability of his to give as much of an advantage, to Veloce Racers as he can, because as we showed you in the first stint, this number 27, which was then driven by Touring, now by Racers, finished neck and neck with Floofy in the HCR prototype. So every single second that Dark can hold up Floofy gives Racers an advantage. They were tied at stint 1. Racers is driving himself further and further into his hold on P2. The deeper we go into the stint, the more that lead will grow. In theory, that's the strategy. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Dark is certainly no Bottas. Let's get that out of the way. He's quick. He's quick.
He is quick. And Floofy and Dark have had so many battles over the years in mini cars everywhere. So you know,
Right.
so you know they know what each other can do.
You know, this
So that
battle
would
at the front hasn't quite joined yet. I want to go. I want to go back. Oh well.
Oh, that's timed.
It looks like that position has switched. Brad in chat, Bottas is quick too. Yes, he's a Formula 1 driver. He's on a Works Mercedes team. We're aware that he's quick.
Yeah, so is Hartley.
Oof.
That's a big yikes.
So now Dark has to do the other thing that he does so well. Get back to Floofy and then throw the Darkster dive bomb.
Trademark.
Yeah, we do have to trademark that, and it has been copyrighted.
is Hartley coming to IndyCar for Schmidt-Peterson? Brad wants to know. Don't know.
I haven't heard that rumor. Oh, wait, sorry, I have heard that rumor, but I don't think it's likely.
Seems like Alonso's planning on it.
And he could do better than Schmidt-Peterson if he wanted to.
Oh, Brad says it was confirmed, so I guess that's confirmed then. Hartley to IndyCar for Schmidt-Peterson. That'll be interesting for the next season. Oh, actually, Robo might be right. I thought it was Ericsson that I'd heard.
Given that a quick Google search tells me Hartley Wilkins on 28 driver list for second SPM seat.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Google.
Alpha with the
very nuanced take.
Yeah. Brad did it though. It's true. Should we check out the GT field?
I think we should. These battles didn't quite end up joining like we thought they would.
That's not heat spell.
So Bokit, not quite as far off the front as South was, as THR Skyline is managing to stay in touch here. These cars, of course, are all relatively well balanced against each other, but I think in the GT class, would you say that the BMW and the Corvette are the closest to each other in terms of how they make their speed?
I haven't been involved in GT.
My experience is yes.
Because
They do drive similar.
we know that the Ford is a downforce and handling monster that can absolutely claw distance back through Sector 1. And we know that the Aston has pretty darn good handling and that exceptional corner exit grunt. But I feel like the BMWs and the Corvettes really race each other on pretty level terms in terms of cornering ability, top speed.
Well, look at them. They're both front-engine, rear-wheel drive power monsters.
Right, yeah.
So they're just going to drive very similar. We know the Ford is a bit slower, but more handily.
The Ford is a prototype.
Ford is a nice-looking prototype, basically.
My favorite Ford highlight was at the recent Laguna Seca round in IMSA, where the commentators, because they were looking from a helicopter cam, described a crash between the prototypes at the start-finish line of the very first lap of the race, and had to correct themselves and said, "No, I apologize, that's a Ford GT. It just looks very much like a prototype from above." You don't say.
There's a reason for that. Well, this is good potential to be a tasty battle, I'll tell you what.
Not quite yet, it isn't, but let's keep the camera here. We don't give the front runners a lot of camera time sometimes because we do go trying to find those battles, and so that means that perhaps the drivers like JSR South and AeroX Bokit don't get the camera time that they would necessarily deserve after a brilliant qualifying performance and these incredible race stints that they put in. We kind of give them a couple of shots during the rundown and then some lip service at the end and then send, oh, by the way, Team Mixed Match from Hell is P1 again.
Yes, this is my surprise face. Their helicopter pilot's going to have a workout as well.
Yeah, he's giving it some good laps.
Yeah, he'll be. So this hasn't started quite as dramatic as the first stint has, that's for sure.
No, it hasn't, and part of that, I think, is due to the single file start, meaning with the double file start at the start of the first stint, you get some position changes into the first corner. That means that some people get slightly out of order relative to their actual pace. Stint 2, I think frequently, as we see Bokit almost lose the rear and then gets onto the grass on the other side, well held through 130R. He's committed. He's pushing a bit harder than I thought he was. I thought he was conserving a bit, but that tells me otherwise. But to go back to that
Yeah, right.
thought, because these drivers tend to fall into more of their natural order in a single file start, you don't get as many early dramas in the opening parts of these second stints.
I can see that. But as Bokit just showed, he's not exactly not pushing, is he?
Oh no, I mean they are still pushing. There's no
Bokit's
doubt about that.
currently focusing on getting that lead gap, just so he has a bit of space to dampen any issues that he may have or whatever. So he's running at full pace, and then I'm sure halfway through the stint he's going to start backing off a bit.
As we see our prototype leader coming through the GT field, putting these cars a lap down for the first time. Just gonna hesitate for a moment. Not taking the opportunity to Tegner 2. That's gonna cost some time, and I think that's gonna give Racers a chance to catch up, because Racers is right there. Just a couple car lengths back now. He's negotiated the Degners much more successfully. Gets that car turned in, keeps it tight to the bottom. That's the line that costs you speed through the hairpin, though. Is it not?
Yeah, it is, but it's not as bad as it could be. You can gain 0.3 off of there, but if he just stuck behind the GT car, it would have been a lot worse.
And any of those split seconds decisions going to make of, okay, what's going to be the path of least resistance for me here? That can decide this race, as we've seen many times before.
If you've seen how AI figure out their pathing, and how they're like deciding on different lines or whatever, when you see those adverts for autonomous cars, that's basically what a prototype driver's doing.
I was glad we're talking about this game, because this game doesn't have AI. It's just got
Drivatars.
No, it's got artificial, but it's not intelligent.
Yikes.
It's AU.
Well, that is one of the improvements that we've heard is on the roadmap, I believe. Turn 10 will be working on improving the AI system, so for those of you who don't participate in these sort of competitive multiplayer events and prefer to race against the computer, and I'm sure there are many, probably not those that are watching here now, but they are out there, hopefully their single-player experience will be improved going forward.
Yeah, I definitely enjoy in other games like Assetto Corsa, R-Factor, just racing against AI. That's a bunch of fun. When the AI is good, and in Assetto Corsa it's actually really good. They're difficult to pass. It's engaging. It's like your own little series.
I like Foontang's point though. It's kind of satisfying to ram the AI.
We don't necessarily encourage that, but he's right.
Yeah, unless you're playing last man, in which case, yeah, absolutely right.
Do the Drivatars have feelings?
There was a game some time ago, and I've talked about it, I think, in the Discord chat a bit, called Total Immersion Racing, where I remember the premise of that game was that you had a career and that you were proceeding along a career path with other computer-controlled drivers who would remember you, and they would remember how you raced against them. If you crashed them at one race, they wouldn't give you as much space at the next one. And if you
SFM Zai will remember you.
Yes.
Will remember that.
Yes.
Telltale production.
It's so sort of like a Telltale game, but for racing. I don't recall if it worked particularly well, but I played a lot of hours of that game.
What game was this? Because I feel like Destruction Derby had that as well.
This was called Total Immersion Racing. This was, I think, an early 2000s racing title. Had Panos cars in it, which made it fantastic. All games with Panos cars, automatic 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Panos send-off at Robert Rankin special.
Rest in peace, Don.
So we're watching racers here try to track down Europa, and he's holding station at the moment. It's these are two who are very evenly matched on pace, so this isn't too much of a surprise, and I wonder.
Yes.
I have to wonder just how much Racers is actually pushing full out, because it doesn't look like he's really attacking some of these corners. He's taking a bit more conservative line than I would expect.
At the same time, we're only, 15 minutes in?
It's true. And of course, I say that as he absolutely nails the apex through both halves of the Casio triangle. So I will just shut up now.
Yeah, I think whoever's in front, damn, I've forgotten the name.
Europa.
He's been in this car for the entire season, so he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah. And anyone who's got Forza in front of the name, you know what they're doing. I mean, let's be honest there. There's a reason he's got that there.
Yep.
Leafy's looks like he's pulled out a bit from Dark, unfortunately, for us.
Yeah, just about a corner or so gap. Dark's able to stay in touch.
I think I saw him go wide at turn 1 this lap. May have missed his braking zone or something.
Well, given how he sets his car up, it's very easy to do that.
Yup.
I don't know. I still don't understand how the hell he drives that thing.
Honestly, this time around, he's got a really good tune on that car. I'm using it. It's...
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. I hate dark tunes, but it works. So, and it's pretty
Yeah.
decently set up. And nice.
Someone we haven't given a lot of camera time to, except for the couple times where he's appeared on screen, is Roman Kart. So, I believe he's a Danish driver representing HCCR. I think this is his first time in a Lobby Proto, and yeah, he's certainly coming to grips with the car. He's having a better showing in this second stint than he did in the first one, where he had a couple of offs. He hasn't lost as much ground against the leaders, so well done to him, showing some continued improvement. And hopefully he'll have a good result for his team.
Yeah, and I can speak from experience here how daunting it is to have your first race in A lobby. The first time I raced with the team that became Swordfish, our team qualified in A lobby for Bathurst. Not Bathurst, Le Mans.
Yeah, I've heard the story.
So yeah, it was basically me in my prototype going, in my GT car going really slowly, trying to crash and having prototypes pass me at the dead of night with both headlights in A lobby.
Yeah.
So it can be incredibly daunting.
So when should we expect to see the GoFundMe for your new underwear? Because I feel you'll need many sets after that.
If you needed to GoFundMe for underwear, that's you're buying some expensive underwear.
Hey, K-Man underwear does come.
Actually, yeah, driver suit underwear is like ridiculously expensive, isn't it?
You are not wrong about that. For those of you who race in real life, you will know that driving gear, it's important because it's part of your safety equipment, but it is not cheap.
In a lot of series, it's more expensive than the car. if you want to go racing in MX-5s, you're probably going to be spending the same amount on your driver suit. Yeah. And
but it's a very good reason we have it.
Mm-hmm.
So, still status quo at the front of both packs. The only pass that we've seen so far has been HCR Floofy on SFM Darkster, and we only caught the tail end of that one. A bit of a processional race, but it is still early in the stint.
Send it a bit further down to the Lawrence GT. I think something might be going on down there.
Oh yeah, I do. Okay, maybe not so much.
See a little bit of a scrap between Skyline and Merckx just starting to develop here.
Coming off of the last stint, we're expecting all of the cars to be side by side into all of the corners.
We were a bit spoiled for content, that's certainly true.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're coming off of the up from that.
I guess I just noticed that the AMS Lime GT does not feature lime green anywhere on the car. So if it's not lime the color, what is lime? Am I misunderstanding that? All right, good talk. We'll come back to that later.
Yeah.
These, of course, I am partial to some of these wild colors, the purples, the pinks, the greens, the oranges. Lots of cars are black or red or white, and a lot of these painters have done a great job to make some really good-looking race cars. One of my personal favorites, if I can find it here, I believe.
Talking about black and green cars around Suzuka. Lotus, no.
Here it is.
Here's a medal.
There we go.
Found it, but I do really like this V12 racing Corvette with the chrome kind of greenish yellow. It's a really interesting color that you don't see too many teams use.
From some angles it looks gold, from other angles it looks like almost bronzy-ish.
It does. It changes color based on the light and the angle. Oh, as we see, TLR Law going to rejoin right in front of SFM Darkser. Darkser gets around that. It's
well saved by both drivers.
Fair to say he broke the rule there.
So that battle that we thought we'd found has now broken up because TLR Law just ran wide in the snake.
I think Wiki has had someone else on his backside though. It could have been a proto.
We've got a fight here between Big Ben and SVR Sparks. That's going to be worth watching.
Is that going to allow the car behind those two drivers to catch up a bit?
It just might. Big Ben, of course, in that Aston Martin will have the corner exit advantage, but SVR Sparks we would expect to see close in on these long straights. Now, can the GT cars take 130R flat? They can't, can they?
No. Surely not.
I think the Ford can. Honestly, though, these drivers are so good. They probably are.
Well,
So
we could cheat. Actually, we'll stay here.
It might be a lift.
Let's bring up their dashboard and feature we haven't used very often as we see SVR Sparks up the inside of Big Ben, elbowing his way past a bit at the apex. That certainly was a lunge. Big Ben, though, with the corner exit grunt of that Aston Martin's going to try to pull alongside and see if he can't get the move done into turn one. They're going to be door to door as they cross the start-finish line. SVR Sparks car absolutely screaming out to that 7,500 RPM red line. He's going to hold the position.
Yeah, Ben's backed out of that slightly.
Yep.
Now we'll see what we witnessed in the previous stint. This Aston Martin should have the grip to be able to get back to the rear bumper of that BMW before the hairpin.
Yeah, we'll see, but he has pulled out a little bit of a margin now. I'm not sure how wise it is to take out the VP of TORA like that, but
It looked clean to me. There was a little bit of contact, but Ben didn't exactly shut the door on him. He left it open enough, and Sparks drove right through it.
I'd call that racing. That was just decent.
Yeah, it was good, solid racing.
Yeah.
If I was VP, I'd say anyone that passes me gets a 10,000-foot penalty.
Right.
Yes, but we've already established that you're a big fan of money laundering and driving with your eyes closed, so that should come as no surprise to any of our viewers.
This is true. Well, here comes the hairpin, and he hasn't really gained.
They've already come through the hairpin. They're into spoon curve now. Is Roman Carp? Oh, that's gonna definitely impact this Roman Carp up the inside, knocking SVR Sparks wide. That puts Big Ben right onto his rear bumper. Unfortunate for Sparks, all that hard work he done to pull the gap, erased just by a prototype, not quite hitting his marks into spoon. Big Ben return the favor into the chicane? No, he's going to stay in line here. I wonder if he's going to try to use the acceleration of that Aston out of this corner, though, to pull alongside again. It looks like he won't have it this time by. We are, I believe, 25 minutes into the stint, so we should be approaching if I'm not mistaken, the first round of pit stops are about half fuel. For those drivers that have been stopping early, they've been stopping when they get to about 35 to 40% fuel.
They're going to be stopping every 33 minutes or so.
Yeah. So another 5 minutes or so before our first round of pit stops.
Yeah.
Good evening, Brad.
Howdy, Brian. Welcome to the show.
Go on. Sorry, completely interrupted you.
That's right. There was nothing to interrupt.
Oh, Professional casters here at SFM_official.
Well, Big Ben's going wide.
Ooh,
Segner 2 there.
Ben's
Looks like
off,
he got
yeah.
into the gravel. It's going to cost him a spot. Yep, that's cost him the spot to who was that?
Death
AMR
Monster?
Death Monster,
Yeah.
who was in chat saying he was just warming up 20 minutes to go before the race. So
That's what I'm going to plan on
Morgan's
doing.
gotten up into 16th position overall. That'll be 11th in GT. With this battle having died down for the moment, no, not again.
Is that your cat?
Cat part
Hold on,
3.
let me move the controller. I have a controller. Thank you. Okay, I have a controller set, and it's just, I think it's connected wireless. Yeah, that one. All right. We don't get to play with it anymore. Let's go away. Sorry.
Perhaps the cat's trying to tell you to feed it.
No, the cat is trying to say feed me, but that has already been done. So,
Oh, then.
Feed it again then. Keep feeding it until it
is the solution.
Yeah, keep feeding it till it passes out in the food coma.
Alright, so now as I was saying, before we found this little scrap, let's go back to the front and check that gap between 1, Europa and Racers for the St. Win, and 2, between Europa and HCR Floofy, which is the battle for P2 in the overall right now. Find Racers all on his own on track. Looks like Europa has pulled away just slightly. Let's see if we can see when the camera spins. No, I can't even see him in the frame. What if we go to game camera?
No, he's checked out.
Europa has indeed checked out off the front. There you can just see his car dipping through the right-hander past the pit lane as Veloce Racers is coming through the exit of the Casio Triangle chicane. You can just see barely a pale blue dot, well, not anymore, as it was going into turn 1.
I'm not sure how much Veloce is holding back here. I don't think he's holding back all that much.
Yeah, he's pushing hard. I wouldn't doubt any less from him. I just think it's the first race he's done with TORA in a very long while, I believe,
and the first race with his adopted team.
Yep.
So you keep it fast, keep it clean, bring it home, and let the other racers do the hard work.
Yep. Good on him. I think that's a good strategy to just be clean.
And we've seen it earlier rounds. Europa is quick. I mean,
oh yeah,
he's taken the fight to Scottson and Harmonic when they've had the battles between that Gander Autosport car and the absent F4H Motorsport prototype. We had some good scraps between the two of them at Nürburgring. So Veloce Racers, he's got his work cut out for him to try to run down that Gander Autosport light blue speed machine. Let's take a look now. Racers is going through 130R now, so we're going back to HCR Floofy, who is he's exited Spoon. He's going to be about is that 10 seconds back?
Yeah, just over.
Honestly, that's some good work from Floofy there.
That is very good work from Floofy. Floofy's on a mission. He also knows he doesn't want that looming number 24 to get any closer to his back bumper, because when Dark gets in a fight with you, it costs you time.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
It
And if it
costs
doesn't
you
go,
a heap of time.
yep. One of the most tenacious races ever to be in the same race as me.
So the top five then still holding station.
Where
Yeah.
is he's not that far back.
Yeah, no.
30 minutes into this 1 hour 40-minute stint, we still have Forza Europa in P1, Veloci Racers P2, Floofy P3, having passed Darkser early on in the stint, and Roman Karp in P5, rounding out the prototype field. Now let's take a look at AeroX Bokit, and we thought that we would be seeing pit stops coming up soon, not too long ago, and it looks like, well, front tires are starting to go off. Now, you won't be feeling that too badly yet, but I would expect to see a stop within the next 2 or 3 laps here. And then I think things will start to get interesting in the GT field.
Yeah, strategy will come into it, and with those that stay out a bit longer, trying to get the overcut or however it works in this game. I'm not a strategist, but definitely different strategies to come into play here.
Strategy isn't always a massive thing in Forza, but it's a part of the game.
It is, and when drivers are this evenly matched, and many of these drivers are,
Yeah.
I mean, some of these qualifying times in GT were separated by a tenth or less.
I was tied with racers on
That
my
is
time.
that is correct. You were tied to the 1/1000th of a second.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, in the first stint we saw touring basically get the position after the pit stop because of his brilliantly timed pit stop.
Yes.
Yeah. So most of the strategy isn't from fuel or tires, even though I made a 2-stop work at Nürburgring, and that helped me out a bit.
Confession time. I doubted you.
All right.
Confession time.
I did.
Confession time.
I said it's not gonna work. He doesn't have enough.
And then I had
confession time,
enough.
And then you had enough by 0.1%.
Yeah.
He probably doubted himself. Let's be honest.
I did, but like the car was already mostly out
Okay.
of the race by that point. It was comebackable in some way, so I just wanted to do something.
Update from Darkser if you want it.
Okay.
All right, go for it.
Beat me. I killed a GT car.
Oh.
He Insanity. He moved. Insanity moved into Spoon. Darkser reacted, and then apparently they just went boom.
Dang. Well, that's not what you like to hear. Fortunately, due to the glitch with the curb here at Suzuka, we are running in fuel and tires, so that won't have destroyed either of their races, but it certainly will have been disadvantageous.
That's a
And,
word.
If it is, it is. Listen, okay? The English language is constantly evolving, and it has just evolved. Let's.
I mean, I know
thought
you
I
Americans
saw a
speak funny,
fight
but-
behind Bokit here. No, I didn't. I don't know what I saw.
Oh, it is a word.
Aha!
There you go. There's a lot of words like that where they sound very, very wrong. Oh, we've got a battle here.
We have a battle
We do
here.
have a battle, and this is my favorite kind of battle. This, between Sparks, SVR Sparks, and AMS Mercs, is a battle between very evenly matched drivers in perfectly evenly matched cars. The kind of stuff that you watch racing for. This move is going to come down 100% to commitment and speed as Merckx gets a fantastic exit from Degner too.
Oh.
Whoa! Where did that drive come from? He just drove straight around the outside of Sparks. Floofy
3
gets-
wide.
Floofy picking his way through, saying, "Excuse me, gentlemen, you can fight in a moment, but not while I'm here. There's no fighting in the war room." Sparks just got absolutely swamped by that drive from Merckx. I'm stunned. The cars are the same.
Sparks did get a tad hit in the rear end, but I think that was just fair enough. And Merckx used that to his advantage. A bit of a bump and run, but it worked out.
Fantastic. And I think now he's sort of just pulling out of it. I keep looking at these cars swirling under brakes. I don't know if it's just the game or if it's actually them having a moment.
When these cars are max performing on the brakes, they do wiggle. It's especially into that braking zone, into the Casio Triangle chicane, because the track there is not flat. As the suspension compresses and loads up under braking and those wheels are searching for grip on a track that's undulating underneath, you're going to have varying levels of grip between your right and left front tires. So that is going to try to impart a yaw moment on the car, and you're going to have to drive it. I mean, you can't just hit the stop pedal and point it in a straight line. You still have to drive the car all the way to the apex.
That is a good point about this track. It's very cambered around some corners. It's very bumpy around other parts of the track.
Sparks off into the grass on the outside, the exit of the snake. That's going to set him even further back from Merckx. So it looks like for now that battle seems to have resolved itself. Merckx is victorious, at least until the pit stops. Speaking of pit stops, I'd forgotten. Let's take a quick check, see how Bokit is doing. Those tires are getting quite damaged now as we get closer to 80%. Is 80% the threshold for the GT cars? Or do they go all the way to 90?
You can... So for me, what I notice, and I haven't really driven a GT car in a
That's
decent
going to be it.
while.
That's what I thought. He's decided. I've had enough.
Yeah.
Give me some fresh boots. So that's the GT leader in. AeroX Bokit in the pits.
That's a bit of a slide going in there. But yeah, around about 80% is where you start noticing it, but it's still drivable. 85% is significantly slower, and 90% is you're only doing that if you need to run long for a stop or a strategy.
The commentators
Or
note
lots of
I
that.
will be doing that later today when the Reddit Racing crew visits Lime Rock Park.
Yes.
I'm excited for that race. It's going to be great.
I am terrified because the strategy to make that race work in my car effectively requires that you take the tires to 90+%.
Oh,
Maybe. Well, I'm planning on turning up for it in my TCR.
exciting. Yeah, I think that's going to be a really good race.
Yep. Because there's never been a bad race at Lime Rock Park without the chicanes.
Yeah. That's where the classic of I'm actively crashing comes from. Two
Yeah.
CVs around Lime Rock.
So it looks like so who else has SVR Sparks has opted to pit after that suboptimal lap that we saw. So his tires may have been going off. And now we have had a lead change at the front of the race, and I wonder if that's because the P1s are also going through their pit cycle. Let's take a look. Veloci Racers on 56%, staying out.
Is this their first time pitting?
40 minutes in?
Okay, no.
No, it should be their second pit, right?
Yeah, it definitely should. I just didn't notice the first time around. Wasn't paying attention enough.
Well, we were kind of watching the GT, so...
We certainly were.
Yeah.
But let's check. So I've actually just forgotten.
So check races and...
Yeah, I'm going to. I've just forgotten the number, so
yeah.
the commentary won't work if I say that he has 50% more fuel than the guy I don't remember. 54% for racers. Europa, as we approach the 1 hour mark in this race, has 50. Well,
Whoa! Hold up.
while we were watching that GT battle, something, TM, has happened, which is unfortunately something we have to say entirely too often because we only do have the one camera in this lobby. Forza Europa has fallen back rather dramatically and is now, I believe, closer to HCR Floofy than he is to the Veloci Racers at the front. So...
Could have been anything from a bad pit entrance to bad class interaction for him. Yeah, that's
Because that's a
good
massive
for the
loss.
27.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at where Racers is, if the camera will switch, please. Racers is all the way through the final chicane already, and Europa was just going through 130R. That's a bigger gap than we've seen between them. I mean, he's basically completely reversed
Split
the
the
gap.
gap,
It's
yeah.
gone the complete opposite direction. So there, and I see a GT battle ahead that Racers is about to run headlong into between AMR Death Monster and one of the... Is that the AX4X Aston Martin of Iceman, or is it the Grip Tech? That's...
I've just thought of a possibility, and it probably isn't right, but it could be possible that Racers is trying that two-stop, but maybe
But they're
not
on
with
the
those
same.
fuel
They're on the
numbers.
same fuel.
Yeah.
Is it possible to go to the end of the race from here and one more stop?
If you, from now it should be one more
An
stop.
hour? Yeah.
So what's the possibility that Europe has just gone into the pits twice?
Well, but
Both cars should have done. If you're going for the two-stop, you are.
Sorry,
Racers is trying.
Yeah.
Racers is. So if you're going for the two-stop, you're going to pit every 33 minutes. If you're going for the three-stop, you're going to go and pit every 25 minutes. And it looks like these guys have pit roughly 20 minutes, 25 minutes each stint. So
It would be fantastic if the telemetry told us
Ooh.
it's
well,
that
Ricky
was-
moving across the track. Veloci Racers did a good job to see that happening. He saw him start to move and adjusted his line before he got to the braking point. Otherwise, that could have been a massive accident.
that's the reaction times of the top guys up there. The whole pathing thing that I was talking about was kicked in.
Veloci Racers circuits kicked in. You could see the wheels turning, and then the decision was made. And actually, you could see the decision was made before even we realized what was happening.
Yeah.
That's the speed at which you have to think this race. Because these drivers, as you may know, they are their crew chief, they are their strategist. So in addition to all of their on-track responsibilities, in addition to the reflexes, the car control, the positioning, while doing that, they have to consider, where am I against the other cars in my class? Where am I against traffic? Where am I against the clock and against my fuel? And do all of that calculation while adjusting for a GT car that's just slid across your braking line into the hardest braking point on the entire circuit.
You make it sound so easy.
I mean, the good guys make it
Well,
look easy. I struggle with it, and all I have to do is watch the race.
While
I struggle
trying-
with it in the slow car.
While trying that two-stop around Nürburgring, you notice, because you're focusing on driving the car, you can't do maths around 130R or whatnot. So you've got to time your time for maths on the long straights, and that's not a long time because these cars are doing 190, 200.
And there aren't a lot of long straights here to do that math in.
Right.
We are now just under, I believe we are 2 laps past 1 hour remaining in this stint as Veloci Racers dives around the outside of Skyline and Merckx. There's a GT battle brewing there. He's got himself a rather commanding lead in prototype, so let's go keep an eye on that, in fact. This is that BMW on BMW battle. So, no advantage to be gained, no difference in cars, other than their setups, of course. So while the cars are evenly matched in terms of build, they could be running a various range of setups, although I suspect that with these drivers in these teams being as fast as they are probably pretty similar and pretty close to the optimal setup for this track.
Yeah. The only differences you'll see is personal preference, probably. Although in P1 it's a different story. A lot of people running high or low downforce setups. And that kind of changes the dynamic at the top of the field.
I wouldn't have thought you wanted anything more than a high downforce here.
Around here, yeah. But Spa was one of those ones where both setups worked.
I feel like Suzuka is one of the tracks that forces you to min-max your car. So if you have one of these speed cars, like the BMW or the Corvette, for instance, I think it's worth sacrificing that cornering ability in the first sector to be able to absolutely rip along some of the straights. Because, well, Q, you said there aren't many long straights. There are 3 rather long straights on this track. You have the start-finish straight. You have the run from the hairpin to Spoon, which, while it does have a bend in it, I think it's a turn, but it's a straight. You're flat the entire way. And then you have the run from Spoon with a lift through 130R all the way to the Cassio Triangle.
Those straights aren't really long enough to think on. You're thinking about where you're going to brake. And
Yeah, that's true.
Floopy is
Skyline
quite
did-
close to the second place car.
Yeah, and both these GT cars that we're focusing on getting a bit scrappy now. They've both had moments coming through the snake.
Yeah, we are, of course, featuring right now THR Skyline and AMS Mercs. You can see their respective Twitter profile pictures on the bottom of your screen, as well as their team associations. Skyline driving for SVR Purple and AMS Mercs for Alien Motorsports GT.
Dark with an off-track pass. That's awkward that was caution. All right.
All right,
I
excellent.
wasn't going to say anything.
At least he's not on not on my cars as much. So whenever I see Dark do those silly things, I just feel bad for the rest of the drivers.
That's all right. No one's going to clip it. It's fine.
Why did you say that? People probably didn't think of clipping it. So now they're gonna clip it.
If they like our stream, they won't clip it.
That's right, everyone, hit the button. If you like this stream, hit the follow button. Get active in chat. Share it with your friends.
And your friends will go, what?
And your friends will go, so you mean to tell me you spent 8 hours racing imaginary cars around an imaginary racetrack on a beautiful sunny Saturday morning and afternoon in Southern California? Why, yes, I did. Yes, I did.
And
You know why?
I wouldn't
Because
want to
I
do
don't
anything
have
to
to put on pants to go outside.
that.
I did
don't
anyway. But I did anyway.
Like, share, and subscribe. We're affiliates. Hey, you know what? You could subscribe to my channel. Give me money. No. But yeah, do share it.
So Morris and Skyline still seem content to follow each other without the difference in pace at the various parts of the track that we see when the 2 different cars are racing each other. These 2 are so evenly matched, it seems that they're struggling to pull away or to close up the gap. So let's see if we will have to remember these 2. Let's see if we can't go highlight some of the other brilliant drivers that we have here today. EVR Huracan in that Ford GT, running 9th overall and 4th in the GT class. Doing a good job to build on the start that EVR Mead gave that team with his performance in the first stint. And has himself in a bit of clean air and is turning in some very good lap time. Looks like he's actually closing in on that battle ahead. While they may not be fighting too much, well, there's a bit of a slide in the gravel, that'll cost him time. But while the 2 BMWs may not be squabbling too much, I wonder if just the presence of the car behind, how close do GT cars have to be where it starts to disturb the aero of the car in front?
Because the cars aren't so reliant on arrows as the prototypes are. For example, I accidentally killed the TOS car with Turismo in it because I was just close behind him and he had no rear arrow going up Eau Rouge. But the GT cars are less, they get affected by it less because a lot less of their percentage of grip is coming from the downforce that they've got. So you can still race, but it's noticeable. It's like making a tune change of, I don't know, 50 pounds, maybe 100 pounds.
Let's see. I think we've completed our most recent pit stop cycle, so our running order should be relatively representative. We see the SVR orange car driven by SVR Family Dude running P5 in GT. AMS Ramos, a frequent flyer here on SFN Official. We seem to find him basically every race, turning in consistent stints in what I believe is that Corvette. Let's see when the camera switches. Yes, it is. It's the black, red, or black, orange, and white Astro Gaming AMS Corvette. Well integrated livery there with the Astro branding on the side.
It's interesting to see a lot of Forza teams getting quite high-end sponsors.
No, I'm not. I don't know if that is an official sponsor. I think it is, but I don't
It
quote
is,
me
yeah.
on that. It is, yeah.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, Astro Gaming headsets are. Well, I mean, I have one on my head right now. I quite like it.
I'm a bit of an audiophile myself, so.
Well, yes, we know, and I mean, it's as far as sort of something like maybe a really professional setup, separate set of cans and a studio microphone.
Yeah.
Well, chat, what do you think? How clearly can you hear my grating voice?
We're still clear.
The mic on that thing.
To be fair,
Yeah,
I've got the same sort of setup with a crappy set of cans and a mic I bought off eBay.
To be fair, it doesn't sound bad. It sounds pretty okay.
Oh, Jesus, that was a move.
Optimistic move.
Yeah.
I think Ramos saw him coming because it didn't look like he turned in quite as aggressively, but that is the illustration of the closing speed that the prototypes have going into 130R. The speed difference, and especially because the prototypes can take that flat, prototype will lose a lot of time if they have to check up behind a GT car through there.
We should focus on getting fancy mics for the entire broadcasting stream.
So let's take a look back at the front of the prototype field, speaking of fast prototypes, and see if Forza Europa has hit it. Alright, well he has, and Floofy is in the pits as well. And the camera is in the pit building. There we go.
Yeah, it does that.
Does that.
Yeah,
I wish it would
Japanese-
just, if I wonder
Japanese
if,
technology.
here's an idea for Turn 10, you know, maybe take it under advisement. If there were a separate cinematic camera for the pit lane, instead of using the normal racetrack camera, because I think that high right angle at Suzuka is the standard racetrack cinematic camera for the start-finish straight.
Yeah.
But when the cars are pushed all the way to the right, like they are in the pit lane, it goes inside the building. If they had a separate trigger for a pit lane camera, that would be brilliant.
That would be fun.
Probably won't happen,
I-
but
I-
hey, a man can dream.
I hate
Hey,
to bring
They've
up
got bigger
Iris.
issues. They've got bigger issues to fix right now.
Yeah. I hate to bring up iRacing because I am a bit of a fanboy, but it would be really nice to be able to switch between each of the individual cameras and have 3 or 4 different variations on the TV cameras.
Yes, indeed. Let's stay with Forza Europa here. He has a couple of GT cars to pass before Spoon, and they're at that sort of awkward distance where he might just get on them right at the braking zone.
Or he just do that.
Yikes! Yep, right up the inside of Vin Doctor 21.
I missed that. I was busy reading the chat.
Oh,
Oh,
watch the-
okay.
I mean-
Send.
Perfectly sent. I mean, he saw the spot. Vin probably saw him coming. Europa knew, I can make this, so he did.
And Vin went, nope.
Well, Vin is a smart driver. He knows.
Yeah.
If you look in your mirror and you see a blue and white speck, and then you look in your mirror and you see a blue and white ball, and then you look in your mirror and all you see is blue and white, don't move over.
Yeah. Get the hell out of the way.
Like, the prototypes get on you quickly. So well done to some of these GT drivers. Maybe not for getting out of the way, but for knowing that they need to hold my line and not turn in just quite yet.
How far ahead's Velocity at the moment?
Sorry?
How far ahead is Velocity at the moment?
Races is... Actually, let's check out. how far ahead of the track he is. We can
Racers
do that
is
little
just
time
coming
thing
out
again.
of Degner 2.
Alright, start it when he gets to that tire wall.
All right, well, that was at 44.57 on the clock, and then back to Forza Europa. Going to pass that tire wall at 44.48. So about a 9-second gap from Veloce Racers back to Forza Europa in P2.
So it must have just been an on-track pass.
I guess.
Yeah.
Must have missed it.
Yeah.
Good though. Good job.
Start bias mode. Come on, SFM in
Yeah.
bias mode.
Racers is putting together a mega second stint now, not only pulling the advantage over the HCR Scuderia Automobili, I don't remember how to say the rest of the name, prototype.
Wheelie dealy.
Automobili Dilly Dilly.
Wheelie dealies.
Ooh, ee, ooh, ah.
Ding dang. Walla walla bing bang. Oh, a bit of a slide.
Yeah.
Bit late
So
there
to go back to that thought,
from
this number 27 SFM Vermilion car, so named because of the verdant green paint scheme, this brilliant green color that I believe Zai found or put together from the paint editor to replicate the British racing green on the Bentley EXP Speed 8. He's taken this car, which was in a dead heat for P2 with the HCR car, driven away from that car, past Forza Europa, who was in P1, and is now attempting to extend that lead. There is a possibility, slim, but a possibility, that by the end of this stint, the number 27 SFM Vermilion will be handed over to Zai in P1.
Yeah,
Don't
I'd
stuff
rather
it
you
up.
not say that.
We know you're brilliant. We saw what you did at Nürburgring. That was a fantastic drive. Anything like that will bring us a great result today. We're going to be rooting for you. You know that.
Yeah. Yeah. You know that we know that your driving ability exceeds your age.
Hey.
That was a compliment that made sense in my head.
That's cool. Thanks, though. Yeah, that double stint at Nürburgring was, even though we didn't get points in the end, 67% of 70% required to score points, I was still having a bunch of fun trying that two-stop. And
it was some of the best driving, other than the murdering of invisible cars, which of course you had no control over. It was some of the best driving I think I've ever seen from you.
Okay, we've got Roman Carp about to go a lap down here.
This is going to cost racers time. Roman Carp is slow through sector 1. I hadn't seen a comparison before, but that is a very slow prototype.
As they just send a cone flying into space.
Racers going to get the run up the inside here towards the hairpin. No.
Roman Carp is actually holding up races here.
Roman Carp is, like I said, we'd seen him improve through the first stint to this one. I mean, his first sector was a little slow, but that second sector, that wasn't bad. I mean, sure, we would have preferred if he'd moved over, perhaps, and not raced the leader when he's a lap down. But fair play to him. That was well done. Oh, he gets into the wall in the end of that shot. Well. The commentator's curse lives to fight another day. See, Veloce Racers coming around to complete another lap. Now, an hour into this stint, just 40 minutes remaining, plus or minus 30 seconds as he crosses the line there. And let's see. Let's do a time check. Pick the spot you want to check from, and we'll see just how much time Racers lost stuck behind Roman Carp. Now remember, depending on where they catch them, Forza Europa and HCR Fluky are still going to have to work their way past that same lap down prototype. So they may
Right.
incur the same time loss, but it does depend on where they catch them on track. You want to use that tire wall at the hairpin as our reference again?
Sounds like
Let's
a
go
plan.
for as soon as we get under the bridge. even.
Ah, good shout.
Yep. Let's do the Red Hot Chili Peppers check under the bridge.
So from 39:56 on the clock. $39.47, still a 9-second gap, so no significant change in the gap there, despite racers being held up. I wonder if Europa was caught in GT traffic in Sector 1.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe right.
I mean, either that or Racers
lap-
has just found the pace and is on it, because that's knowing his ability,
very
that's very
possible,
possible.
yeah. The lap down car might have just been fast enough through those few corners where it was holding him up a bit to not lose much time.
Europa into the Castillo Triangle once more. Under 40 minutes remaining in this race. We are now into the range where we expect to see these drivers make just one more stop regardless of their strategy.
Yep. I don't know if I will try the two stop. I'll do an entire race in the first one round and then I'll think about it.
Sounds like a strategy. That's a good strategy.
A strategic strategy
Yes.
for a strategy.
Sorry, I was distracted by Formula One qualifying results.
Let's probably not spoil it.
I'm not.
Yeah. It's just-
Don't
Well, it
worry.
looks like while we've been focusing on the race, looks like there's been a bit of a lively discussion going on in the chat. GPR Brian saying it's cold and dark here in Germany, so he doesn't have better things to do. Oh, that's probably in reference to my talking about sitting inside while it's beautiful and sunny outside. Well,
Do you have paints on though, at least?
I do now.
Good.
Killer giving too much info.
Killer sharing
He's,
entirely too much information, so we'll skip that.
Talk with
Wanted to
the-
know why Europa is in second, right? Informing him Racers passed him. Well, yes, because Racers was in second, and then Europa was in second, so naturally, somehow they must have passed. The actual how, unfortunately, we
Oh.
didn't catch. Robo Red Midnight,
Caps.
correcting my French color names.
Caps game has crashed.
Caps crashed, so that'll be a disconnect for the Fourth Row Motorsports 4 GT out of B Lobby. That's unfortunate for them.
Yeah.
Beefy wanting to know how old is Zai. That's personal information. We can't get that out under GDPR because we don't want to get banned. Also, we can't share any more memes under GDPR, so the rest of the stream will be 100% joke-free. Actually, that's not GDPR. That's the other
already said in
intellectual
chat.
protection thing. Whatever.
I was going to say, I'd
I don't
be
care.
out if that was the case. I'm just 100% meme.
That's how it be. Yeah, the stream won't be streaming to the European Union as it contains too many memes.
So let's see here. I've been following Europa as he catches up to Roman Karp. And let's see how quickly he's able to get by. Karp's gonna hold. No, that's gonna be clean as soap. Caught him into the hairpin, up the inside, and gone. No time lost, hardly at all.
So I was going to ask you, what's the blue flags for prototyping in this race?
I think racers would have been pretty angry at what Roman Karp did. It was fine because he didn't lose much time at the end of the day, but like, you're supposed to. The rule is don't be a phallic object. Don't be a dick. And
Switcher.
well, yeah, I don't know. I don't think he'll get a penalty for that, but
It's just a
No,
case
certainly
of
not. There wasn't any contact. I think if there had been contact made to slow him up, that would be more of an inquiry. But just being, I don't know if just being a lap down you don't have to move over.
I mean, if I were
No.
a lap down, I would.
I understand from a driving etiquette perspective, but I don't think it's actually
Yeah.
written in the rules that you don't have to move out of the way of the car because there are
It's
technically
not
no blue
F1
flags.
rules, no.
Yeah.
No, it's not F1 we suddenly have to jump into Fuji to get the way out of Suzuka.
Right.
That would be a feat. We haven't.
Wait, these guys win.
Fuji kind of sounds like Floofy, and that reminds me, we haven't looked at him in a while.
That
He
attractive
isn't-
fellow. We should go have a look.
Right.
The car looks nice. We'll leave it at that. I really do like the HCR red and white. I know I was talking about how I like different colors, but the way that they've used the geometric patterns to transition from the red on the front to the white, and especially using that Alpha Rosso or
Alpha rebadge.
I was going to say
whatever that color is, it's awfully close to Alfa Romeo's Rosso Competizione color, and that's a good red. It is a very good red. If you've
That is
seen a
good red.
Giulia or a Stelvio or a 4C out on the road in that color, you will look twice, I guarantee it.
think
It is a rebadge. An alpha rebadge.
Yeah, I was going to say. And I'm pretty sure that red is the same colour as my podcasting mate Floodman 11's new car. Which
Oh.
is...
There you go.
He wouldn't take me for a ride into the mongrel.
Oh, hello. Alright.
Yeah.
Moving swiftly onwards. Where's Dark in relation to all of this?
Well, it's a good question. Floofy's just getting onto the start-finish now. Dark is just coming, so he's about the distance from the chicane to the start-finish line behind Floofy. So he hasn't really lost much ground, but he hasn't been able to reel him back in. And Floofy may just have that little bit of extra pace that Dark can't quite match today.
I think Dark City might have an issue with the brake line as well. I don't know if that was just the whole lobby or just him.
I believe that
That
the cause of
was-
the restart was that the GTs had the prototype
yeah.
braking line, I believe, which again is a rather persistent bug that we haven't been able to determine a specific cause for, but it does seem to pop up in these large multi-class lobbies more often.
And it's obviously far from ideal because, the braking line's
some
so
drivers
different.
don't depend on the braking line. They use landmarks to spot their braking points. But for those that do use the braking line, if you have one for a car that is a class above yours and you don't realize it until the first time you need to hit the brakes at race speed, you're going to have an accident.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
and then you're going to have to relearn. You're going to have to basically teach yourself those braking point landmarks that you have to spot just with your eyes instead of just staring at the track during the race at racing speeds. You'll basically be practicing during the race session.
Which is not exactly ideal.
I did that at OEC during the Monza round.
Yeah, but OEC is different to this.
A bit, yes. But I learned, actually...
The class braking line is completely different. This car's
Yes.
braking 100 foot
because you have
after.
vintage prototypes and then vintage GT cars. And I learned, because I'll confess, I had always been a braking line user. As we see SVR Sparks dip into the pits there behind V12 Wiki, it looks like the final round of GT pit stops is happening now with about 30 minutes left on the clock. I learned going around Monza that once I found those landmarks, once I was able to actually spot braking points instead of just kind of a nebulous spot on the track where a line changes color, I went significantly quicker.
So maybe that's something I need to work on because I do rely on the braking line a lot, and as you guys know, I'm not the quickest guy in the shed.
I rely on it quite heavily, and so do a lot of the top drivers because it's just an extra on-track reference point.
I mean, I leave it on. I don't turn it off because I know some
Yeah.
people who insist on driving in cockpit, no braking line. That's too hardcore for me. Listen, I'm not that good. I probably will never be. But I
Especially
learned
with
that
the
using it
controller.
as a supplement to picking out a braking point, whether it be the edge of a curb or a tire wall or a sign or a braking board, although braking boards are unreliable because some people like to annihilate them. No names. I found that those...
Cal would be angry.
I wasn't going to name names. I found that those sort of points that I can pick out are easier for me to hit consistently because it's just
They
it's a
don't
more
move.
concrete single point
Yeah.
for me to target. Let's
Coming up here quickly, I'm gonna probably... I'll stick in the voice chat, but I'm gonna focus more on a bit of practice before I
Yeah,
actually get
Good call.
into the car.
Absolutely, no, you're not allowed to practice. You have to go in cold and embarrass yourself.
Yes.
just get warmed up, get comfortable, have beer. No, don't do that.
No, definitely don't do that. You're not even of age. Or are you?
Again, GDPR.
It's the
Beep!
UK.
This is the censors.
It's the UK. I mean,
Yeah.
Good point. You could be.
you're allowed to drink in your own home at the age of
Yeah,
5.
good point. I did when I was in York one day. I did have a bottle of wine. I was chugging in the main street, go back to the bus. So yeah, it is a bit more
when
lax
the
there.
UK has more freedom than the United States. Yeah, freedom.
It's definitely an unhealthy lifestyle that the government has decided to.
All right, we should probably have a look at some GT action.
Yeah,
Let's do that.
Gonna do that.
We've just seen the second place prototype of Forza Europa pass our GT leader, AeroX Bokit. That car was on pole, and he's led every lap of this race, with the exception of a couple during the pit cycle, I believe.
So
Further
yeah,
down the order, I think we had a battle between Skyline and Merckx, but they've separated a bit now. Looks like about 1,000 feet.
Well, that's a bit much. Closer to 300 maybe.
I mean, is it maybe?
Yeah, it's like 300.
300 meters.
Don't hire me as a survey crew, apparently.
No, do get hired as a survey crew. They make a lot of money.
Hire me as a survey crew if you want to have a property that is much larger than the one that you paid for. So you want a mile, huh? That's about over there, I think. EVR Huracan in that EVR Motorsport Ford GT, still running in 4th position in GP, just not quite able to get to those BMWs ahead of him. Behind
But
him,
at the
sorry?
At the same time, they'll be happy with the stint, consolidating from the first mega stint.
Oh yeah, absolutely. SVR Family Dude in the SVR orange car, very brightly colored machine. He's got the SVR rainbow car that's a lap down just behind him, so a little SVR family portrait on your screen. Well, I was going to say now, but it was then. How about, nope, not, well, okay.
Well, sort
If
of.
the camera would just
Sort
stop changing at the every time both cars are on screen, it changes. I give up. All right, moving back, we're just going to show you that car in a minute.
Oh,
There they
it is,
are.
there it is.
All right, so if you wanted your
Hey.
screenshot, that was your chance. I hope you got it. It's your family portrait for SVR. Well done to Solar Vision Racing getting 4 GT cars into A lobby. That's an achievement in and of itself. AMS Ramos in the Astro GT AMS GT Corvette. V12 WikiWiki in the gold, bronze, metallic green. We still haven't decided what color it is because it changes. Beautiful Red Bull number 66 V12 Racing Corvette.
So
looks like there's
they've
a battle
managed to swap a
behind
V12
him.
in that car.
Sorry, no, there is no V12, but it's V12 Racing Team. You know what I mean. Don't do me like that, Zai. I thought you were practicing.
Yeah, all right.
Here we go. This looks special.
And our run down to the field, we've stumbled
Yeah,
into
this
a
is
battle
something.
between the AX4X Racing UK
Has
car.
The
Sparks
UK car.
Has Sparks dropped back a bit?
No, that isn't the UK.
It's the US car.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Or is it?
Now you're gonna make me look it up.
Oh man, you know how much I love Balls' music and how it always comes on, even when you've turned it off. What a feature.
That is the AX4X Cyber Racing US car. You are correct.
Yep.
Is it? I've got it as the UK car.
Wait.
It is both.
Okay, I am looking at the TORA TEC doc that shows that I'm looking at Big Ben and not TLR Law. That is the AX4X Cyber Racing UK car. I was right in the beginning.
I was gonna say, our graphics.
Looked at the wrong Aston Martin. Either way, they're having a fantastic scrap right now as we see the prototype going to try to work his way through here. And actually, two prototypes. HTR Floofy now about to put Roman Karp a lap down to third place, getting a bit held up in the process. Let's see if TLR Law can use that grip advantage of that Aston Martin through the Degners to get that run into the hairpin that we've seen so many times this race. Driftin' Hero, how's GT looking? All you're seeing is LMPs. Yeah, we were showing LMPs because there was early on there was a bit of a question as to how Veloce Racers got by Forza Europa and then so far ahead. We still don't have an answer for that, but he did. The GT order has been, for the most part, processional, but we have had a couple of good scraps here and there, and we're getting one right now.
By the way, Drifting Hero, good first stint.
There you go. As I plow some cones over.
Excellent.
I mean,
That's what.
cones are for hitting. That's why they put them there.
Yeah, that's what you're meant to do in autocross, isn't it?
You weren't supposed to hit it. It
Yeah.
would be a wall.
Ah.
You get bonus time for hitting cones.
they're like coins in
Yeah.
Mario or Stars and Sega. I don't know. I haven't played those in way too long. Oh, there's a wiggle from TLR Law. Speaking of walls, oh, he nearly collected one.
Jesus.
I'm gonna have to get the stream up for that because I missed that. Oh
who is
boy.
Who is
Oh.
Drifting Hero has asked where his teammate is. Who controls the stream? Please answer that.
Driftin' Hero, you are in the Grip Tech Aston Martin along with Iceman, right? So let's find Iceman. Iceman is one spot behind this battle right now, running P15 overall. That's P10 in GT, I believe. Looks like he's got a bit of open track. Handsome black, orange, and white car from Grip Tech Racing. Good. How did your... Let's see. Here, how did your first stint go? I didn't actually see. I think you had that car ranked pretty low. You were sitting P9. Oh yeah, P1, 2, 3. Right on the bubble there. P6, I think, is where you were. It's like he's dropped back a bit from that in this stint, but certainly has kept you in touch with the back end of the podium in GT. Looks like you still got a shot, so good luck if you're getting back in the car. Grip Tech Performance, sorry, not Grip Tech Racing. Thank you for correcting me.
I just had to look at that timing doc you just looking at before, and there's so many DNFs and DNSs in the second lobby. It's crazy.
Yes, the second lobby seems to have had a bit of attrition, and so it's going to be, of course, the ones that DNF'd, if they do finish out the rest of their 3 stints, it's possible that they can get within the 70% rule, where you have to achieve 70% of the distance of your class's leader. But any other disconnects would certainly make that impossible. And some of the ones that are lower down that may have struggled to reach 90%, as it were, unfortunately, I hope they keep racing, because I always like to see cars fight to the very end, but I can understand if some of them withdrew. We've seen it happen in previous rounds when a car will just get demoralized after a disconnect. Although, at the Spa round, we did have the Polish squad, the PMC prototype team, had a pair of disconnects and said, you know what, we can't get points, we can't finish high, we don't care, we want to race. And that's the spirit that we love to see. That's really the spirit of motorsports, to just keep pushing on, keep pressing on, because however small the chances may be, the chance is zero if you don't keep trying.
If you're
Exactly right.
here to win and not to race, then you're probably doing it wrong.
Even at this level.
Right, yeah.
Speaking of people being here to win, though, out at the front, the
Right.
Veloce Racers. I mean, this is a man. He's on a mission. This might be a community competitive event. This might not be This might not be the Forza Racing Championship. We're not on television. We don't have a fancy studio
not?
rig.
Oh, Kiwi's been scammed.
Sorry, Kiwi, your contract was changed. We're not broadcast on.
So this is what it feels like to be. This is what it feels like when you're the person scammed instead of doing the scamming. Right.
Yes.
But full credit to Veloce Racers. He said on Twitter, "I want to race. I want a community race. Give me something
Right.
competitive. I want to get out on track and show that I have the pace and the ability." And he has certainly done that today, stepping into this car for the first time this season. About 1 week of testing to get his tune sorted, and putting together a brilliant second stint here, really showing well at this 8 hours of Suzuka. As we see him go up the inside of LSE Insanity. Nothing really to say about that. Just a good, clean move. GT driver saw him coming, let him have the inside, and he'll be on his way down to Spoon. One of my favorite corners on this track. It's as difficult, in my opinion, as Turn 1 to get right. Mostly because the penalty for getting it even a tiny bit wrong is so much greater, because Turn 1 feeds into that short straight into the snake. Spoon feeds into this long straight, so a mile an hour at the beginning is 4 or 5 miles an hour at the end.
And it's such an awkward corner to get right because there's a couple of apexes and it's very
Ooh, as we
easy
see
to go.
Bokit move across. There's the reflexes of racers again for the second time this race. Dodging as a GT car moves across his line under braking into the Casio Triangle chicane.
Not having the best of luck with those GT cars.
I mean, fingers crossed, the luck has held out so far. He's spotted the move both times and gotten around, but certainly,
Ooh.
you know, he's a mild-mannered guy for the most part. I don't hear him swear, but he might be turning the air blue over there if that happens too many more times.
He has been known for in FRC just messing with a few people.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. That's what we're here for, right?
Define messing.
We'll
Yes.
leave that discussion for another day. Brad wants to know, do they account for laps done before the DC? Oh yeah, you've already answered that in chat. I see that. Yes. So he will get credit for the distance that he's done, but with 70%, you can really afford to only lose one stint in total. So if you disconnect halfway through 2 stints, even if you get 2 half stints, you get at best 75% race distance if you are the leader. So it starts to get very close to a 0-point finish.
Yeah, and we had a couple of cars in the first stint just to get on lap 1 and lap 13. It's like, well, do they really continue on?
I think if you disconnect once, you should, just to get the points.
Mm-hmm.
If you disconnect twice and those stints aren't like deep into the stint, so like more than halfway through, it's questionable if you should really continue.
Unless you really like the game.
So,
Yeah.
fellas, I just saw something in the background that makes me interested. As Veloci Racers was coming through that final corner onto the start finish straight, I saw a light blue roof coming into the Casio Triangle.
I hope the rest of the car was with it too.
I suspect it was, but Forza Tire Walls said, you don't get to see this right now. So, I suspect that with 15 minutes remaining, Europa now might be on his final charge of the race. The gap might, I mean, this is a big gap still. It's a lot to overhaul because 15 minutes is really going to be only, 10 laps or so? Does that sound right?
15 minutes, 10 laps,
Yeah.
roughly.
Yeah. So
Maybe
I mean,
11.
10 or 11 laps, even with that sort of speed, that we know that Europa is capable of pulling out of wherever he hides it sometimes. Because there are times when, as fast as he is, he just finds another gear. I don't think that he's close enough that even if he goes Super Saiyan, that he can get back to Racers unless Racers has something happen to him.
Don't say that. That's the car I'm driving. No.
Nothing is going to happen. Everything is fine.
Oh no. It's been made worse.
Nothing's on a fire yet. It's fine.
Well, except for the California coast. Don't know if you've seen the pictures, but our thoughts do go out to my neighbors to the north who are dealing with yet another enormous wildfire. So if anybody knows anybody from up there, thoughts and prayers, our best wishes are with them. Hopefully nobody here has been affected by that, but if you have, we wish you the best.
Yeah, absolutely. As a former firefighter, I know exactly what I like to deal with as any sort of victim, and I do pass on my sincere thoughts to everybody involved.
So we've been tracking Racers here in his prototype as he works his way around, coming into the last part of this second stint. He'll be out of the car, so this will be it for him. This is his last chance to make an impression for this round, and what an impression it has been. Looking at the bridge now, he's going under the bridge with 13:44 on the clock, and 13:37 for Europa. So the gap has shrunk by about 2 seconds.
That's 2 seconds though in 15 minutes.
It is, and so that's what I'm saying. Is Europa might be gaining on him again, but I don't think he's gaining quickly enough where he's going to even put Racers under pressure.
It's just a case of mitigating the loss.
Although speaking of pressure, there's a little squeeze up the inside of the SVR Rainbow Corvette. That's, I'm starting to think that maybe that isn't as dramatic as it looks on camera, because we've seen the prototypes do that many, many times now. Although I'm sure the GT cars, I'm sure, still feel it every time.
Oh yeah, we're going to try to catch an onboard with someone who's doing it to see how dramatic it actually is.
Yeah, you are not wrong. We'll see if we can spot that in the next stint. Although we might get another round of GT interactions. There's a wiggle there from SVR Sparks. Looks like is that TLR Law behind him again? Have they?
They've been on each other's bumpers all day, so
yeah, they really haven't spent much time apart. Got a little bit of a stage 5 clinger back there.
As Evil Kiwi comes to visit.
I am Evil Kiwi. I am Evil Kiwi.
Evil singing Kiwi.
Oh, if you listen to my podcast, you know how much I sing.
A quick run down the field again with 12 minutes left in this stint. Again, it might be a little bit less than 12 minutes because we are, of course, going to... We started the clock as soon as we saw cars rolling on our screen, but Forza doesn't always load everybody in synced at exactly the same point when you're in spectator mode, so... The clock is roughly accurate.
One thing to think of right now is these prototype cars are probably, considering that you can kind of abuse the engine now, they're probably using engine braking in order to get these things stopped now as well.
You are right about that. That is something that I hadn't thought because of the change to fuel and tires damage modeling because of the glitch with the curb. Without the engine damage that we would have had we been running in sim, you can over-rev the engine to get that little bit extra braking force to get it stopped just that much shorter.
People were abusing that in practice, I remember. At Silverstone, it was under talks. Alright, it's 10 minutes before the race. After I'm done with this lap, I think I'm gonna head off and go to the Xbox party and get things ready.
Drifting Hero has abused you in chat, told you to go do your job, so you better go.
Alright. My job needs to be done. See you guys
Zai
later.
needs to host, yeah. See you, Zai.
Have a good one.
And Drifting Hero, he is doing his job. He's doing double duty today. He's a hard-working young lad. Decided to come in and entertain the good folks for the first half of the race, and then head out and hopefully give us a show for the second half.
Yeah. I mean, would you rather just listen to a sleep-deprived Kiwi and the guy who's actually doing the decent job of hosting this?
I've got a coffee in hand. Got a robe on. I'm comfy. Like, you know,
Yeah, but what do you
this
think?
is a good way to spend a Saturday morning. Brad, nobody cares what you think. That was harsh. I apologize.
Oof. Meanwhile, it's 10 minutes at 6 and my housemate's having to whack me on the head yet for waking them up, so it's good. The sun is officially coming up.
So let's take a quick look. There's actually something I've been meaning to check earlier. When we were trying to figure out strategy, let's see just what the... Oh yeah, he's fine. Well managed. No... Mr.
Oh,
Drive
he's-
misses
yeah.
running P class. You know, Mr. Drive, that's something that actually hasn't been brought up. So there are a lot of very fast drivers who do run GT. Oh, Darkser!
Ooh,
Or no, that was
ooh,
Racers.
Ooh, that did not look good.
Didn't see.
So I saying he had an issue of some sort.
I didn't see who it was.
Well, I'm just waiting. I think someone's typing in chat, so I'll just see what's coming up with that. Potentially an invisible car. That would be bad.
That would be bad. Because, you know, and your Drifting Hero, you might be on something about that because it didn't seem to affect the prototype car in the slightest. Ooh, Insanity's missed that braking point a bit for Digger too, but no, you mentioned that. The physics in this game, there is a glitch, unfortunately, where sometimes a car will go invisible, and when that happens, collisions with that invisible car no longer affect the handling of the car that hits it. Appreciate that, Drive.
Yeah, because it was just an absolute hip check. It was like bloody.
It was really uncharacteristic.
Yeah, it was basically the sort of hit trick that Ayrton Senna gave his teammate. So yeah, no, it's definitely not just bad driving. There's something else is going on there.
Well, back at the front of the GT field, Bokit continues leading in this impressive performance. I mean, everybody kind of knew when they saw the sign-up sheets a couple of months ago that a team with this lineup, the mixed match from Heck team, again PG stream,
Yep.
it's these drivers are good, really good, really good.
And I
like,
think
and you have a bunch of FRC drivers who could absolutely hang in the protos in GT. And
why do you think?
Sorry.
What do you think that? Why do you think that is? We're not seeing all these prototypes. Like, there's only 10 protos amongst both lobbies, and it does seem to detract from the proto race somewhat.
Well, personally, I enjoy racing GTs more. So for some of it could just be a personal preference. Also, the GT field in this series is impressive. It's varied, with the exception of the RSR, which nobody seems to want to drive, which makes me sad because it makes noises that make me happy in all kinds of places. There's a good varied field. You've got Ford GTs, Corvettes, Aston Martins, BMWs. There's a good mix of cars, there's a good mix of drivers, and GT racing has been fantastic. And I feel like I can't really explain why people seem to have gravitated more towards the GT field, but I'm glad they did because it's given us some great moments throughout the season.
Oh, hasn't it just? And today's GT racing has been phenomenal, but we have had some beautiful prototype as well.
Let's see here. Quick check of the clock. tells me that we have just over 5 minutes remaining in this session.
The things are
The
starting
running
to
order
wind down
appears
now.
to be approximately the same. Still Bokit ahead of Skyline, ahead of Mercs, ahead of Huracan, then Family Dude, Ramos, Wiki, Sparks, TLR Law, Iceman in 15th, no change there. And then AMR Death Monster, Big Ben and Vin Doctor in 17th and 18th. Two drivers that have raced together in the past in various other series. Kind of close together. Let's see if Vin can't get to Ben's bumper and create a little bit of intrigue here in the closing stages of this stint.
Just send it up the inside and see if we can get a 1 foot gap again.
Yeah, again. We haven't shown much of this, despite being the official Swordfish Motorsports channel, we haven't shown much of this Swordfish Race Squadron 9-8 Calsonic Ford GT. I believe this livery was done by SFM Snowstorm.
Yes.
He was the one who put this together. Did a really good job of capturing, using the lines of the car and capturing the spirit of the original GT300 and GT500 Calsonic Skylines.
Yes, it does look phenomenal. I know people are like, well, it's boring, but it's Japan in a nutshell as far as like racing heritage goes.
Absolutely.
And it's really awesome to see teams do this sort of thing. Like in our in our series that we do, our OEC one, the Vintage Endurance, I've done up an old Ford Mustang from like the 70s, which looks mint. And it's just those really historic liveries. When people do them right, they look amazing.
They do, and people will complain about, oh, it's a historic livery, but it's on a Ford. Yeah, but so what? It looks good. Deal with it.
Yeah. Exactly. It's not. I mean, hell, I put a pink pig livery on a Lamborghini and it looked all right.
Well, that's a crime against humanity, and you should be executed. But this looks okay.
Thanks.
No, it is a shame that we don't get any of the 911 RSRs in TEC this time around. It is a car. It does exist. It's on the sheet. You could take it, but I don't believe there is a single one entered in this.
That kind of makes me want to enter the NAS round as a solo with it in it, because it's actually not a bad car to drive.
I don't know if that's permitted. I don't think it is.
You can join with
maybe
me.
it could be like a Le Mans style Garage 56 entry. Isn't that what the experimental garage is, where they used to run the Delta Wing out of?
Yes. Before it got destroyed.
Before sad things happened to the Delta Wing program, yes, but...
Yes. Oh, Brad, don't you like my pink pig idea? Ooh, geez, that was a bit tight.
Snowstorm's in chat. Oh, that's right. Snowstorm going to be hopping into this car for the next 2 stints, I believe. I think it's a double stint from Finn and a double stint from Snow. A 2-man team for this race. Try to bring home a good result. And let's see. Who is he going to be up against? Because it looks like this pack is actually closing up. Darkser going to weave his way through these GT cars here in a moment. But it's a tight race. It's a very tight race. A tenth of a mile separates the LSCM prospective Chevy C7R from the SFM Ford GT. And then just another 3/10 or so back to the SPR Rainbow Chevy. So, of course, we'll have to see what the results are at the end of this stint. But after the first stint results were in, it was close.
Yes, it's going to be...
Drifting Hero demonstrating impressive maturity in the chat. Thank you. Listen, Michael Scott, anytime you want to come by, you're welcome. Just bring coffee and donuts, because I need it, because I'm fading fast, actually. All of a sudden, I just realized that. It's getting towards noon, and I haven't had much of anything to eat.
Not ideal. Time for
So
Uber
I'm
Eats.
getting an update from Zai in one of the lobbies. Looks like Europa is behind because he has spun twice.
Oh,
Well,
that's un-Europa-like.
that is un-Europa-like, but again, Europa, of course, like these other fast drivers, I believe, is using sim steering, and it can catch you out. It's very easy to make a small mistake that costs you a lot of time.
This is very true. I don't understand. I'm assuming he uses a controller.
And that should be
that's
the
perfect
stop
time.
ball. There it is. And there's the timer. Okay, that's... Thank you.
We're actually pretty spot on with the time this time around.
We nailed it. Good job to me. I'll pat myself on the back. That is the end of Stint 2. We are halfway through the 8 Hours of Suzuka here, organized by the Online Racing Association as part of their TORA Endurance Championship, presented today, as always, by SFM Official. SFM Zai was here earlier. SFM Darkster was here earlier. Darkster may be returning for the second portion of this race. But in the meantime, let's get a rundown of where the cars finished here in Stint 2. Back at the front, having a very impressive stint, we have Veloce Racers has his car stopped there in Degno. And of course, this stop on track is a quirk. It is a feature of the distance scoring method used here in the Online Racing Association's Endurance Championship, where all the distances have to be added up. I think it's a relatively good, fair way of doing it versus the alternatives.
Sorry. Apparently, your timer deafened people.
Sorry, my timer definitely turned the goddamn bell down. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. It's not a fire alarm, it's just a bell. No reason to panic. I apologize. If you were in a movie theater watching this on your phone, first off, why are you doing that? Secondly, I apologize.
Sorry, let's get back to the order before they start quitting.
Yeah. So first place, Stint 2, Veloce Racers. Brilliantly done. Thank you to Racers for hopping in that 27 car on a week's notice and giving us a great showing. He's put that car in good hands now, handing over to Zai. And remember, just because Racers is FRC material doesn't mean there's going to be a big drop-off. Zai matched his qualifying time to the 1/1000th of a second. Zai's got the pace. Let's see if he can do what Racers did and hit that pace lap after lap after lap and turn in a stint like that. If he does, we might have ourselves a heck of a result here for Swordfish Motorsport. Third place in this stint is HCR Floofy, so that's another good result. Well, as we see the rear end of the HCR car, thanks to Forza's cameras.
Floofy, can you just back it up a bit, please?
Don't move the car. Do not move. We do not want cars moving during results collection. Darkser, in his natural habitat. No, I'm kidding, of course.
Yeah. No, his natural habitat would be in the gravel on his roof.
Oof. Well, you'll have to answer him for that. I didn't say that. That wasn't me, for the record. And then Roman Karp rounding out 5th position in P1. In GT, to nobody's surprise, AeroX Bokit. P1, DHR Skyline. P2, AMS Mercs. Finishing out the podium for the second stint here in a lobby. EVR Huracan, good result for the EVR team. That's, I believe, a 10th place overall and a 9th place overall. So that'll put them in 4th place, right in the hunt for that last podium spot. And that race might only get tighter the later we go into this race. Black screen. Why? Please, no.
The best, and this is the award for the best gamer tag of the lobby.
SVR Family Dude. Yeah, sure. You can hand that award out. It is yours, after all. In the SVR Orange car, running P5 in GT, AMS Ramos P6 in the stint. Apparently, AMS Ramos sexually identifies as a tire wall. Actually, that's not fair. Let's go back and change the camera around to get a better view of that, because that is a good-looking car. So let's fix that really quickly.
There it is.
There it is.
It was on track for, was it?
It's right in the middle of the track. I don't know why the camera was aimed at the wall, but there it is. There's the Astro Pro Gaming Equipment Corvette C7R.
Gorgeous.
SVR Sparks, who we saw in a fight for much of the race with, I believe, his Yeah, his neighbor, let's just call him his neighbor because he's moved in next door, TLR Law, there in 12th and 13th. Iceman in the Grip Tech Performance, Aston Martin in 14th. Then AMR Death Monster. Big Ben in the AX4X US, Aston Martin. Right ahead of Vindoctor in the Race Squadron 984 GT. LSEM Insanity, who may have been the car that got
Yes.
hit at turn 1, I think it was.
Well, that would explain. That might explain it because Dark said he actually got him into hit him early in the race as well.
Did he? Oh. Okay. Interesting. And then the fourth SVR car, again, 4 SVR cars in A lobby. Going to be a big points day for the SVR teams. This SVR Rainbow car,
That is,
which I believe
It's
was
an
painted by Joe Pinder. We've said it before, we'll say it again. Did a fantastic job. Give us a little bit of
I do love
sound.
the-
It looks like he's got a poppy on the hood there, so that's a
Great
nice
incorporation.
touch to add that
Yeah.
in for today's race.
yes. This stream will be offline by 11 a.m. my time, but yes.
It's like
Looks like we're into fun times now.
for mounts and beautiful, gigantic V8 noises.
So looks like we might be a bit potentially delayed. Lobby B has died while catching results apparently.
Oh. Well,
We might be here for a while. Okay. What was that?
well, there are cars still stopped on track. I don't know if these cars have been given the go-ahead. I'm assuming they've been given the go-ahead to move since
Mm-hmm.
we are. Let's.
Okay. Yep. So our XFM driver Sky Active. B lobby game just crashed before distances could be finished. Partly collapsed at the same time.
Oh. That.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's suboptimal.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Vindoctor's gonna get smashed if he doesn't move.
So remember, Zai's not in here, and hopefully he's not listening to the stream. Zai, if you're listening to the stream, mute me now. But, looks like he is going to be just over 1 mile, or less than about a third of a lap behind P1 overall once he gets in the car.
That's incredibly tasty.
Veloce Racers turned in a 207-mile stint.
Damn.
That is the most distance covered in a single stint by any prototype in this race so far. So, the bar has been set, the gauntlet has been thrown, the cars have all wrecked at the exit of PS's. We have one half of this race complete, and it has gotten interesting.
Yes, it has. As Bon Jovi said, whoa, we're halfway there.
You know, I really wish you'd sung that, but don't go back and do it now.
No, because I can't reach the high notes. Or the low notes or any notes.
Okay, we are now playing Last Man or Demolition Derby. I'm not sure
Yep.
which. So while the drivers are entertaining themselves,
Oh, that was a great take up by family, dude. Well done, mate.
while the drivers are entertaining themselves, let's bring up the standings sheets so that our viewers can see where everybody has sorted out after 2 stints. There we go. That should be up now, and let's toggle this over to the live timing tab. Yes, indeed. There we go. So here is your live timing. I believe all of the A lobby, in this case that'd be lobby 1 on your screens, results should be updated appropriately. And so those standings are unofficial at the moment, obviously, because any sort of SIs that may be submitted for class interactions would change these. But unofficially, after 2 stints, my math was off by a bit. Gander Autosport leads by 2.8 miles, which is about 2/3 of a lap instead of 1/3. SFM Vermilion has about a 1.2 mile lead over the Kaido HCR Automobili SGR Alfa Romeo after 2 excellent stints from HCR Floofy. The number 24 SFM Competizione, after that stint from Dark, following the stint from Shadow, looking at P3 right now, I think Dark is double stinting.
He is.
I have been invited to the next lobby. So while this is on the screen, I will be hopping over to that. Magic's happening behind the scenes. I am teleporting. No attention to the man behind the curtain. Excellent. So we would give you a rundown of the order as it stands, but it turns out this race is running so well that we're actually getting into our next lobbies on time. So to give you the podiums as they stand right now are in P1, Gander Autosport, then SFM Vermilion, then Kaido HCR Automobili SGR. In GT, Mix Match from Heck, the team of Bokit, South, and Moshis, I believe, is going to be in the car for the final stint, is currently on the top step. Second is Alien Motorsports GT, and the final step on the podium is SVR Purple, after those stints from Solar himself and HR Skyline. For those of you who want to know where the SFM cars stand, the SM Competizione car is in 4th position in P1. The SFM Race Squadron 9-8 is currently 15th in GT. And the Swordfish Absonapt, number 96 for GT, down in 26th after having a game crash and disconnect in stint 2.
Just having a look at those margins in GT, there's not a lot of distance there.
No, there really isn't, and I'm not sure if... it looks like... I'm not sure if I can highlight. I can't. Well, that's all right. We have a guest joining us in the booth. We have another brilliant commentator to give us insights from the race. I'd like to welcome LSEM Butler. Butler, how you doing?
Goodbye.
He's just left the voice chat. All right, I've scared him away.
Excellent.
So hopefully he'll join back in.
That sounds like he's back.
All right, let's try this again. Joining us in the booth, we have LSCM Butler. Butler, how's it looking out there?
Oh. Oh, sorry about that. My microphone's
all right.
dodgy as hell sometimes. No, it's been a first. It was good. Nice little bit of light-hearted talk while me and Turismo were running out there. Unfortunately, Turismo actually disconnected after the second lap in stint 2. So there's a bit of an issue there for him, and the TOS team. It wasn't exactly I mean, it was a decent stint to run stint 2, but it wasn't all too interesting, as it basically was me being the only prototype in the lobby lapping cars.
Yikes. Yeah, I can see how that would be
Yeah,
not ideal.
just waiting for the margins to come in now. For the stints that were just run, I think I ran a 204.3, so that should put me right up behind that SFN car.
Well, that's good news for you, but just back off a little bit.
Yeah.
So you're happy with how you've gone, obviously?
Oh, it's been my first outing in a prototype since the 12 Hours of Sebring in February, so it's been a good change of pace and a lot of fun.
And of course, being from the sounds of it in Australia, you're doing this at a stupid time of the morning as well.
Yes, I just finished and it's 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Know that pain. Oh, hey, I know that pain. It's now, what, 6 a.m. over here, and I've bloody been going since midnight.
Yeah, man. Oh, it's... oh. Let's just say I'm looking forward to some sleep in a bit. I'm not tired enough to sleep yet, though. Still got a bit of adrenaline pumping.
So you're done for this race?
Yeah, we got LSCM Boost taking out Stint 3 and LSCM Oz taking Stint 4.
Ah, sweet.
So I have a noob question for those of you who are better at using Discord than I am. How do I get rid of the full screen video section? Because I've managed to lose the Discord text chat where I was getting race updates.
I was wondering what was going on there.
Yeah, you can see that on the screen share, but I've managed to just lose it.
Yeah, so there.
But that's not. There's a text chat in here. For those of you who are listening at home, just mute me, please. This is embarrassing. I don't. They're supposed to be.
Try clicking on somebody else's chat and then clicking back on TEC casting. Try clicking on the video.
It's just gone. The text chat is just well. Okay, I am. Never made this mistake before. I don't even know how I did it.
Discord's a bit buggy sometimes. I think it's actually because if you look on the left, the option of screen share has disappeared, and because of that, I think that it might require a system restart if you want to.
Well, I don't quite have the time for that, but let me attempt to disconnect from the voice call momentarily and then come back.
All right. Entertain the masses?
You don't have to do it that long because that's worked perfectly. Yes, so the answer is, to all you IT professionals out there, whenever something breaks, turn it off and turn it on again.
All right. Now I'm guessing you've got to reshare it so I can actually see what we're talking about. Cool.
No, we're just going to shoot some shots in the dark.
Hey, I'm good at that.
Oh, look at that. We have SVR the Hammer in first place now, passing everyone.
Oh my god, we're 12 wide into Spoon. How's this going to work? Oh my god, it has.
Fernando Alonso wins.
Now we know you're really making it up.
Yeah. Oh my God, is that El Bamba?
Jamie Wincup, unfortunately getting a DNF from Herbie, the racing car.
I'm glad you said DNF, because if you said he was going to win, I was going to have to kick you out.
No. You gotta love your good old Brendan Hartley and Matt Campbell.
Yeah.
So what is our race storyline at the midpoint? Besides the obvious, this is SM official and we have an outside chance at a P1. I don't want to jinx it, but it is possible.
I think
after fantastic stints from TM Touring and especially Veloce Racers.
Yeah. For me, there's two stories. One, the amazing battle from Stint 1 in Proto.
Yeah.
And GT is looking like it's extra tight at the moment, and that's still very much up in the air. Oh, looks like the lobby's bit going.
We should be in a moment here. Yeah, I mean, it is close. It's a third of a lap difference from first to second, and then only really a couple of corners from second to third. A third of a mile around a 3-point-something mile track. You're looking at less than 10% of the track. I mean, if you can see him ahead of you, that's the distance. That's the gap between Alien Motorsports GT and SPR Purple on the overall right now.
And it just shows how even these 140 drivers are.
The one thing I do want to point out quickly is that if you're looking at the sheet at any point, you'll notice that all the prototype drivers that made it into Lobby 1 were all the ones that actually managed to get 2 drivers to qualifying. So all the ones that are in B Lobby are just cars that had some qualifying issues, it seems. And at the end of the day, it kind of turned into, if you actually got a qualifying time set by 2 drivers, you're in Lobby 1.
Yeah.
Unless you set 2 qualifying times, were sitting P2, and then didn't put your stints in.
Yeah.
Then you go to Lobby Z, unfortunately.
Then you go to lobby.
That doesn't sound
much.
too bad for you, probably. It's what, 6 in the morning right now?
Yeah.
So just time to wake up.
Oh, it's like when I joined you guys for the race at Spa. F4H didn't qualify, so they were beating us up in C lobby.
Yeah.
It just seems a little disingenuous.
There's a risk factor to doing that though, because while you do have fresh air from the rest of the prototypes, you also have some possibly questionable drivers in the bottom lobbies in GT cars, so overtaking becomes an issue there.
I say as I put my hand up.
That is true, and I believe that there have been some changes to the rule set regarding qualifying procedure that should make it so that doesn't happen again. I'm not sure about that, not 100% on that, but I believe there were some interpretations of the rules that basically said you should not intentionally qualify in a lower lobby.
Aha.
Yeah. I did not intentionally qualify in the lower lobby.
Yes.
My internet
happened?
just died when I tried submitting my stuff for some reason, and so I didn't actually get to put in what qualifying lobby I wanted to be in. I wasn't allowed to qualify.
Yeah, that kind of sucks that they don't really cater for us on this as far as that goes.
Well, they got that V8 SC series that will be coming out.
Yes, which I'm already so excited for.
Is it supposed to be on Thursdays?
I was gonna say for you Aussies and for Kiwis living in Australia, that's going to be a weeknight series at like 3 in the morning for you.
No.
There's an option of time zones.
Oh, is there?
So you have the American time zones, which actually turn out to be 9 my time and what would be about 12 his time.
Although I'd be going the UK time zone because that's 7 a.m. my time,
Oh yeah, true.
which is
But
doable.
is that series supposed to be on Friday for us, Thursday night? Because it's just
Wednesday, I
Tuesdays right
think.
now going to States. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it
Yeah.
was taking that Thursday night slot. That
Mm,
Trans Am
all-
left open.
All I know is I'm ready to bring out my Kmart Ford Falcon.
I'm excited to see
Yeah.
that.
You know,
Yep,
Ford is the way to go.
Yep, incredibly sacrilegious car, that. Oh, we're going.
We are in just a moment here. It's
It's
Like
time
to
for the
commend
driver to
our
step on the
lobby
gas,
hosts.
gas.
Yeah, so that's right. Can we get away first time?
That will be a first.
Mm-hmm.
Again, for those of you who are not familiar, this finishing order may not look quite correct, but that's because the starting order in stint 3 here is taken from the finishing order of stint 1.
Looks like GT's got off to a bit of a rubbish start.
Did they? Well, there's...
Yep.
Let's hop back and see if we can't find out what... Nope, we can't.
Vámonos, muchacho.
Might be okay now.
Looks fairly ordered. Whatever happened looks like it has sorted itself out, and I don't see too much damage on any of these leading cars, so it may have been a bit further back. Again, it should have been a single file start, perhaps.
Oh, there were a couple of cars kind of not really single file, but anyway, we're fine.
Ah. Well, this is going to be a battle to watch here.
Oh, here we go again.
Perhaps. I'm
Yep.
guessing this is a restart. Well, we were 2 for 2 on restarts. Now we're 3 for 3. So looks like the GT lobby or the GT party has left the race. So we would expect the prototypes to do the same in relatively short order.
Then again, they'd be able to put a great stint in if they don't have any traffic on the field. And that seems to be what they're doing. I don't think they've realized yet.
Somebody is going to need to hop into that proto party and let them know that this is not
I'm sure it
actu-
wasn't just a disconnect.
Well, if the entire GT field is gone, so
Oh yeah, okay. That's true. Wasn't sure if just one person disappeared.
So if they go past the second lap, does that mean they're all ignoring the red flag? No, there they go. They figured it out.
yeah, Zai has just been notified. Zai is the lobby host that needs to lobby reset because again the GTs had the prototype braking line, which would explain why there was a bit of an argy-bargy into turn 1 because if the
We interrupt this regularly broadcasted sentence to
Sorry.
bring you silence.
trying to type and talk at the same time, my brain said no you.
No, you.
Anyway, if there were GT cars further back in the field that were approaching turn 1 at speed and were expecting people to stop at the normal marks, and if the braking lines were off, that would explain why it was that the GTs had a bit of a rougher start than we would expect.
Yeah. A little bit of
Yeah.
selfish talk here right now. I'm a bit worried because my stint still has not been submitted. Literally every other number is on the board except for mine.
I don't know how to tell you this, but you no longer exist.
Oh, I mean,
We just-
according to my first one, I exist.
We're just eliminating the whole state of this Western Australia. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, we're propping up the rest of the country, so.
God, I love Australian banter.
I am actually just lying in bed right now and chilling.
Yeah, no, fair. You've done it again, stuff, haven't you?
Yeah. I've told my boys in LSEM that I'm no longer race control. Race control is somebody else now.
Fair enough.
I don't know why, but extremes keeps stopping for me. It's nothing from you guys. I think it's just because I'm not watching it enough. I'm watching it through Discord and not the stream itself. So it just pauses momentarily.
Take 2.
One more time. This is the second attempt at the start of the third stint of the Online Racing Association's Endurance Championship 8 Hours of Suzuka. We are halfway through.
That was a mouthful.
It really was.
Yeah.
Every time I get halfway through that, and I'm like, this sentence just keeps going.
Where's the comma in it? Go.
You should have some nice. You should have a muse bot in the Discord so you can play some nice jazz over your stream while you're waiting for stuff to happen.
There you go.
Ah.
That's not a bad idea.
No, they've got me singing. They don't need jazz as we go.
I mean, if it wasn't so. Yeah, no, sorry.
Going green, we are racing. It looks like we've gotten away cleanly this time. And I have news from Big Ben Butler. He would like you to know that he has fixed your distance.
Yay. Thank you, Ben.
So we see Forza Europa in the Gander Autosport car leading away from HCR Daytona in the HCR Automobile SGR. Ahead of the 2 Swordfish cars, the number 27 ahead of the 24. That's Zai ahead of Darkser. Again in that. Oh, and I take that back.
No.
Darkser has gotten by Zai. It's now Darkser ahead of Zai, so the 24 ahead of the 27. And that's not necessarily team orders, but the 27 is the better placed car in today's race and in the overall standings. So if they are on equal pace, I would expect to see Darkser let Zai by. But again, we'll have to see what does happen. So we see this battlefield lead bring up between Europa and Daytona. But not driving quite as quickly as I would have expected. He showed us good pace in the last stint, but hasn't quite extended away like he has before.
Mind you, Daytona's not exactly a mug, is he? To be honest.
No, certainly not.
So, and who's driving the 5th place prototype in this time around?
That is going to be T-Tony 567 from HCCR.
Right. See how they go, because they'll probably be looking for a bit more of an improved timeout. They've got a bit more experience in the car.
They showed improved pace in the last stint
Daytona,
over the first one.
Daytona just ran wide, and looks like Darkser's got past Daytona.
Indeed. That means Daytona's going to find himself in the middle of a Bentley sandwich, which is a very expensive place to be. Or I guess technically not, because the sandwich is usually named after what's in the middle, so it's the Bentley's making a Daytona sandwich. Anyway, moving on from the semantics of that.
Yeah, you're making me hungry.
Information from chat. Death Monster, same happened in Stint 2 without the crash. I might be talking about the braking line and the GT stack up into turn 1. So, looks like that's happened a couple of times here. Hopefully it's the last time that it happens.
Would be nice.
Well, it's like I said, everything that I say is inevitably going to be the opposite. I said Europa wasn't extending away and pulling the gap. One lap later, he puts the hammer down and pulls a couple hundred feet.
Now we get to see what Dux is really made of.
Well, what I want to see is this fight right here between Zai and
Yes.
Daytona. Because Zai showed us in qualifying, he's got the pace.
What was it? 1/1000th off?
Even to the 1,000th with racers.
Yeah. Which is phenomenal effort for the young bloke.
So
He's really come on leaps and bounds with the team in the last 12 months.
watching Zai get faster while I stay the same speed has been incredibly demoralizing. No, I kid, of course. It is great to see him achieve these sorts of successes. So, and of course, we look for more good things to come. But right now, he's more focused on the back end of that Alfa Romeo. Of course, these are all Audi R18s, but rebadged for the purpose of a varied grid. So the HCR is an Alfa Romeo, the SFMs are Bentleys, and he is going to not want to look at the back of that Alfa Romeo for too much longer. He wants to get past it and get on with his race, but that sort of exit from the hairpin with tire smoke and grass on the outside is not going to help him achieve that objective.
Alright, boys, I'm going to take my leave for the night. Have a great time broadcasting. And
Thank you,
enjoy the
sir.
race.
Absolutely. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
checking in, and get some rest.
Thank you.
You've earned it.
And congratulations on your stint, mate. Well done.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's always good when race drivers stop by for a chat.
We've had some impromptu interviews before in races when I didn't mute the drivers in game and they fell out of the party, and I ended up talking to, I forget who it was, somebody was during a British GT round. I was having a special in-car interview during the race.
Oh. Well, that sounds like a great idea. If I ever do one of these races again, you can do that with me. Oh, Daytona's right on the back of Darkson now.
It is. Let's move this camera forward just one spot up to Daytona's car. As Daytona's going to run wide, get sideways, keep it on the track though. The all-wheel drive power there, using the front wheels to just claw the car back onto the racing surface. Otherwise, he might have been destined for the tire wall.
Now, I'm expecting these three to be incredibly even throughout the course of the stint. Every time the three have raced together in pretty much anything we do, from TORA, RORA, OEC, Oppo, whatever, these three always seem to be very close to each other on track. I expect the same here now. Stakes are obviously a bit higher this time around, though.
Yeah, these are drivers who are very, very familiar with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's from this series, other more casual series, other casual series that we take perhaps a bit too seriously. They've raced each other hard and fair for months on end. And it's really hard to separate them. I think, honestly, that Zai might be the quickest. His pace has shown that he can be the quickest over a single lap. I think Darkser is the hardest to pass. I think Daytona... Oh, as I was about to say, Daytona's the most
Whoa.
consistent, but Daytona's gone off at turn 1, rejoined just on Zai's outside. They're going to go side by side into the snake. Zai is going to get the
Zai
move
got him.
done.
Great
Taking
move by
advantage of a
Zai
small
there.
mistake from Daytona and just holding on around the outside. It is now a Swordfish Motorsport 2-3 here in the third stint of this 8 hours of Suzuka.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Fantastic move. But Daytona's right on his backside again. I expect a lunge into the hairpin.
Could happen. Let's see if he sets it up.
And-
If this battle stays this tight, we're going to have to go on board because you can't miss this
Yeah.
sort of stuff. As a matter of fact, we're
Here
going
we
to
go.
do that now.
Yeah, we'll check out the GTs soon enough. This is rather awesome at the moment.
Zai defending the inside line into the swing curve. That's going to let Oh, Daytona with the wiggle up the inside. Zai gets the drive. They're going to be side by side into 130R unless Zai pulls ahead, which he does. But this battle here is costing them heaps of time. EPR Huracan providing our GT update in chat. Daytona up the inside of Zai into the chicane. Zai's going to defend around the outside, gives him the inside line for the second half, but Daytona gets that better drive. Yeah, well set up.
Yeah.
Zai just couldn't get the car to go off the second apex. And that's going to let Daytona get that position back.
I keep this up for the next hour and a half.
I have a feeling this. Oh!
Ooh.
3 wide! They split around Academic in the S's.
There's your GT update. You're getting lapped.
Here, I didn't think they would catch the back of the GT field this soon. There's Beefy Boss. Oh!
Ooh.
Daytona getting caught up behind Beefy Boss. Zai taking the opportunity of the stack up and going right around the outside into the Degner. That's just it happens, but I don't. Oh, it's the LSEM Corvette going wide at the hairpin into the grass. A little bit of trash talk in chat. I like it, folks. The BMW is good here. I don't know if I still like the RSR, but nobody's driving it because it's hard to tune and it can be hard to drive. I understand.
Well, the benefit of this is we're getting through the whole GT.
We are getting a rundown of the entire GT field by riding on. Oh, little squeeze
Daytona.
from Cowboy. Oh, and that's Daytona. He dropped that left rear onto the grass, kept it from spinning. Well held, but that little squeeze from Cowboy into the braking zone, into the chicane there, forced him to the left just that little bit. And that's going to cost him more time to Zai. You see is that green dot up in the distance.
This has been a phenomenal opening stint, or opening to the race. Daytona, that's my one knock on him as a driver. He does tend to take a few too many chances in traffic and sometimes can be a bit reckless.
Well, I remember at the Silverstone round, there was a near disaster for the HCR team when one of their prototypes went wide navigating traffic coming through Chapel, ate the tire wall, and then rebounded back across the track, nearly collecting their second prototype in the process.
Not good.
Oh yeah, not ideal from a team perspective.
Is Koenig doing a triple?
Sorry?
Is Koenig doing a triple now?
Say no, because Family Dude is.
Oh yeah.
They're alternating, so Family Dude took the
Okay.
last stint.
It's alright. I know what I'm doing.
Let's see how GT is doing. It's a good shout. While Daytona chases Zai through GT traffic. Let's go back and take a look. South
The game will
to
switch.
nobody's surprises. Just saw him go by there. Is leading in GT, and he has a friend. AMS Redline putting the pressure on JSR South.
People with the letters and numbers instead of letters in their game attack make it hard for me to search in this sheet.
That I completely understand. But there you can see the battle between JSR's incredibly cute little puppy. I mean, I don't normally root for the favorites, but I might root for him just for that Twitter picture. And AMS Redline's ET-looking fellow. I don't know. In the battle on track is going to be decided here, but the battle of Twitter pictures has already been won by JSR South, no question.
Oh, yeah, that's a beautiful puppy. Can I have it, please? when
It's
you go.
interesting to see here because, like I said before, the BMW and the Corvette make their speed in about. Oh, there's a big tap. He's going to lift and give the spot back, I'm sure. Fair racing,
Yep.
Redline, good sportsmanship there. He just misjudged his braking point and got into the back of South. Knew that he'd made the mistake and didn't want to take advantage of it. Fair play to him.
Yeah, no, that was certainly, if he'd made that pass, it would have been a 10,000 foot penalty coming. What it has done is compromise him for the straight.
It
Oh, hello,
really
Solo's
has, and
coming in
I
too.
switched the camera because I saw something coming in the background. This is about to be a three-way battle for the lead in GT here in Stint 3. SVR Solar is coming. If these two keep squabbling, then there's a chance that if they come to blows, he could just inherit the lead and say, thank you very much. Because while I'm sure Redline will lift if he gets into the back of South again, Solar would be under no obligation to do so, and that little contact has let him get right there.
And from the looks of it, he's closing in quickly. Oh, red line's run wide as well. Yep, someone's right there now.
So the order is Corvette, BMW, Ford GT. It's South, Redline, Solar, and then I actually don't know who's driving the EVR car. EVR Mead. Oh boy, Mead's back in the car. Well, that means that if Mead gets here, we are guaranteed to see a spectacular overtake.
Or 75.
Mead giving us a show in the first stint with a brilliant display of GT overtaking maneuvers. We can see those three cars out front. I can't tell if they're slowing each other down. It might just be that they are only just close enough that they can't really take their optimal braking points. And it's hard to tell. South has pulled away a bit now.
A lot of that would be because the red line's just ever so small errors that he was making.
But Redline is now falling back into the clutches of Solar. And of course, if they start fighting, then we'll have a three-way fight for second place. The front of the GT field here has it all to play for. And we're less than 20 minutes in. This is an hour and 40-minute stint, and there's another one to go. But there could be a big change here because it can be very difficult to pass that BMW once it gets in front.
It's just got the grunt out of the corners to just stay ahead.
We have an update from B Lobby. Unfortunately, one of our friends of Swordfish Motorsport, the fourth row Motorsport Ford GT, has suffered another game crash and disconnect. So
That means the 70% is gone.
That means the 70% rule is going to be impossible. I'm pretty sure.
Bugger.
Yeah. That's a shame.
Yeah.
Brad
well.
sums up his feelings with a very appropriate "welp." Yeah, that's all you can say, buddy. Hey, you guys gave it a good shot, but you should have. I don't know. Maybe you should have put in the new engine for this race because it done exploded.
They put in the Honda engine. That was the problem.
No, then it would run. Well, no, I was gonna say it would run, but it didn't. Yeah. Good to see you're still gonna drive the last stint. That's what we like to see. Just we'll make sure to give you some screen time, Brad. So no pressure.
Oh, bit hard is a B lobby.
Oh, that's right. You're in B lobby, so we won't give you screen time. You get nothing, and you'll like it, but still, no pressure.
So Redline's sort of eked it out just a bit as well, ever so slightly.
Yeah, these three, nobody's really gaining advantage. It's very small margins, a little bit forward, a little bit back. It's almost like they're two-stepping their way around this racetrack. Everybody's staying in rhythm.
Which, when you're playing for distance and not for position, is probably not the worst thing in the world. Don't waste too much time battling And you saw that in the first stint with the prototypes between Touring and was it? I forget who it was now. But they spent the whole second half of the race tripping up over each, and they
We've been Touring in Floofy in stint 1 in Proto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and they crossed
you
us what,
you
a
say-
half mile.
Now, you say that there's not much in it, but this is not only the race for the stint win, but as it's sorted out now, this race between South, Redline, and Solar is the race for the overall lead as well. South is currently
Yes.
just under 1 mile ahead of the two that are trailing, which is, like, as we've said before, about 1/3 of a lap. So, of course, South being South, as long as he's out front, he's in a comfortable spot. But, here's the but. If one of these BMWs can get ahead of him and start to eat that lead, let alone if both of them get ahead of him through a pit cycle or a prototype class interaction, whatever it may be, this is going to get very spicy. Because 1/3 of a lap isn't as far as it sounds.
Yes, it's only 40 seconds
About that, yeah.
in GTs.
Yeah, it's about a 2-minute lap. So about 120 seconds. So yeah, just about exactly.
Yeah. In other words, while I lose every 5 laps.
Oh, well, self-deprecating humor. It's our specialty here at SFM Official.
It is. Shall we get back to the protos? I want to see if that
Let's-
dark set. I want to see if that thing's resolved itself yet.
Let's hop back to the very front of the protos, where we see Ropa, who I had tried to give the commentator's curse to by saying he's fast, telling me no you, and just going faster. He's pulled a significant gap over Darkser in P2. And I mean, it is a significant gap. We're going to change when he goes under the gantry there at the secondary pit. That's going to be 5 seconds or so already. Darks are holding on well. This Bentley tune, or this tune that they have on the Bentley, is a very good one. And like as I said, Dark spent a lot of time in practice cooking this one up. He's really made himself a very competitive tune. As we see Zai go around the outside of a GT car there, he's not wasting any time. He wants to catch up to Darkser, and they want to go 2x2 and try to get up after Europa.
So Zai's got a decent bit of a margin as well now.
Zai does. Zai has, looks like several seconds back to Daytona. Let's see where, maybe 2 or 3 seconds gap there.
Okay.
So
that's
certainly not as tight as they were. No, it's not that far. Maybe it's closer to 2 seconds.
Okay.
And Drifting Hero. Oh, Daytona. Is that a
Ooh,
sim
Daytona.
finish?
That looked it. Looked very twitchy.
Big Ben wants
Is
to
that
check on speed in. We'll be just there in a second. Drifting Hero, really quickly. It is an Audi R18, but if you look at it, it clearly says Bentley. It's got Bentley wings. It's got British Racing green. We're calling it a Bentley. I'm running this stream. You don't get to tell me what kind of car it is. It's a Bentley.
So there.
Yeah, take that. I'm gonna use the power of the internet to be right.
And I'm going to be the power of being a coward to back him up.
Looking at Speed Demon, he's, I'm thinking, 13th in GT. Doing this check for Big Ben. And the 15th.
Well,
Okay, he was 13th.
that was impeccable timing.
I don't know what caused that, but then he was backwards into the wall in between the hairpin and spoon, and he's dropped to 19th. So I guess Speed Demon is a quantum experiment, and we changed the outcome by looking at it. That's what happened. Big Ben needs to study up on his quantum physics. Oh, and he's off again on the straight between Spoon and 130R. There's no curse of the commentator. Yeah, just yeah.
Yeah, and that wasn't so much curse to the commentator, this was curse to the person asking.
He could feel the pressure from the team boss. How's he doing? I don't know. Let's go check. Oh shoot, they're looking at me. That's a wall. Saltibonicos wants to check on Beefy Boss. He's 16th overall. That'll be 11th in GT. He's got SVR Hammer and LSEM Big Man behind him in a Corvette BMW Corvette train. Everybody seems to be spacing themselves out a bit, though. There's not really the nose to tail action that we had earlier in the race, but I'm sure we will get some as we are now about 25 minutes into the stint. We should be approaching the pit window for the prototypes. Just a quick check shows us that we should expect these GTs to go quite a bit longer. As you can see, their tires aren't quite to halfway yet. They've got more than half their fuel left. They can go quite a bit further. Drifting Hero, I think that you should get a Scuderia Ferrari shield and stick it on the side of your Fiesta. It starts with FI, it's got an E and an A. You've got all the letters, just add an R and rearrange it and you're good to go. Yeah. Speaking with some of my personal favorite decals, you won't see them in this series, or many series for that matter, are the Volvo Stampeding Moose vinyls that are in the shape of the Scuderia Ferrari shields. It's a prancing horse with antlers that will murder you.
Why has someone done that?
Because they are brilliant and because I love them. Don't question it. Snowstorm, taking a quick look on our teammate here in the Race Squadron 9-8 SFM4 GT.
Ooh, what was that?
I don't know. Every time I change the camera, we find tire smoke. So I'm just not going to look at our prototypes for the rest of the race.
Good call. I'd hate to think that Snowstorm got involved in that one.
I know Snowstorm. If he got into, I think it's the V12 car. I think it's the V12 Corvette. He would have lifted. So I have to think that the V12 car may have dropped a tire. It's easy to do at the exit of the Casio Triangle chicane onto that AstroTurf and grass on the outside there. And when you're turning left before you turn right, as you track out of the chicane, it's really easy to drop the tire just a bit too far. And if you get that rear tire over and you get too much on the power, you'll just spin it. And then the car just wants to go sideways.
Yeah, I can probably see that. And you're right, he is an absolutely fair racer, so there's no way he would have just nerfed him.
Spaced out as before. We showed you the order. It is Europa in first, Sir in second, Zai in third, Daytona in fourth, and T-Tony in the HCCR car in fifth. Going to GT, JSR South has, well, he's extended his lead. There's no other way to put it because we can't see another car in the picture when just before it was a three-car deep train. We have been informed by a turtle fetus that it is the curb coming out of the chicane. Ah, yes, it can unsettle the car, and then it's difficult to catch once it starts to go because you have to get the car turned again back to the right to get down the main straight. And you don't want to lose time because it is a long main straight.
So JSR South's definitely checking out, as I think we probably expected.
Behind him, we see EVR Mead in second place in GT. Now, this may be a function of pit cycle, because both the BMWs. Let's confirm that. Before I say that, let's confirm it. That EVR Mead has stayed out, he has. So EVR Mead has stayed out. If we go and find the car of AMS Redline, I expect to see a fresh tank of fuel and brand new boots. So yes, AMS Redline and SVR Solar have both stopped. on, I believe, the previous lap, one lap before this one. I am wondering now how long EVR Mead will stay out. How much time is he going to lose? Those tires aren't really worn. At 50%, there's still lots of life left. You're not going to be losing the grip.
No, he's got at least 5 laps. Has to at least.
So
Maybe
I wonder
even 6.
why it was that the BMW stopped so early. Did the BMW, is the BMW that much harsher on its tires? Someone in chat who drives the BMW, let me know. Maybe it could just be for strategy. Maybe they just wanted to stop short and then go long on their later fuel stints.
Maybe they know that Mead's going to close in done without the hassle.
Maybe.
Wait, what's this about Alonso back to the Indy?
TCGC Killer letting us know that Fernando Alonso will return to the Indy 500, which I think we expected. I think after the great reception that he had there, and I think all fans should really want to see fast drivers drive fast cars. Not saying that the McLaren F1 car wasn't fast, but it wasn't. It wasn't. But I'm not saying that, but it wasn't.
It wasn't even slow. It was just rubbish. Yep, confirmed on 21 minutes ago.
Well, that'll certainly be a highlight to look forward to on the racing calendar next year. And this race that we have at the moment now, though, I'm curious, if I keep opening the car information by mistake, just how Redline and Solar are going to fare, because I wonder if part of their strategy was to get onto clean track. I wonder if Redline felt that he could go faster in clean air. Because while the GT cars are much less aerosensitive than the prototypes, he may have felt that he was just losing fractions of a second being behind South, which I find hard to believe, because anybody who's behind South is, I think, if you're following his line, probably going to go pretty quickly. Redline, though, can drive his line all by himself, and if this works, and he gets his BMW ahead of that Corvette, I will be really interested to see how difficult it is for South to pass him again after his pit stops, if he cycles out behind.
Yeah, well, there's always that degree of compromise when you're following someone, even if it's not so close, because, braking line could be compromised because of the aero. You might be getting a bit of extra aero wash, tyres might be hurting a bit more. So if you can get clean air, it's never a bad strategy. Especially when you've got so much flexibility in your fuel windows that you do in this race.
That's true. The GT cars do have a wide range of strategy choices that they can choose. Well, I mean, perhaps not strategy choices, but strategy implementations that they can choose. I think everybody's running about the same number of stops, but when they take them is up to the drivers.
Yeah, and that's on the last 10 minutes of the race.
Right. Although I believe stops in the last 10 minutes are allowed for emergency service, which we wouldn't expect to see here because there is no simulation damage at this round. Unless something really breaks, in which case we can all have a good laugh.
Don't jinx it. I'm just surprised we haven't had anyone forget to take their personal settings off simulation damage.
Well, it could be that the lobby settings are overriding properly the way they are supposed to. I never noticed. On the back of BG Cowboys, AX4X, Aston Martin, it looks like when it comes around, is there... actually, I'm gonna put the camera directly on this car. I've never noticed this before, and I don't know how. Is that an otter on the back bumper?
What?
Is that an otter?
Looks like it.
Alright, someone in chat tell me, why is there an otter on the back of the AX4X car? What have I missed? The poppy, I understand. What's the otter?
It's utterly ridiculous.
His otter, oh no. The puns have started. We made it halfway through and now the puns have started.
Hey, you know what I do. And why do you have a crying seal on your car, Brad?
We don't ask Brad questions like that because we don't want to know the answer. I mean, I guess everybody needs to get an animal in their car. AX4X has an otter. HCR has the cat on the door. Fourth Row Motorsports has a crying seal. I think everybody needs to adopt an animal mascot. Kiwi, what's your racing spirit animal?
The sloth.
I knew that. I knew that was coming. SFM have fish. Yes, the Swordfish Motorsports. But
And no, killer, I'm not having a kid. I've got more fundamental problems than that first.
you see, we went back to the front here to feature Forza Europa because we want to make sure to give him the screen time he's earned from really driving an excellent stint. He had 2 spins in the last one. Whatever issue he had, he seems to have sorted because he has some absolutely blinding pace now, and he has left the other prototypes, I would say, in his dust, but he's far enough ahead the dust might settle by the time they get there.
Again.
Darks are around the outside of me, running his way down the Spoon corner. We said we were going to get some onboards of prototypes diving GTs at Spoon, and it hasn't happened ever since we said we were going to do that.
And I'm back.
Oh, didn't even know you left.
My internet decided to have a bit of a moment.
Is it Australian internet?
Yeah.
Is the meme alive? Alright, excellent.
But yeah, no, we need these onboard shots.
Sorry?
We need these onboard shots you were somewhat talking about.
Oh, of the different cars?
And coming into Spoon.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to do it, but I need the car to be there so I can take the picture of it while it's there.
I know. Make it happen. You're the stream coordinator. Make it happen. Just tell.
I
just tell
barely
Doc.
have control over my own PC, let alone where the cars are on track.
True. Just tell Dark to slow it up a bit.
Let's see. Dark is gonna. Well, here we might get one now. Let's go on board with Dark.
Here we go.
Because this might be just what we. Oh, not with that exit though. Not in the grass there. It won't happen.
Oh no, I want to put it past. No.
Instead, he's gonna get held up mid-corner, and that's gonna be costly because these prototypes can carry so. Oh, there's a tap. Dark a little bit impatient to get on the throttle and just encouraged Koenigsegg in the SVR orange car to move aside.
Yeah, it's just
See how far Zai is. Dark was just going into 130R. Oh, Zai, right there.
Oh, hey, Zai. Now remind me again, which of these two is currently ahead? 24, correct?
No, the 27 is ahead in the race and in the overall standings. That's the car we're on right now, but it is running behind on the track in this stint. You see Zai have a little tiny lock of that front right as it just lost traction a bit over the inside curb of the very entrance of turn 1.
It's handling the curve, the rest of this bit wide there.
Zai hasn't been able to quite tap into that pace that he had in qualifying, and I'm curious why. It's because he was faster than Dark, and he's not able to get up to him now. You see a bit of a handbrake turn there in the hairpin. Zai doing it to impress the ladies because ladies love handbrake turns.
Oh, they just drop their inhibition straight away when they see a handbrake. Yeah, I cleaned that line up. It's fine.
So it looks like if Europa runs a mistake-free stint, unlike the last one, if he's able to keep it clean, it looks like he's going to take a comfortable stint win based on their current pace and extend his advantage.
And it will make it very
Drifting Hero
tough.
accusing us of being immature. Hey, I resemble that remark too much, alright? Listen, my mental age and my physical age do not have to be the same. I get to be a child when I feel like it. Childish humor is funny.
And if you take the 2 digits of my real age, you get add them.
Not sure where you were going with that.
3 plus 1 is 4.
Got it.
Right, back to the racing. Zai's closing in on Darkseid quite rapidly here.
And I wanted to see where Daytona is. Daytona's a couple turns back. TCGC Killer giving me credit for a whole extra year. I appreciate that. Let's look in Dark's rearview mirror, shall we? Let's see. Drifting Hero with the rare self roast. I like it. I'm a fan. You can roast yourself in chat all you want. So here's what Dark sees. Looking back, you see a faint dark green speck, just a couple hundred feet, maybe closer to 1,000 feet back now. As we see Dark. Oh well, there's a GT car that appeared. A wild LSCM Big Man appeared right there on the apex at 130R.
And that green speck's getting a lot bigger as a result.
Let's take a quick check as we go back to the cinematic replay cameras to watch these cars swoop through the S's. These really are some of my favorite angles as we see these prototypes carry just absurd speed through here. When you get the line right through the S's, it is so satisfying.
I mean, I really do it, but when it's just an amazing feeling, just anything through here. It's like getting a car absolutely nailed over the top of the mountain at Bathurst.
I would say that it feels like that, but I've never actually done that, so I'll take your word for it. Bathurst for me is one of those tracks where
whoa,
are getting squeezed down to the apex by a V12 Acio Otis, who I'm just going to assume that Otis moved to the right because he assumed Dark would go left. Again, sometimes the class interactions don't happen quite the way you would have anticipated. I'm sure Dark did not want to go hug the wall on the right side, but that was the only space that was left once he closed up like that.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll tell us what happened there.
Get a little family photo here, briefly, as Darkster goes flying by the Swordfish GT car driven by SFM Snowstorm.
As Zai comes in behind as well. Oh, there's a good shot. Oh.
There it is, all 3 cars in one shot. Very briefly, 1, 2, 3. There it is. Robo, get your clip. Least clip, man. Do your thing. So Zai's closed up quite a bit on Darkster, actually. He's much closer now than he was just a couple of laps ago. Could be.
Yeah, that was a really scruffy lap for a Darkster, so I'm not surprised. Okay, clip, robot.
These two don't seem to be having a fight. If Zai gets here, I wonder if Darkster will let him by.
Well, there's just no point in them fighting at the moment. If it was 10 laps in the 10 minutes in the last stint, yes. All you could do is sub each other up.
In the meantime, let's go back to GT, where the pit cycle has completed. And we see JSR South, I believe, out front. with a slightly larger gap back to AMS Redline. Looks like he was able to gain a slight advantage through that round of pit stops. Appreciate the clip, Robo. That's perfect. You're the best.
Aw.
South continuing the dominant run that the mixed match from Heck team has had through this TORA Endurance Championship. It really is impressive when you have a collection of drivers who are truly on their game, even if we've referred to them as the Monstars at times for packing what's effectively an all-star cast into one car and then setting out to claim all of the honors. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you put the fast drivers in a fast car and go win the race. That's what racing is about. And it really is impressive to see them race after race, lap after lap, just being consistently faster than everyone else on track.
Oh, absolutely is. People like to rag on those sort of teams in real life as well. Triple Eight Race Engineering down here with their 3 absolute superstar gun drivers. But hey, if you can do it, most race teams will want to. And even the virtual world, seeing these guys just go hammer and tongs, clean up everything is actually quite phenomenal.
I gotta say, AMS Redline though is not out of this race, not by a long shot. JSR South, I've never seen him make a mistake here in this season, and I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but if he does, if he goes off, if he loses time, you can see the gap there as the camera switches. Redline is a second or 2 back at most. He's sitting there in position to pounce if the opportunity presents itself, and ultimately, for him, that's the best case scenario. It's very unlikely that he's going to drive up to and pass South on pure pace.
But just be there in case he puts a wheel off.
Yeah, being consistent, not being demoralized by not being able to quite get to his bumper, and just knowing that you're putting yourself in a position to succeed if anything happens to the leader is a big part of endurance racing. I mean, I don't want to use an overused example, but there are many teams that thought they would lose to Toyota at Le Mans, and then Toyota went, no, by all means, have this win.
Yes.
So while I don't expect that, and I would certainly never wish that on any of our competitors, Redline has put himself in a position where he can potentially take advantage of any sort of misfortune.
I think we've had a special guest join us in chat.
Special guest? I think I'm just a regular guest.
Oh, a wild Alpha lead appeared.
Yes.
Alpha, how you doing? Did you just wake up?
No, I was just enjoying my morning and taking my time with it.
Sounds fair.
Yes.
Have you been following along in stream? You've seen the developments so far. What's been your take on the race?
I missed the last hour of this stint, but I've watched.
Whoa, hang on, sorry.
Whoa.
Duxa. Whoa. Here we go.
This is what we came here for, Alpha. You arriving has brought the drama with it. Let's go.
Nice.
Darkster and Zai split either side of the GT car through the Casio triangle, and now Zai is right on his gearbox into turn 1. Looks like the arrow push means Zai gets understeer, and he does. He pushes a bit wide, costs a bit of time into turn 1. But these cars are running nearly identical tunes. These drivers are very equal on pace. I really have to wonder. Dark knows that car's not in the championship hunt. Can he find a spot where he can pull over and let Zai by without costing himself too much time? Or is he going to make Zai pass him in a straight-up fight?
From a team perspective, I think the best thing to do is just breathe the throttle out of the hairpin and just say, here goes die. Well, that's not going to help the course.
Yeah, I don't know if Dark would just let him by. I feel like that would be against what he stands for.
It would be. I mean, I understand that we don't want to have team orders, but at the same time, if this continues, he's going to compromise Zai's race, and it is his team that Zai is driving for. It's if he's making the decisions, he made the driver calls to split the stints up the way that they did and get the drivers in the cars to position the 27 car to have the best chance in today's race after what happened at Nürburgring. I don't understand why you wouldn't just let the 27 go.
He's sort of resolved this issue, I think, by... Oh no, lap traffic now can come into play anyway. Don't do that.
Beefy boss. Oh, there's Zai taking the opportunity in traffic. Well, he didn't let him by. They just split a GT car, and Zai said, I'll take the inside and I'll go right past you. Thank you very much, boss. I'll be on my way.
That's not necessarily the way I would have done it, but hey.
Yeah, me neither. But the end result is ultimately what is best for the team. So we'll live with it.
But I guess now the question is, can Zai...
Oh, never mind. Dark hasn't said go ahead. Dark dive bombed Zai at the hairpin. Alright, well that answers that question rather definitively. Dark is absolutely not going to let Zai have team orders. As Zai dive bombs Dark at Spoon Curve! Back and forth they go! Oh, this is fantastic. You know what, I'm glad we don't have team orders because this racing is brilliant.
I'm expecting some drama after this. Here we go again.
Oh, there's been a crashing GT. Two cars behind these two prototypes. It looks like a pair of Corvettes getting into each other in the chicane. We will take a break from this fight briefly to find who that was. I believe I know. Give me a moment.
Whatever.
That was... Oh, Forza, please load faster. That was LSCM Big Man, I believe, and AMR Academic coming together. But let's hop back to that proto battle. You see, with 48 minutes remaining in the session, Forza Europa continues to lead. SFM Zai is the lead car of the pair of Swordfish Motorsports prototypes in P2 and P3 as they... Oh, there's another clip for you as they split around the GT teammate SFM Snowstorm in the Ford GT. Zai grabs the handbrake again in the hairpin, gets that car rotated, and races on down towards Spoon Curve. Let's go on board because he might get that dive bomb we've been looking for. No, he's going to get there too early.
Zai...
I tell you what, Zai has found his pace. Whatever was ailing him earlier in the race when he dropped back a couple hundred feet off Dark, whether he was saving, whether he was just going a bit conservative, whatever it was, he's decided he's not doing that anymore, and he is going for it. And he has gapped Darkser in the laps since he got by. He's pulled a 3, 4, it's almost a 5 car length gap, and they're both going to dive into the pits on the same lap. So now it's a race of the SFM pit crews.
Which shouldn't be a race, but knowing this game, it will be a race.
Oh, and they've just mugged each other in the pits. That's because in Forza, of course, cars become non-physical when they go into the pits. Oh no. Okay. Well, Forza, please. We're gonna pretend like that didn't happen.
I think that has benefited the side somewhat.
Like I said, I missed the first half of this race. What happened to HCR Daytona?
HCR Daytona was running in P3 for a while. He had a couple of moments where he dropped a tire on the grass or got in trouble in traffic with GT cars. Really got some of his laps heavily compromised, and then just got, as soon as he lost contact with the SFM cars, just got dropped. I can't explain it honestly where his pace went, because for the first couple of laps he was on it. Let's take a quick look now that we've checked up where Daytona's just going under the bridge, heading into the hairpin. Darkser is going through Spoon, so that tells you just how far back Daytona has fallen.
How come Snowstorm still ahead of Darkser?
Well,
Oh, right, they
Darkser pitted that lap, and then Snowstorm stayed out, so then Darkser had to repass, but they got that sorted out relatively quickly and cleanly.
Never
Moments
mind me,
here
my
where
step to
Forza
private state.
is rendering the track as an invisible...
Oh dear. Oh dear. Well,
that was
this is
interesting.
going well. This is going well.
This is now the Red Bull Air Race, apparently. We'll just drive through the ether. That was interesting. I don't know what caused that. I'm trying to figure it out.
I don't think that's your problem. That's been an issue. I guess Floofy had that problem for a while during his stint, where the track was just disappearing on him.
Track turned invisible? Nice.
It's always good to drive on a track that's not there.
Well, if the track doesn't exist, that means there are no track limits. Taps
true.
forehead. Alright, well, we've been with this prototype battle for a while, and it looks like, frankly, Darkser and Zai are going to either trade this spot back and forth, or...
Crash.
I wasn't going to say that.
Well, you always had that. You always just had it then.
So, we're going to leave this for now and go take a look at the GT fight, or the GT order. The P1 order is still Europa, Zai, Darkser, Daytona, and T-Tony. Let's see, has JSR South extended his advantage over AMS Redline?
No,
Other
way.
I said earlier he was doing a good job in staying composed, but this has to be incredibly frustrating now for Redline, because he's been at about the same gap for the better part of 20 minutes and just can't seem to close this last little bit. It's that they are on the exact same pace, it seems, and they have been for a while.
And we're over halfway now, so well over halfway, aren't we?
Yes, because it's an hour and 40 minutes, so we were past halfway about 7 minutes ago.
Yep. Excellent.
This is the battle for the GT lead in this race. It doesn't look like a battle. It's not a battle in the conventional sense of wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door. This is a battle of the tenths and the hundredths of a second.
It's the battle of two guys at full steam, full concentration, as opposed to Dark Results, which is a battle of absolute sanity.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have both battles on track at the moment. We have Darkser and Zai, who are in a occasionally door-banging, nose-to-gearbox, absolute, full-out, intra-team scrap, which I did not expect, but I'm glad we got for a couple of laps there. And then we have was effectively a hot lap battle here. These cars are far enough apart that they won't be affecting each other. Redline may have a little bit of an advantage because he's chasing south, and I always feel that the driver behind can go just a little bit quicker, just because you have that visual point of reference of that gap, and you can see it growing and shrinking versus trying to look in your mirror or see a distance gap in numbers. It's easier to see it visually. But these two drivers are so consistent and so quick. It really is going to take a mistake for a big change to happen here, or some if one of them just drives a stint too far and loses the grip, but I can't see either of them making that sort of a mistake. I gotta think that this 1-2 battle is gonna go all the way to the checkered flag.
And I'm incredibly inclined to agree with that.
Looking at the chat here, Racer's saying, nice job with the stream. Appreciate your compliments and good job in your stint out there. And also, yeah, thank you for complimenting. Be sure to, if you want to see anything else added to the stream or just have any general complaints or anything like that, feel free to tell us that.
Well, we prefer compliments. If you have a complaint, that's fine. We'll just file it in the trash can.
Yeah. I mean, if you are going to complain, it's most likely going to be better. But otherwise.
So, South continues to lead from Redline and GT. SVR Solar in the SVR Purple BMW, just about one straightaway behind. It's about the gap from 130R to Spoon Curve there, the gap between second and third in this lobby. And I believe that these three cars are running on the track in the same order that they are currently in the overall standings. So these gaps between the three are growing ever so slightly as we go, because obviously the total distance is the sum of all the stints, and if you are in front, you are going to complete a slightly longer distance than the cars behind. So Solar, if he wants to get his car into P2, is going to need to get a shift on. Of course, he is driving with sim steering this week, which I believe I've been told is the first time he's doing it. And he's kept it together. He's kept it on the track. He hasn't sim twitched and died, which is what I would have done by now, but that's because he's better than I am by a significant margin. And he has, it looks like that's EVR Mead in P4. So the top four in GT are still South, Redline, Solar, and Mead. No change in the order, just a slight accordion effect as they yo-yo back and forth and the gaps grow and shrink. I am still rooting for Mead to get up to Solar because I like watching both of them race, and I really want to see what Mead can do if he has a chance to overtake.
Well, we saw in his first stint, Mead is an absolute gun when it comes to shoving his car in place where you don't think he can shove his.
He certainly is, and he did it cleanly too. That's the thing. He made bold overtakes. They were big moves, but they weren't. They weren't dirty or excessive. They were assertive. Big Ben dares asking where his teammates are. Yeah, I'll show you that. But you can't hold me. I disclaim all liability for anything that happens. The AX4X, the number 52 AX4X UK car. We need to look for Cowboy. He is running in 12th position.
And he's on track this time. No, he's not. Ooh, he almost wasn't.
Run a little bit wide for the snake, but kept it together. Looks like he's got plenty of clean track ahead and behind. He's running behind Mr. Drive and ahead of AMS Illich. Illich. Yeah. The AX4X Racing US car with Speed Demon 64 is up to 17th position after falling back to 19th when he had that off earlier coming out of the hairpin. Looks like he may be gaining on the car ahead of him, which is AMR Academic. And he has SVR Hammer behind him, not too far back. So if that closes up, if I forget, remind me to come back to this. This might close up into a fight because their relative pace should suggest that these three will end up on the same part of the racetrack in about 6 or 7 minutes time.
Would you say Illich was? Ramos is just asking.
Illich is running in P8. I just lost him on this roll. He's running P13 overall, so that's P8 in class. Put him on screen for you so you can admire the painter's handiwork. Again, that is the Astro AMS Corvette, black and orange livery with the Astro branding on the doors. So Ben, we checked and they didn't die. It's an improvement over the last time. Next, and of course if it balances out, the next time we check they will warp ahead. So fingers crossed, it could happen.
Or is it just two things next time we check will absolutely bin it?
I don't know. Let's not go there. Quick check on Snowstorm. Those of you who watched the Le Mans Esports Series may have seen him competing live on their Twitch at the Fuji round, which of course was held here at Suzuka. He was running the Chevrolet FLM09, also known as the Le Mans Prototype Challenge car, to many of you. He's here in his more familiar Ford GT, painted up in the Calisonic livery, a livery that he did himself for the team. Very well done. Having a good race so far. P10 in GT, a good showing for a team of drivers who have steadily progressed throughout the season. At the beginning rounds, they were in B lobby, and then at Nürburgring, they were at the back of A, and now that we're at Suzuka, they are moving up towards the A lobby midfield in GT. So well done, and good to see that sort of progress and improvement. Hopefully we can keep that trend going next time out when we go to Sebring in a couple weeks' time.
Absolutely. Last round of the endurance season. Promises to be a great one. Even I might be available for that one.
EVR Huracan wants to know, is SVR Orange ahead of the Grip Tech car? SVR Orange being driven by Koenigsegg R. I believe he is ahead, and by a decent margin, but the Grip Tech car, I think, is the next car down the track. Oh, no, it's JSR South is the next one down the track. Looks like we've had a bit of a pit cycle. I think, is it not Mr. Drive in the Grip Tech? So there it is. That is the
Here it is, yeah.
the Grip Tech Performance Aston Martin V12 Vantage GT3, of course, being balanced to run in this GT endurance spec. So yes, EVR Huracan, to answer your question more succinctly, Koenigsegg R is currently 3 positions ahead of Mr. Drive in the Grip Tech car. They are separated by JSR South and SVR Solar, who have pitted, which makes me wonder, yes, Redline has stayed out, so South has pitted before Redline again. Let's see if Redline comes in this lap. He has a couple of lap cars ahead of him to overtake, LSEM Big Man and Beefy Boss. He'll probably just stay in line behind them as they go through the chicane here. Oh, gives a little tap to Big Man. Certainly not what he would have preferred, and then Big Man and Beefy dive into the pits. Redline stays out for another lap. So,
Wow. That worked out well for him.
yeah, he was able to clear that lap traffic, and he's about to catch up to Snowstorm. Now, again, part of this is that these cars have stayed out. Or, sorry, the Redline has stayed out, and these cars have pitted. So their placement on track is not completely representative, but the real battle is between Redline and South. Now, South we saw emerged behind the SVR Orange BMW. And if I've done my math correctly, once Redline pits, Redline should be behind South again, based on where they were on the track, which is no great surprise. South pitting a bit early to perhaps cover off the potential undercut, although I'm not sure how well that's worked here today. It hasn't seemed to be very effective.
Well, no. Not at all. Should we get back to the protos?
Yes, we should.
Because I want to see if this
starting
Dux is
with
dying.
Darkser. It looks like once Zai was able to get clear, now remember what we said earlier, that fighting with Darkser seems to drag you into his black hole of gravity and just hold you there and slow you down because he's such a tenacious driver. It seems like once Zai was able to get free, he's been able to show that pace that was lacking a bit earlier in the race. So again, I don't know what's caused it. I don't know where it came from, but Zai has now flipped the switch and gotten back to that pace that we saw in qualifying when he ran, I believe, the 3rd or 4th fastest lap of all the qualifiers.
And that's what we wanted to see from it.
Go ahead, Alpha.
I was gonna say it doesn't help that Dark went off there.
No. I do feel like Dark's been a little bit scrappy in his driving, probably more so than he would like to think he is. hugely.
Yeah, he's certainly pushing the car a lot more. Maybe trying to keep up with Zai, or keep close.
And I've been really impressed by Zai this race, especially with this season. He's really come on leaps and bounds.
Yeah, and considering this is his first season in a prototype, he's gotten up to speed very quickly.
Salty Blancos wants to know who the top GT is. It's Koenigsegg R. With Redline having pitted, I think Koenigsegg is still staying out yet again. Let's take a quick look at his damage. Yes, you can see the fuel's getting low, the tires are getting up towards 70%. So there has been a change in the lead of GT, but only due to the pit cycle. We would expect that once Koenigsegg pits, as we see Europa close in on him, well, as a matter of fact, you can see the lead change might happen here. JSR South, I believe, has now pitted and emerged behind Koenigsegg R, but only by maybe a dozen, maybe 2 dozen car lengths. So if you can see his Corvette just come into the shot right there it is, just inching into the shot. They better not forget to pit. I don't think they'll forget. They have, I believe, 20 minutes until the pit closes. And Family Dude is absolutely correct that since they are now pushing towards 70%, before too many more laps, maybe 3-4 more laps at most, the tires will be screaming at them, box this lap, box now.
Yeah.
You don't need a race engineer when the tires tell you.
Yeah. And the tires go, I will box this lap or I will pop. Oh, I have popped. Too late.
No, too late is what Ferrari does. These guys will actually stop before that point.
Oh, yeah, good point.
But if we hop on with South, you can see just how smooth he's able to be, because I believe if we check his car, you should see he stopped 3 laps ago, and he should have basically a brand new set of tires. They're just up to temperature now, and he is on the move, really consolidating that lead. Behind him, I think the next car is AMS Redline still, as we see Zai up the inside of South, making the move through Degner too. Zai is on a charge. He is on a mission right now, but he's going to catch a long line of GT traffic. Let's get on board with Zai while he works his way through. Actually, better yet, let's get on board with Darkser, because we might get that dive bomb we've been looking for.
Yes.
No, of course he's cleared it with no trouble at all early, and that was just wishful thinking. Well, shucks. So there was a stack of 3 GT cars. I believe that's Koenigsegg, and then a lap car, and then South behind. We're going to go around AMR Academic, pull over to the right, get perfectly on line to take this flat out through 130R, keep the foot planted to the floor, and then find that braking point and hammer that anchor. It stopped, turned in, around, and back to the start-finish line for one more lap. That is one of the most crucial points of the lap there. It's so easy to get your braking point wrong into that chicane.
And because you're coming in from such a high terminal velocity as well.
Hero, doing his reading exercises, he sees it says Bentley on the side of the car with the big logo, therefore it must be. And I gotta say, even though it might be shaped like an Audi R18, I miss the Bentley EXP Speed 8. That is one of the, in my opinion, the XP Speed 8 is one of the most beautiful prototypes of the last 20 years or so. A combination of color and the shape really made it stand out, and I wish Forza would bring it back, because we had it in previous games. I understand there's licensing issues and such, but here's our traditional turn 10 please, as we have yet another 3-way family photo. This has happened so many times this race. Zai, Dark, and Snow all on screen at the same time. Say hi to the folks, wave out the window, and then continue on with the race.
Say hi to you. Yeah, say hi to your families at home, guys.
3 of the SFM cars on the SFM stream.
SFMception. Going back to the GT battle. Big Ben, if it looks like an Audi, drives like an Audi, and sounds like an Audi, it's part of the Volkswagen group. They're all owned by Volkswagen. Hey, I'm catching so much flack for this. I'm drink. But this is Koenigsegg R in the SBR orange car. He is your current GT leader, but again, he is going to have to stop. He's has to. He cannot go for another 26 minutes, and there it is. There's the stop right there. So that's going to hand the lead to South. You've just seen him go by there on the pit lane, screaming back into the lead. Let's see where Koenigsegg comes out. This will be the question, because you've seen Redline go by, so that's P2 gone. Keeping an eye on that track. Wasn't able to see who that was, but looks like Koenigsegg is going to lose 2 more spots.
I think those guys might have been a lap down actually, but he's definitely lost a few spots here.
No, Koenigsegg was on the lead lap.
No, the guys that went past.
Oh, okay. So he has reemerged in 10th. He lost 4 positions, so a couple of those were lap cars. He has lost positions to EVR Mead, SVR Solar, AMS Redline, and JSR South. So, just as it was before the pit cycle, before we tried to see if anybody's strategy peaked into advantage, the order remains South P1, Redline P2, Solar P3, Mead P4, and Koenigsegg P5, with Mr. Drive in the GripTech Performance Aston Martin coming in P6. The top 6 have held station through this cycle of pit stops.
Excellent.
So Alf, I know you didn't catch much of the race, but what's been your highlight so far? I know mine is, but I want to hear yours first.
Highlights. I guess some of the battles in the GT early on. I remember seeing Mead try to overtake around the outside in the final chicane. That was pretty cool. Saw some good battles with Solar, and yeah, I guess there hasn't been like too many extreme action, I guess, but it's been a fairly average race in terms of action. There's been I mean, this track isn't the easiest to make a pass, so that's kind of expected, but when you really need to get by, you have to make it count in braking or wherever you're trying to make that pass happen. So I guess just the GT action has been my highlight.
Nice. Kiwi, how about you?
For me, it's the prototype battle from Stint 1.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That was going to be mine. I figured you'd steal it, but yeah, the dead heat, lights to flag Stint 1 battle between Touring and Falufi that ended with them side by side, able to reach out and touch each other when the stop was called. That was the highlight for me so far of the race.
Yeah. And just to hear Touring come on here and say, oh yeah, we were laughing about it. Deal of fun. That's what you want to hear.
I mean, that's the bit. You have 2 competitors. They know each other. They compete fairly against each other. They bang doors a couple of times, but there's no hard feelings, and they're able to laugh at the end of the day because all of that work that you put in, all of that effort, all of the sweat, and they were sweating because some of that fight was intense, has made absolutely no difference, and you're exactly even right where you started.
I mean, Fliffy got it by a foot. I mean, it wasn't completely even.
You should go check in on the 3 cars towards the back of the GT field that we saw pretty close to each other.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. Was that Academic? Was it? No, it wasn't Speed Demon. Beefy? I've just heard the crunch of carbon fiber. I believe that was EVR Mead and Forza Europa having a bit of a coming together as Europa dives into the pits. I should note the prototype pit cycle is happening right now, so if you see a prototype order that seems slightly out of whack, that would be why. Beefy Boss looking to unlap himself here from EVR Mead. Don't think he's going to be able to quite get it done, as Mead's going to have the cornering advantage through turn 1 over that Corvette. But yeah, Europa leads. Zai is in P2. Daytona was briefly in the lead, but then he pitted, and so we've resumed our normal running order in P1 as well. Europa from Zai, from Darkser from Daytona. With T-Tony 567 rounding out the prototype class here in A-Lobby. Every time we come around that corner, we lose a little bit more of the track. I'm concerned that by the end of this race, they'll just be driving on the Rainbow Road.
Hey, it'd probably be slightly more dangerous. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure what sort of grip levels Rainbow gets.
Can we use the blue shell to slow down our current leaders?
Sorry?
Yeah, can we get the blue shell out
The
then
blue
to
shell.
slow down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, hopefully there are no blue shell moments, because there is nothing that makes you rage in a racing game. Not being rammed, nothing. I mean, not a disconnect. Nothing is as rage-inducing as being in the lead in Mario Kart and getting blue shelled. And then red shelled, and red shelled, and red shelled, and then you're in 5th. And
Yep.
that is... I do not throw controllers. That is not a thing that I do. But I have thrown a Nintendo controller.
Yeah, nah. My stepdad once, who was back in the days of Taco race driver, he got frustrated. He didn't throw the controller; he threw the whole console through the wall.
Well, that is an anger management technique. It's not recommended, but I suppose it was effective.
I mean,
That gives you that cathartic moment where you suddenly feel better, and then you realize, great, now I have to patch drywall.
exactly. Well, it was a rental, so the rental agency had to patch drywall, but
Great, now I have to pay a damage for now I have to pay part of my security deposit.
basically, yeah. Not as bad as my dad when he threw a TV off the balcony.
Is there a history of insanity in your family?
I was gonna say, I'm starting to see a trend here.
Yeah, where do you think I get mine from?
So, through that pit stop cycle, South opened up a bit more of a gap over Redline. If that sounds like a broken record, it's because that's kind of happened each time. They were a bit closer together, and now they're a bit farther apart, and the accordion continues to play, and somewhere a drunk German man is having a great time. At least that's what happens when accordions play, right?
Exactly.
I think Redline got a little held up when it was passing those lapped cars, and yeah, that would have held him up quite a bit. While South would have just pitted. I'm pretty sure he pit before those lapped cars, so he wouldn't have been affected at all.
Solar continues to drive a good race, still in P3, still no change in the podium. Let's hop into. We commented on the otter on the back of the AX4X car. Let's take a good look at the little, I think it's the Happy Cat racing car, making a cameo appearance on the bumper and the door here of the SVR purple car. You can see it there, just sticking its head out behind the S. Cats and Solar have an interesting history for those of you who weren't around. During the first stint, I believe it was the first stint at Nürburgring, he had just adopted a litter of stray cats, and they introduced themselves to him mid-stint.
Uh-oh.
And herding cats while driving a race car means that the cats get away and the race car gets away from you. So, when you're racing, secure all pets, but a fantastic livery, a little bit of a ghosted checkered flag on the fenders there that I hadn't noticed before. That's a nice touch. definitely on for a good result today, Big Ben. And yes, absolutely secure all pets and significant others and children, and please pray that we don't have Spectrum Internet. I guess there goes our Spectrum Internet sponsorship. Oh well. They probably would have canceled the sponsorship halfway through because their service couldn't make it. But if you're talking, I can barely hear you. It's super quiet. See, Solar.
Hopefully that's better.
There you go. That's better. So you say Solar's getting held up just a touch there behind Speedy, and Speedy just let off the throttle and let Solar through before they got into Spoon. So fair play to him. Well, here comes Bentley appearing out of the mist. Zai on the charge, really trying to get a good result. Let's get an estimate of what the gap is between Europa and Zai. I expect it to be about half a lap. Zai was just heading into 130R when we cut away, and
the course is now taking you. Actually, that's not half a lap.
no, it's not. It's less than I would have thought. So Europa just entering the snake now. Coming through these S's, he might get held up behind AC Otis now. He's going to go right around the outside. Just a slight lift, and he's right back on the line anyway. But let's time this from the bridge like we've done before. We'll use that as a reference. So, Europa is going to go under the bridge at 15:13 on the clock. Jumping back to P2. Zai. Perhaps. Forza, please. Oh, there it is. 14. So it's about a 15-second lead. Zai had to grab the handbrake there in the hairpin to get the car turn. That's going to cost him some time.
I hope he's not turning right handbrake. That seems to be a really bad tune if you are.
Well, it's for some of these prototype tunes, if the car doesn't get turned in right away, it will just continue to push. And so the drivers don't want to use the handbrake, but sometimes it... Oh, Snowstorm stayed right! Oh, goodness! Snow almost squeezed his eye off the track. I don't know if you saw him. Wow, that was close.
God, if Snowstorm had hit there, that would have led to a firestorm for the team.
There would have been some wailing and gnashing of teeth. For certain.
Yes, absolutely. And that's one thing about Zai. He does tend to fire up when things don't go his way, so you don't want to be on his rock.
Well, he might fire up, but he's lit a fire under his own behind, and he is absolutely flying right now. He has dropped Darkser completely off the map. As a matter of fact, if we hop back, we will see. Darkser can't even see Zion. Darkser uses the power of Bentley's all-wheel drive, which is totally 100% not Audi Quattro, to keep the car on the track despite dropping the back under the grass.
The Bentley lawnmower is too. I just had a thought, there was the option to do a race into here. I'm kind of glad they didn't.
I like racing in the rain. It's personal preference, mostly because the rain effects in this game are quite beautiful. However, I can see how that would introduce an element of unpredictability and chaos that perhaps drivers would not appreciate.
Yeah. Oh, geez, we're losing track at 130R as well now.
Yeah, I myself love racing in the rain, but like you said, it can be a little unpredictable, especially with having 3 different lobbies and not knowing how hard rain will be, or maybe when it comes. You know, you can put rain the entire session, but I'm not sure if it'll how accurate I guess that would be.
Was that a weird graphical glitch we just saw?
I'm not sure. I just saw that the stands just rendered in suddenly. But this seems to have settled down as Darkster squeezes by Mr. Drive. Didn't want to wait, had no time to waste. Let's stay here with Darkster just in case. I don't think there's any... No, you know what? Let's go to Zai, because I think Zai is about to catch traffic in the spoon.
Nope.
He was further behind them than I thought. Still want to get that shot of a prototype diving up the inside of one of these GT cars there, because it really is a dramatic pace difference. And it can make or break a lap if you get stuck behind a GT car at Spoon, because not only can you not carry the speed through the corner, but that's also going to affect your exit speed, and it's going to compromise your speed all the way down to 130R.
Which is a good, 20-25 seconds.
So we have, looks like about 10 minutes remaining in this stint, so the pits will be closing right about now. So here'll be something interesting. I'm sure nobody has made this mistake, but let's take a run down the field and take a look at their damage telemetry to see if we believe everybody can make it these last 10 minutes. Zai certainly looks safe.
Yep. What was it? Motorsport looks very...
Darkser was in the grass. So he has the fuel and he has the tires, and now he's got a little bit of he has a couple bugs along for the ride now that he just picked up.
Yeah. A couple of Japanese fruit fries are hanging on.
Sure, it's a good ride for them.
Daytona, plenty of fuel left. Looks like he's saved a bit more than Zai or Darkser has, or maybe he's just stopped a bit later.
Yeah, most likely stopped a bit later.
And then Tony, again, any of these prototypes with 50% fuel remaining should be able to make it these last 10 minutes without too much trouble. I mean, I can't imagine any of them would magically just develop a fuel leak, because that's pretty much what it would take for them to run out at this point. Same thing with South, although South...
His tires.
Yeah, that's what I just noticed as well. Because I think by stopping early, which he has done, he stopped early in both the first and second round of pit stops, so that he would end up going long on this final stint, but Redline is still right behind him. I think Redline has closed the gap a bit, and with 10 minutes left, that's 5 laps. These tires are getting close to 60%. I mean, it's probably not going to make a tremendous amount of difference.
But it is a difference.
It is a difference. And if South gets caught up in traffic, let's take a look at how Redline's tires are doing. Redline's tires are quite a bit fresher. If South gets caught up in traffic, if he gets held up, if he gets bumped by a prototype, if he just has to check up because he stacks up in the wrong line, and Redline is able to get to him, Redline's going to have the tire advantage in the last couple laps of this stint. As we see a car off, that's the V12 Racing Team's Corvette V12 Acio Otis. Let's see how he rejoins. He rejoins on the apex at the S's. Manages to not collect snowstorm, so we'll live with that.
Not your classiest of rejoins, though.
Let's keep moving back. Solar should be in good condition. His tires are a bit more worn than I would expect as well. 39% fuel should get him safely to the finish now that we have about 6 minutes remaining now. Get back. It's taken me so much time to try to figure out who's in what position that I think that with the tires the way they are, everybody should be relatively secure in their position as long as nobody's in an immediate battle. I don't think anyone is, as we see Zai go up the inside of Koenigsegg at Degner 2, a little bit of a tap.
Just.
It's fair. The back end started to slide a bit. He held it together nicely, though. Now, are we finally going to get that dive that we've been looking for? Let's try it one more time. If it won't.
Yes, no.
Nope, just a bit too far back. Dang.
Oh, an exit, though.
It's really one of those things. As soon as we start, it happened so many times, and as soon as we started trying to look for it to happen, it hasn't happened.
Yeah. Commentators' curse is not just extended to drivers.
Let's hop back to where we were. We're at Koenigsegg, Mr. Drive. This was the battle that Big Ben had asked about earlier, about Koenigsegg R and SBR Orange. The SBR Orange car is still ahead of the Grip Tech Performance Aston Martin. Behind them, the AX4X car of BG Cowboy. And then the Corvette, I believe, of AMS Illich. Everybody's pretty spaced out. Just kind of settled into their own rhythms, and they're just putting their laps in at this point. Everybody's good on fuel. Everybody's good on tires. A couple of people are seeing a bit more wears. We actually have a scrap here. Snowstorm and Acio Otis. Oh, let's just pause the rundown here for a moment. With 5 minutes to go, with 4 minutes to go, SFM Zai is going to have to pick his way through. Oh, Acio Otis is in gravel. And he's run wide again.
Those tires must be hurting.
I mean, they're only on 57%, but is he really going to start to feel that sort of wear at 57%? I wouldn't think so. But let's
looks like kind of panicked as I was coming through, went in the grass, and because of the grass doesn't actually slow you down very well. He just went off because of it. It went wide.
I mean, I can tell you that in the Corvette, tyre wear does make a bit of a difference. You get into the oranges. Did for me anyway. I don't know if that was just actually the car or just some like phantom feelings.
This is a battle for 9th and 10th in class between SFM Snowstorm and V12 Acio Otis as Darkser goes around the outside. A wild Darkser appears. Then it goes around the... Okay, Darkser, the trailer park girl, goes round the outside, round the outside.
Round the outside, round the outside.
But this is a battle for the last couple of spots in the top 10. Of course, we do pay out points to much more than the top 10, so it's not like a Formula 1 point system. But SFM Snowstorm making a strong entry into the Twitter pick of the race category. Right up there with JSR South's puppy. We had the race pupper, now we got the race doggo. That very good boy there in his Twitter picture.
Yes, indeed. Whereas V12 Acio Otis needs to try harder.
Well, I believe he may not have a Twitter profile picture set, because that, I believe the Forza Motorsport picture is just the default if they don't have one shared. It's a nice looking logo. It gives you the F and the M. as he goes
No, he
wide
didn't,
again.
Ben.
It looks like with running wide like that, it looks like he's not going to be able to get to Snowstorm's bumper, especially not with just 2 minutes left. There is just 1 lap left in this race. So let's head to the front and check out just how far ahead Europa is. Expect him to complete perhaps just this lap to about this same spot. So this is it. This is when all the drivers are going to be hammer down, trying to inch out every last meter they can find on this racetrack, try to help their team win this overall distance championship in this endurance race. Big Ben, we don't like your coffee cup. No, we do like the coffee cup, but dogs beat coffee cups. It's like rock, paper, scissors. Everybody knows this. Little children know this. Come on, man.
Like rock, paper, scissors, but dog always wins no matter what.
It's rock, paper, scissors, but dog always wins. Exactly. Dog always wins. Had a fantastic. I mean, he had fantastic pace in the last two. The only reason he fell back was because of the 2 spins. We're coming up here to just 20 or so seconds remaining in this stint. We're expecting the stop call any moment here. For those of you listening, there will be a buzzer. Please, if you are hearing sensitive, cover your ears because I didn't turn down the volume. There it is. I stopped it in time. It didn't play. Okay, we're good.
Well done. Well done.
So there is the stop. That is the end of stint 3 of the 8 hours of Suzuka. We are 3/4 of the way through this endurance race today. We are looking right now at our current stint leader and overall race leader, Forza Europa, in the Gander... Okay, camera, please, come back. There it is. In the number 3 Gander Autosport Audi. This is your pole sitter and your race leader, and after one slightly scruffy stint in stint 2, he's put his stamp back on this race with a dominant stint win here in stint 3. In second place, a great drive from SFM Zai. You saw the Gander Autosport car was just outside the exit of the snake. Zai's just going in, so to barely lose not even a third of a lap to Forza Europa, great drive from the young Brit, and he's going to be double stinting, so we get to see more of his hard work coming up in the next one. Darkser, I think, is going to be hopping out of the 24 car, making way to the Dutch driver PPS Icy. He's finished P3 in prototype. HCR Daytona in the Kaido HCR Automobili SGR, the Happy Cat Racing Alfa Romeo. You can see it's an Alfa Romeo because it has the Quadrifoglio Verde. Oh, we've had an update in the chat. Zai is no longer doubling. Veloce Racers is hopping in the number 27 SFM Vermilion Bentley EXP Speed R18 Audi, whatever you want to call it, to take the fight to Williams Roadrunner. It's going to be Veloce Racers against Williams Roadrunner for P1 in the 8 hours of Suzuka. Do not go anywhere.
I was going to go to bed, not anymore.
Yeah, no, you're not allowed. In GT, it was another great stint from the Mixed Match from Hell team, driving their red, white, and black Chevrolet Corvette C7R, taking yet another stint win. The stint podium being rounded out by AMS Redline, who stayed right there on his bumper the entire race. You can see they're both on the straight between Spoon and 130R, but could never quite get there to get the move done. SVR Solar, Another good result, a stint podium coming home P3 in GT. EVR Mead continuing a good run of form for the EVR Motorsport team, taking this GT to 4th position in the stint. I believe that's a 5th, a 4th, and a 4th, so that'll still put them right on the edge of the hunt for the final spot on the podium. If they can put together a really impressive stint in the 4th and final stage of this race, they could have a chance. Koenigsegg R in SVR Orange, bringing up P5 in GT, bringing that Ineos Premium Oil Series livery. A really, really handsome, almost touring car looking livery on that. I'm a big fan. I hadn't had a close look at that until now.
It's very Brazilian stock car-y.
Yeah. Having a moment here to switch to the GripTech performance car of Mr. Drive, coming home 6th in GT. BG Cowboy in the AX4X Aston Martin, coming home 7th in Stint 3, wearing, of course, the SWCOM sponsorship, as well as a, if I can swing the camera around one more time, I just want to look at, again, this is an otter. Am I not crazy? You have an otter on the back of the AX4X cars, and nobody has explained to me yet what the otter means. What is the otters? What do the otters mean? No. Okay, that's a terrible
Tell us,
joke.
or I'll make a more terrible pun.
Going back to our rundown of the finishing order here in Stint 3, AMS Illich in the Astro Corvette, coming home P8 in GT, ahead of SFM Snowstorm P9 inside the top 10 in A-Lobby. Well done to Snowstorm in the Calsonic liveried Ford GT that he put together. A great result, and we're looking forward to watching you in your 4th and final stint here today. He finished ahead of V12 Hio Otis, who we saw had a moment into Spoon Curve with just a couple laps to go, costing him that final spot. We'll see if that team can't make a recovery in Stint 4. Speed Demon in the AX4X UK car, I believe. Coming home 11th in GT, ahead of SVR Hammer, who is in the SVR Yellow. Beefy Boss in SVR Rainbow, coming home 13th in GT, ahead of LSM Big Man and AMR Academic. Will be joining Stint 4 here in a moment, but I still want to give these cars their time in the spotlight. We want to appreciate the hard work that all the painters put in, giving us a really beautiful grid for the broadcast today. It makes it better for you to watch. It makes it better for us to broadcast when the cars look just this good. Of course, AMR Academic rounding out the GT field here in a lobby in the number 99 Corvette C7R. We will be switching over momentarily. What have I... I've been informed by Big Ben that the otter is from Otter Brewery, so I am a fan. But we will be now switching over to the standings window as it updates.
It looks like it's all updated, but at least for the prototypes and some of the GT cars. So this race is going to be shaping up pretty interestingly for the final stint.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get out of this lobby a little bit earlier, get set for the next one. I think I need to join...
Drifting Hero.
Drifting Hero. Which we'll do in just a moment. But I may need an update since the Microsoft Xbox app is not allowing me to actually select his lobby. In the meantime, we'll take that quick rundown of the standings. After 3 stints, 3/4 of the way to, with 2 hours to go, well, an hour and 40 minutes of racing still to go. Looks like Pardon me. That was a misclick. Stint 1 is in, Stint 2 is in, Stint 3 is currently being entered. So as we await those results, we can tell you that SFM Zai, in another impressive drive, after the real breakthrough that we saw for him at Nürburgring, where he was dedicated to going out and turning laps even though the car would not score any points, that motivation and that continued improvement is carried over as he finished Stint 3 just over half a mile behind Forza Europa, which means... I've accepted the invite, there we go, that'll take us in, which means that in the overall race distance right now, the SFM Formula number 27 is less than 1 lap behind the Gander Audi Sport number 3, which will be driven by none other than Williams Roadrunner. So like we said, we have a battle shaping up between Veloce Racers and Williams Roadrunner for the win in prototype here at Suzuka.
Oh yeah.
Looking at these gaps for Veloce Racers to beat Williams Roadrunner, and so pretty much for the SFM car to beat Gander, it would need to be. Oh,
sorry.
As the distance just updated themselves, so that actually changes calculations. Okay, yeah, so, yeah, the Gander Audi Sport car is leading by about a lap over the SFM car. So the 3 cars leading just by a lap over the number 27 car, which means Veloce Racers is going to have to pull at least a lap advantage on Roadrunner to get a victory for the number 3 or the number 27 car,
which is unlikely, I will admit. But to quote one of the best movies ever made, so you're saying there's a chance? And there is indeed.
I thought you were going to quote Shrek 2.
Also one of the best movies ever made, but not the one I had in mind.
Well, so
You guys having a good time?
Oh, a Wild Darkser appears. Yes, we are. It's I haven't even had a drink yet.
Surprise!
And
There's his eye as well.
Oh,
the two combatants from Stint 3.
So,
Yep.
so Darkser, we wondered out loud on stream if team orders would be implemented, and then you answered that without saying anything.
By
The fight you
battling
guys had
Zai
through
extremely
traffic
hard.
in the S's was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably
The
not the way
involvement
it
with
would have been. It wasn't ideal, but it was brilliant stuff to watch.
I made 2 of my passes due to entirely down to like better traffic management.
Yeah.
The Daytona got held up by a GT car, and I just made it 3 wide, and it worked out. Same thing happened to Dark, but no 3 wide moment.
Yeah, I got really unlucky the last like 25 minutes after the last pit stop. I just kept getting stuck in really awkward
So,
spots with GT cars.
Half the cars for me do not have liveries loaded. Should I
Uh,
exit the lobby and rejoin?
You could, yeah.
Let me make sure we're not going to launch right away. Drifting Hero, don't launch. I'm going to leave and come back.
The dock is still up on the stream.
It is because I'm just I'm changing lobbies and sometimes I show desktop.
No, that's
by
fine.
accident.
I was just going to talk about some of the gaps. So we do see.
If I could just pause you real quick. The results for B lobby or A lobby GT are being typed in right now, so whatever you're about to say may actually be wrong once they go in.
Talking about prototypes, so.
Okay, you're fine then.
Alright.
Carry on.
Yeah, so the number 11 car of ATR Automobiles Alfa Romeo prototype, they are in 3rd and they have a little bit over a mile lead on the number 24 car. So PPS Icy is going to have to get at least a little over a mile's gap to Daytona to take third place in the overall standings. And looks like the number 4 car is quite a ways from the next place car. Actually, no, never mind.
It's down to 0.4 miles now. Daytona lost a mile due to 4 separate sim twitches. So that's what happened there. Yeah, 24 is now within striking distance.
Cowboy in chat. By the way, Dark, so the bill for cleaning my pants is coming your way after you went kamikaze through 130R. I think I did the same thing to you as well, Cowboy.
Cowboy, I have one thing to say. I regret nothing.
I really hope SVR Hammer isn't salty that I gave him a little bit of a bump.
That was like the longest double stint of my life.
And now you get to commentate.
Yeah.
Which is good for me, because I can think about going to bed now.
Okay, well, I've tried.
You guys have
the
basically
lobby.
triple stinted.
I've tried the lobby 3 times. We have more liveries than we did before. Should I try a 4th time?
I don't think.
Sometimes deliveries do come back during the race.
Yeah, it's not really something you can reliably predict.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
It's just a shame because it'll be a bit of an interesting race since all of the prototypes look the same.
Yeah. Yeah, I would try it again.
All right. 1 second, Drifting here. We're gonna try one more time so that we can get the prototype deliveries on stream, because otherwise it'll look atrocious, frankly.
So Zai, why did you decide to give up the last stint?
Racers is taking the position for that, and he is objectively faster than me, so...
it was literally just he's the quick guy, get him in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like I kind of wanted to double stint, but if Racers is doing it, then no regrets not doing it.
And if he is the faster driver, is the better shot of taking on Gander.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know if we're going to be able to make up the distance, but in terms of solidifying second position, it was the right call to make, to put him back in.
It would require a problem for Roadrunner, most likely, because I doubt that the difference would end up being a lap, which is what we would need.
And because there's no simulation damage, you can't really have them have a problem too bad.
Hey, we got liveries. Let's go.
A lot of time.
All right.
Hey, nice. 4th time's a charm, as they always say.
Charm.
All right. So what's happening right now in the lobby is Drifting Hero is trying to calculate the grid order, because for stint 1 and 2 it's quality order. Stint 3 is the result of stint 1, and then stint 4 is the combined distance of stint 1 and 2, and that's not a value found on the dock, so Drifting Hero is really quickly just going in and doing that. So he should be ready to go any second now.
Awesome.
And the reason that Arox Bokit decided not to do stint 3, he had the wrong livery, and they just decided to put JSR South back in because South was faster anyway. So that's what happened there.
He just checked out.
So
South has been blisteringly fast today.
Yeah, that's kind of what he does. He just kind of checks out on everyone and says, "See ya."
See, I wouldn't want to be here because you're slow.
So, yeah,
well,
we have all the liveries in the lobby except for Snowstorm's Calsonic livery. So it sounds like Japan has bitten back and said, "No, that's mine. You can't have it."
Yeah. Yeah, and being straight off the track, there was a lot of discussion about the GT cars needing to pick a line and stick with it in some of the corners, because while the GT cars do have the right of way, they are also explicitly told that they need to stick to their lines when turning. So a lot of the guys will like wiggle left and right a few times before actually turning in. You really can't do that.
There were a few times though that I saw its prototypes taking some absolute liberties though.
Yeah, that does happen, and there's really no point denying it. It does happen.
Yeah.
Yep. We saw in Stint 2, on 2 different occasions, Racers was approaching a GT car coming into the Casio Triangle, and the GT car would slide across to take what they thought was the more polite line, but in the process would cross his nose right as he was getting ready to set his braking point. And so we would have to switch to the opposite line, get the car stopped, and still turn. And he did it twice, which is... I would have died. Like, actually, in real life, just died.
But because of
there was also
that,
an issue. There was an issue where he caught up to the back of LSEM Insanity, and he couldn't see him because of invisible cars, and he put him off.
Oh, in turn 1? Was that the one?
Yeah, in turn 1. He
yeah,
just
we did catch that, and we figured it was an invisible car because of the way that there was absolutely no impact on the Proto at all. It just sent the Corvette into the Shadow Realm. Well, I mean, we are in for an interesting final stint.
That'd be good.
There's about a half a lap separates P1 from P2 and GT. A little bit less than 1 lap separates P1. Sorry, a little bit less than a lap separates P1 from P2 in prototype. About a third of a lap separates P3 from P4 in prototype. And for the last step on the podium in GT, it's going to be a dogfight because it's a third of a lap between the SVR Purple and the EPR Motorsport 4 GT. So any of these drivers who are trailing, if they pump in big time clutch stint, can absolutely flip those standings.
Yeah, the GT stuff really gets pretty unpredictable as you get near the end of the race because the teams will typically put in their fastest driver to close it out.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of those close gaps, like you were saying, they're probably going to get even closer or in some cases narrowly flip. Like, for example, right now, the top of the field, you were saying it's 1.4 miles between Moshi's and Redline.
Mm-hmm.
Redline's faster. That might change.
But South is going in the car, right?
No, Moshi's is taking stint for him.
Oh, okay. I thought just saying you said that South was going in, but okay.
No. South got swapped in for stint 3 in place.
Oh,
of
that's
Logan.
what happened. Okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, that's my bad.
Yeah, I mean that was one that we were watching. Redline was on South's pace all the way through stint 3. He would, after the pit stops, he would take a little bit to get up to speed, but as soon as he was up to speed, he would be right there. Just he couldn't make a dent. But
looks like we're good to go here.
we are, so let me prep the timer.
Let's see if we can get away first time of asking.
Yeah, we've had a restart in all 3 stints, so let's see if we can avoid one here in the 4th. Let's have a clean start. 1 minute 40 on the clock, or sorry, 1 hour 40 minutes on the clock. I hear a helicopter. See race cars. We are going.
Alright, so again, they're going to be going single file, 80 miles an hour until they get to the end of the inside right curb at the end of first turn, and then they will floor the gas and the stint will be on. So here we go.
And we are racing. There we go. It's Williams Roadrunner ahead, well, in the Gander Autosport number 3 car. Right behind him, we have Veloce Racers in the SFM Vermilion number 27. He's got HCR Daytona on his back bumper. They are through the middle of the snake cleanly. Daytona has pulled a slight gap over PPS Icy in the number 24.
Daytona, good.
And then it looks like it's going to be the HCCR car. T-Tony's back in that car for stint 4 at the back of the prototype field. Did anybody see how the GT start went?
I did not catch it, no.
If they all get through the hairpin cleanly and nobody gets an impressive run, let's cut back to GT to see if there's been any shakeup at the front of the order after the first couple corners. Looks like we got...
Awesome.
Oh, well, the fight that you predicted is there. Dark, there it is. Moshis and Redline, nose to tail, fighting for the lead and the win in this race in GT.
And we would also be remiss to not point out a little bit of insider information. T-Tony now has Europa's tune.
Oh, well, that
Ooh.
changes things.
So he might be able to keep a little bit closer now, which would be a good thing. So Mashi's, of course, formerly of Team GTR, formerly of AMS, and now he's on his own, racing with the mixed match from hell. Redline, one of the newer acquisitions by AMS. Definitely just as quick.
From Heck, Dark, we're trying to keep this PG.
Excuse me?
From Heck, not from Hell. We're trying to keep it PG.
Match from heck. Remember,
Sorry,
please no ban. This is
can never forgive myself.
There is no swearing on our Christian endurance racing stream.
Meanwhile, Lobby B is up to a third restart of the stint.
I don't want to interrupt you there. Lobby B might be having their problems. Moshis has his own problem right now, and his problem is named Redline. Redline is all over the gearbox of Moshis, and it really is a gearbox. I'm not just using that colloquialism because, of course, that is a transaxle layout in that Corvette C7R. And this is, I have a feeling it's only going to be a matter of laps here before Redline finds his way past. It looks like he's kept all of that pace that he found in the last stint, and he's going to be chomping at the bit. You will know that last stint will have frustrated him no end, just watching the back of South's car as they went around and around and around. As a matter of fact, there he goes. He gets a better drive out of Degner, too. He's going to be alongside, up the inside for him, but he's going to be outside of the hairpin. Is he going to try to cut back? No, he's going to try to drive all the way around the outside, and that's going to not get the job done. We'll have to wait until Spoon to see if this sorts itself out.
And
Yeah,
not
these two
only-
have already got a... These two have already got... Showing it live, folks.
Oh, that was comedic gold.
These two
We're
have
eating. Alright,
These
one at
two
a
have
time.
already
Dark,
got
you go
A.
first.
Alright, these two have already got a sizable lead over third place. Probably going to stretch out more with the incredible power of the Corvette and the slipstream from BMW just not existing. So those two are going to probably check out to a good couple hundred feet in the first few laps before seriously getting the battle going.
Alright, Alpha, your turn.
What I was gonna say is not only is this a battle on track, but this is also a battle for the overall lead, as Mashi's Corvette is in the lead in the overall, and Redline is second. And Redline needs to get past and make up about a mile and some gap on Mashi's to get his team up in the first place overall.
Yeah, I was expecting a bigger gap, but is that SBR proper? Is he in the SBR purple car for this stint?
Yep, that was HJR Vortex 9 up until a few weeks ago. He's changed his gamer tag, and that is who is in the third position right now.
He's certainly not falling back into the clutches of the EVR Motorsport GT. He's staying decently well connected to this battle for the lead.
Yeah, he's not gonna make it easy for them, but I'm not convinced he has the same raw pace that they do.
She's got a much better exit out of Degner 2 that time. He's going to be able to keep ahead, so no look up unless he goes to the inside. No, Moshe's going to cover it off, although that's going to compromise him. Redline's going to get alongside, and if he can get the drag, no, there's no way you're going to win a drag race against that Corvette.
Nah, yeah, the Corvette's just got a teeny bit more top end than the BMW does, even if the BMW's got it out of the corners.
And here, one of our broadcasters, Kiwi's gonna have to step away and get a little bit of
Yep.
sleep, maybe.
It's been a long night. I've been doing this since, 1 a.m. my time, so...
And we appreciate it, we really do.
Great
you guys
work, Kiwi.
you guys might. I wonder if the streams agree with
Hey,
that.
I don't want to interrupt you though. We're saying our goodbyes. There's there's Redline up the inside of Mush. He's got a better exit out of Spoon Curve. He's going to run a little wide at 130R, and that's going to let Mushies come back on the outside. If Mushies can stay there, he can. There's the pass done. That's for P1 and GT, and that potentially is the pass that could determine the winner of this race. If Redline can now get away from Mushies, if he can get the separation and drop Mushies out of his slipstream and drive away, then it's just a race against the clock and the measuring tape. Can he pull that 1 mile gap that he needs to get his team the win in GT?
Yeah, he's got a big hill to climb in front of him, but if there's anyone up to the task, it's Redline.
And that was a beautiful move.
Whenever you do head off.
Moshi's carried, Moshi's, I thought, carried a lot of speed, but Redline carried just an absurd corner speed through Spoon Curve. Came out of it, just launched out of it like he was shot out of a rocket and sailed by Moshi's. Even though that Corvette has that amazing top end, Redline went right by him on the straight before 130R.
It was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
That was a really great pass.
On that note, chaps, it's been fun. I'll see you possibly in the car for the next race.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ciao.
So, how's that for an opening 10 minutes?
That's pretty spectacular. That's more action than we saw in GT all of the last stint.
Yeah, GT guys were pretty spread out the last couple times there. It was especially noticeable on the track near the end. As we see Redline goes off and south. Nope, not south. Mashi's taking the lead.
All that hard work, and now he has to do it again. As a matter of fact, he's going to have to do it. Ooh, well, it was SVR purple car driven by SVR Proper 12 had a look up the inside of 130R and then decided that discretion was the better part of valor and he wanted to live.
Living is generally a good thing when it comes to these races. You tend to want to remain alive as long as possible. It's just frowned upon not to do so, honestly.
Well, these cars have separated themselves just a little bit, and before Redline gets back to the bumper of Mushies, let's go look at the battle for the proto lead. Let's see if Racers has been able to keep touch with Roadrunner.
Yeah. Racers actually got within 2,000 feet of Roadrunner on merit in the second stint, accounting for the initial outlap. So he's got a pretty good shot here of taking it to the front. As you can see him just in the back of the shot there.
It really does, as we see a battle at the back of the GT field as well. Snowstorm, a little bit out of position. I would have expected that for GT to be a bit higher, but he's now fighting with that Aston Martin of Team AX4X UK.
As you see Roadrunner do a perfectly executed around the outside pass, and if you see in the background of the shot, the Racer's car is going to be stuck for a little bit longer just because of where he caught everybody.
We were talking about this in the previous stints. Traffic management through this first sector will win or lose you a stint if you're this close on pace.
Europa was lamenting in stint 3 that every time he catches somebody in 130R, he'd lose 200 feet on the guy in second.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You really do, because that little bit of change in speed, it snowballs through the end of the break.
Well, because the Protos can take 130R completely flat.
Yep.
And if you have to check up behind the GT, it costs you not only through 130R, but the rest of the straight as well. And the same thing with Spoon. We're talking about if you can't get by one of the GT cars before Spoon, and you can't carry the speed, that's going to cost you all the way to 130R.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to help if that happens. So we see Racers apparently just had a big sim twitch coming out of 130R.
Seems to have caught it though.
Yeah. Extremely hard.
While they're navigating this traffic, let's actually hop on board with Racers and see how he manages it through the first sector.
So the way that this car is set up, it has extremely volatile turn-in. If you get it even a little wrong, you are going to spin it the way that Racers has it set up, and then on exit, the car has a tendency to understeer slightly. So what you'll see here is as Racers is trying to pass these GT cars around the outside, he has to lift, otherwise he's going to fly off the track.
Meanwhile, Roadrunner has picked his way through there and disappeared through the diggers.
That is a standard Roadrunner operating procedure. Get ahead and run away. He did this in the Delta Legion Gallardo Trophy. He did it stint 1, and now here we are, stint 4, and he's doing it again. Going through Spoon, very easy to make a mistake through here. If you clip the inside curb too early, you get sent into the gravel. As you see, Racers almost go into the gravel. Ideally, you want to use the right 2 tires over the line, and then you just power down into 130R, which is what appears to be happening right now. A little bit of the track assets not loading. That's not ideal.
That's happened throughout this race, and it's gotten worse as we've gone on, actually. Can't really explain it, because I've checked resources, and the computer's running fine. Forza just is refusing to give us a track to look at. Well, you can see the gap there. As we pull out for that wide shot of Turn 1, you saw Racers just entering Turn 1 right as Europa was exiting, so that describes your gap to you. It's about a corner and a half.
Yeah, that honestly sounds about right for this point in the stint. Roadrunner and Europa were practicing a lot of 1-2 lap runs on cold tires, so that's where we are at this point in the run. So the amount of distance that Roadrunner will gain over Racers will decrease as the stint goes on. So it's just kind of a waiting game at this point for Racers.
Well, while these two continue their battle against the clock and each other, let's go back to that battle for the GT lead. I think I've selected the last prototype instead.
Yeah. GT guys have been absolutely flying so far today.
What is happening? What is happening in this battle for GT lead? Holy cow! Let's have
And I come back to this. Let me watch this
Oh,
then.
and there's been contact. SPR purple car got into the back of the mixed match from Heck. Let's go. We got to go on board and watch this from the driver's view. These three cars.
Proper 12.
You're on board with Proper 12 and SPR purple. There was all kinds of argy-bargy in the hairpin there as 2 prototypes and 3 GTs tried to fit into a corner that doesn't fit more than really 1 car at a time.
That was pretty ambitious of them, I gotta say. That was a pretty insane move to try. And I say that as a driver who did it to the GTs in an R18. It's not a position you want to find yourself in. The inside car has a very strong tendency to track outside on the gas, and I think what we saw there was the red prototype almost get punted off at Daytona. Assuming that's what it was.
I think it was the HCR car driven by Daytona this time.
Daytona has also switched off sim steering, so the shouldn't spin this stint.
Which is really what he needs. If he can just stay close or be a little bit more consistent, that's all he really needs to hold off 3rd place. So I think that's a very smart decision by him. See red line in front in the GT field, so hopefully he can not make a mistake this time and try to get away from Machis. Speaking of which, who's in 3rd place in the prototype?
3rd place in prototype is HCR Daytona at the moment.
Yeah, it should be Daytona slightly in front of Icy.
That is what we have. We're featuring on screen now these 2 drivers who are battling for P2 and P3 in GT. Mushie's, as you can see on the lower right of your screen, from the mixed match from Heck, is currently driving the car that is leading the race, but is losing distance with every corner. As you see, just ahead of him, that AMS BMW, driven by AMS Redline, is pulling away fractions of an inch, little portion, percentages of a meter, whatever measurement you want to use. Redline is gaining in the overall standings with every single turn of the wheel as he pulls away slightly, lap after lap, from Mashi's.
If you're Mashi's, you are kicking yourself right now because you know that your teammates have worked up this ginormous lead and it's going away. Dun dun dun. Drama at Suzuka.
Well, he does know that it's alright if Redline is out in front, but he just needs to make sure that gap stays under a mile.
That's true. He doesn't have to win this stint, but in order to win the race, he has to make sure that Redline doesn't get too far ahead. But of course, as a racing driver, that's not the math you want to do. The math you want to do is, how can I get back to him and pass him again and put this thing in the bag?
Ay.
Because obviously, if Mashi's wins the stint, that team wins the race. There's no question. The math, you can't sort it any other way. But Mashi's in P2, you have to start doing the math.
I'm gonna look through the rest of the GT field and see.
Well, here's some of the rest of it. EVR Mead getting interested right there behind SVR Proper 12. Oh, sorry, that's EVR Huracan, my mistake. In behind SVR Proper 12. Mead, of course, ran the first and third stints. Huracan running the second and fourth. Putting on a good show today for EVR Motorsport in that Ford GT.
Yeah, they're really punching that car higher above than what it should be able to do at this track. Its grip advantage was not kept from the previous round due to this track being more grip-based. So while the car is on pace, it is harder to drive over the stint on pace. So really good showing from those two.
That's actually another race for the overall spot with the Solar Vision Racing number 87 car being driven by Proper 12 and EVR.
THR Skyline was the other driver in that car.
Right.
And Solar.
And EVR Huracan and EVR Mead in the fourth place car of the EVR Motorsports team.
I am finally back from the things I've been doing.
Welcome back, Si.
Thanks. Someone give me a quick rundown of what's happened so far. 'Cause I can't
All of the
recall it.
GT leaders went into the hairpin at the same time. Somehow they all survived.
Aight.
I mean, I'm not making this up. 1, 2, and 3 were all touching in the hairpin. Redline came out ahead. Mashi's in the second. Proper 12 and SVR Purple is in third. EVR Huracan is in fourth. Each of them are separated by about 1 second from the other on track right now, chasing each other around in the chain.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's pretty wild right now.
And a prototype got through that mess while they were 2.5 wide. I won't say 3 wide because there was not 3 cars worth of space there.
There isn't on most of this track, and some people are still doing it.
Just a reminder, if you're just joining us, you may be wondering where the F4H Motorsport R18 is. They're not here because they did not submit stints within the deadline. So the Gander guys are going to get a big points haul today. And also affected by that similar thing was the HCR Neugfei car of Faithless and Grizzly. They also did not submit stints, and that is why they are not here. So
Just gonna swing the points very crazy.
Yeah, it was something wildly.
yeah,
So we are 20 minutes into this final stint here at the 8 Hours of Suzuka, which means that in the next 2 or 3 laps, we should expect to see the pit window opening for the first time.
Yep, the GT guys, if they want a short pit, could do that. The protos doing it pitting now would be a little bit premature. So I don't suggest doing that if you're in the R18. I would wait until at least 30 minutes into the stint.
Well, I mean, you can pit every 25 minutes if you're doing a 3-stop, so
Yeah.
it should be quite close.
And as much fun as it is to commentate with you guys, I must now take your leave. So thanks again for having me. It's been a pleasure.
All right.
See you, Dark.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Yep.
See you around.
See you later.
And then there were 3.
Then there was Veloci Racers up the inside of SVR Proper 12 and Degner 2. Veloci Racers, I mean, he's got his work cut out for him. We know who Roadrunner is. We know what Roadrunner can do. But we also saw Racers pump in the most impressive stint, the longest stint by distance of the entire race in Stint 2.
Oh, he did? I didn't even notice that on the scoreboard. That's incredibly impressive.
So, we know he's got that in his bag. The question is, does he have another one? Can he do that again?
Right. Yeah, let's double check that. I'll run with the 2067 by Europa. 2068 by Europa with 207. He's the only car to run a 207 so far.
He is. It was a mega stint.
That was kind of a wolf in sheep's clothing stint from him. It seemed pretty on par, but
Well, it seems like this GT battle has sorted itself out for now. So let's take a look further down the GT field. We'll come back to these leaders if they decide to get back together and have a party later on. Probably in about 5 minutes' time when they start to pit, it might get interesting. In the meantime, though, let's take a break from the top 4 and look down the GT order, starting with the Astro Corvette of AMS Maximus. As we get our first look, actually, I believe that's PPS Icy, it is, the Belgian driver in the number 24 SFM Competizione. He first stepped in at the Nürburgring round, acquitted himself well, and he's back for more. I guess he likes driving with you guys. I can't imagine why.
yeah, I know. Like, his team's completely terrible. But yeah, he's been banging out some good stints. Bringing pace to the car, and that makes for a very strong 24 with dark and icy.
Yeah, he was part of the driver squad that took that car to 3rd place overall at the last round.
Yep.
Very quick.
See Drifting Hero in the Grip Tech performance. Oh.
Ooh.
I didn't touch anything.
Please tell me Razors is there.
He is.
He is.
All the protos are there. Redline's here. Mushy's here. Proper 12 is here. Huracan is here. Maximus, Drifting Hero, Family Dude, Sparks, they're all still here. We have 20. Did we start with 20 or 21? Was that just a glitch?
We should have had 20 in the race. That must have just been a glitch. Then.
Just a glitch, okay. So for those of you who are watching who aren't familiar, when the screen goes black and you hear the thunder and everybody screams out, "No!" that means that somebody has probably disconnected. We don't ever want that to happen because that will absolutely ruin a race, especially in the 4th stint. If you're going well, it can just be horribly demoralizing. Fortunately, those gremlins have not come out yet. Don't think... I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say it.
Don't.
I'm not going to say it.
Yeah,
I stopped
say
myself.
it. Good. You know how sad I would be if
We don't talk about it. It's like a perfect game in baseball. We don't talk about it.
All right.
figured we'd run through the field from the back because we don't give these guys a lot of camera time, and it's a shame because these are still quick drivers. We might talk about them as bringing up the rear, but they're bringing up the rear of a lobby. So these boys are not slow. Windcharger 8199 here in the AX4X Cyber Racing UK car. They're running in 20th, and I believe that none of the GTs have stopped yet, so these should all be accurate representative positions. AMR Keegs 69 in the AMR C7R is right behind our lad SFM Snowstorm, presenting well in the beautiful Calsonic Ford GT. He's running 18th overall and the 13th in class. He finished the last stint in 9th, inside the top 10, so let's see if he can't get back up there later in the race. Ahead of him, we have the SVR Rainbow car, this beautifully vibrant 80s windbreaker of a Corvette driven by the Portuguese driver Saltibancos. He's trying to chase down LSEM Burnsy, and it looks like he actually might be gaining, because the last time I checked, this gap was quite a bit bigger. Let's stay here for a while and see if this doesn't kick off.
As they drive over.
Never mind.
Oh.
He's dipped into the pits. Well, that's going to free up Saltibancos, and that means, like I thought, the GT pit window is open now for the drivers who want to short pit just a little bit.
Yep.
Speaking of short pitting, that makes me want to go to the front and see if anybody up there opts to take that strategy option. Let's go back to the front of the GT field. We see Redline has now pulled, well, the gap is growing. The gap is growing against Mushies. Not by much, but that's certainly more than it was a couple of laps ago. About how far is a third of the way around this track? Would you say from the hairpin to
Third
middle
of
of the
track,
straight to 130R?
Maybe more like the Degners to, yeah, the middle of the straight.
Because that's about how much of a lead he needs. Obviously, he doesn't have it right now, but he has an hour and 11 minutes to try to find the pace to stretch this lead out to a little over, I think it's 1.5 miles to put this AMS car on the top step of the podium.
Yeah, stint's been pretty clean so far. We haven't really seen any awkward proto interactions.
Well, we've seen some awkward proto interactions, but nothing that's called. I mean, we've seen the dives into Spoon and the dives up the inside of 130R, but it's all worked. Everything has gone according to plan. Nobody has died. Because most of these GT drivers have done a very good job of driving consistent lines, for the most part. Obviously, there have been some exceptions. There have been a couple of saves, notably by racers into the braking zone at the final chicane, where his reflexes and reaction time meant that instead of annihilating a GT car, he just hit his braking point and went through there, despite the GT moving across his nose. There's certainly been some moments of brief panic and heart in the some hardly like heart in the throat moments, but everybody's managed very well. It's for the most part been a very clean race, which is great to see.
Yeah.
You mentioned what was a third of Suzuka, and actually the East Circuit, which would be just the front stretch and the S's. That's about. Ignoring the final part that turns back onto the track. So pretty much from the start of the front straight all the way to the end of the S's is about a third of the way. So
there's a good measurement. We'll see just how much farther Redline needs to get. As you can see, he's dropped Moshi's. You can barely even see Moshi's coming out at 130R. As a matter of fact, Moshi's going to get held up a bit. He had to yield the line to the HCCR prototype coming through the Casio Triangle. And this lead certainly isn't where it needs to be yet. It's growing, and it's growing faster than I thought it would.
Yeah, he still has a little over an hour to get that gap up there. And he might need some help from possible incidents, but unless he just fully steps on the pedal and gives all he can get out of that car. That is definitely a big gap to achieve. But with an hour left, it could be done.
Speaking of gaps, there is still a gap, unfortunately, from Williams Roadrunner back to the number 27 SFM Vermilion car of the Veloci Racers, but Roadrunner's just done an impeccable job of managing traffic this race. I don't... It makes it look easy, and it frustrates me, because it's not easy. It's hard to explain how difficult it is when he makes it look so easy.
You just drive past them without hitting them. Is that easy?
Yeah, I mean, like when you say it like that, and when you see him do it, it sounds like, well, how hard can it be? It's hard. I mean, you can tell us this. It's hard.
Yeah, there are some cars which are very unpredictable. You just gotta make the decision right before you crash into them.
I tend to think it's a little bit easier when the speed of the different cars are a little bit closer.
Yeah. I think what's the main issue is there's going to be so many passes around corners and high speed areas because of the aero difference and pure weight difference of these cars that you're passing in the corner. So I almost think the speed difference isn't as much of an issue, but the grip is what sort of causes overconfidence from the P1s. But in a series like Oppo, for example, where the cars are doing 50 miles an hour faster in a straight line, but also are very similar around corners, you kind of have an effect where you have to pass on the straights and you can't dive bomb people.
Yeah, I remember driving a GT car in one of our past series. Driving a GT car down the front stretch, I'm looking back and thinking this prototype is really far back. He's gonna have a few laps before he's gonna catch me, and then 2 corners later he's already on me. So
yeah. Honestly, as the prototype driver, you think, oh, this guy's gonna be, you're coming down the straight to 130R, and you think, oh, I'm gonna pass him into the braking zone for the last chicane, but then you've almost crashed into him in 130R. Yeah, the pure lap time difference of these cars is pretty ridiculous. As races get held up a tiny bit more inside line.
So, I have news from B-Lobby. Apparently the extra B-Lobby restart was due to an incorrect lobby setting where they still had simulation damage on despite the curb bug that kills cars.
I almost started Stint 3 with simulation damage on and then got yelled at by every single GT driver. And DMs are currently full with people saying, turn off simulation damage.
And Snow is reporting that he has the wrong braking line but can't tell anybody because the GT party collapsed and they didn't make a new one.
no, it's very unfortunate. As a driver that I use the braking lines for, I guess, more of a visual aid without using cones or anything, because the lines will always be there. That's definitely something that can be hard to work over, especially in a more serious race like this. hopefully he can relearn the track and get down some good lap times.
Yeah, for sure.
Check on Racer's fuel telemetry. And the live looking from the pit wall here. Looks like he's at about 70%. Front tires are just ticking over into the yellow range. I think he and Roadrunner are on parallel pit strategies, if I'm not mistaken. A quick look shows, yep, 68% and nearly identical tire wear. So without the strategy difference, and with tunes that, while different, appear to be roughly equal in their potential optimal pace, this is just a straight mano-a-mano fight.
Yep.
And the only thing that could make it better is if they manage to somehow end up on the same part of the track together.
Curious to check in on the gap from 3rd to 4th, or how close they are.
Let's go to PPS Icy in the number 24. The currently running in 4th position. Let's see if we can see HCR Daytona. We cannot. And you can actually see all the way up through the S's from that wide shot, and so Daytona is at least clear of the first part of the snake. I suspect he's probably all the way up in the Degners. And there he is. That tells you he's exiting the Degners while Icy was entering the S's. That's a gap of basically the entire first sector.
The HCR car, looks like, as of right now, they would definitely be able to hold off that 3rd place overall, which would be a very good result after their very unfortunate disconnects and problems back at the last round at Nürburgring. After they DNF'd from, I believe, a power outage that caused Daytona to disconnect from one of the stints.
Yeah, it was a power outage. Good job for remembering that. That's
Yeah, it's. I honestly can't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday, and you remembered that from a month ago.
Yeah. Is Daytona driving on Sky there a bit?
We've taken to referring to that as the Rainbow Road now.
It's always that part of the track as well.
It is. Something about that particular section of the track doesn't like to load in quite as quickly. I notice it does happen in certain parts of certain tracks. I've seen that same glitch occur going through turn 3, through turn 2 into turn 3 at Road Atlanta, and I've seen it at Mugello coming out of the final corner. It seems to happen whenever the game has to stream in a larger section of the track, when you're basically cresting a rise.
Ah, right, yeah.
Or opening up into a larger vista. It doesn't seem to stream quite as quickly, even on brand new hardware, as it did before a couple of these most recent patches. And other than that, this is just a complete layman's observation. Besides that, I have no real suggested cause.
Should we check out some of the lower GT field?
We should.
Because battles seem to have split up in Proto.
Starting with Snowstorm, who is unfortunately relearning the track. He's just had awful luck at Suzuka. First, at Le Mans Esports, after qualifying for the live final, he had to learn how to drive on a wheel. As a man who has never driven on a wheel before, his learning curve was, well, basically vertical. He had to try to translate his pace from controller to wheel against a driver, JSR Azzy, who is one of, if not the fastest wheel driver on all of Forza. And now he's come to Suzuka in TEC, and he has the wrong braking line, so he has to relearn the track using braking landmarks that he may not have been used to, and he has to spot them in practice mid-race. Oof, he's going to be frustrated.
Yeah, going from a controller to wheel is it's pretty hard in any game, but for me, I've had the hardest time adjusting myself to playing a wheel on Forza worse than anything like iRacing. But I guess I haven't played iRacing with a controller to start with, so that probably helps a little bit. But yeah, learning how to use a wheel is definitely hard after spending time on a controller. Things are very hard to save on a wheel than controller. But I mean, this game is, I guess, more made for the controller anyways. So yeah, he did a good job at that event, and yeah, hopefully he can fix his issues and make up some spots here.
Just ahead of him on track is Windcharger, and driving the AX4X Team UK car. I would be surprised, frankly, if by the end of this stint, once Snow has picked his braking markers, if he has not driven right by Windcharger. Because in stint 2, he was showing real pace.
Yeah, he seems to. Snowstorm seems to have adjusted pretty well so far. He hasn't gone off from when we've seen him just then. His lines looked pretty good. Maybe he's already adjusted and is already starting to make his way up to Windcharger.
We'll come back to that in a minute. Ahead of those two, we have a pair of Corvettes, the LSCM, I believe that's the LSCM Prospective Corvette, driven by Burnsy.
Yeah, that is the perspective.
So it's the LSCM Perspective
Corvette powered
and
by G2A.
and the SVR Rainbow. So it's a Corvette on Corvette battle. The only difference being the tunes and the steady pairs of hands behind the wheel. It's Daytona's going to pick his way through here and say, lads, you can fight. Just wait a second. Let me get out of here first. Although he... Saltimbancos is going to just... I wonder if he was put off by the presence... it doesn't look like there was contact. I wonder if he was just spooked by the presence of the prototype and just missed his braking marker.
Or maybe he intentionally braked a bit deep for the prototype behind him to go by without slowing him down much. And then he thought he could brake a bit later than he could. Possibly. But this battle is shaking up.
It certainly is, and if we take a look back, as a matter of fact, there's the move there. I thought I saw that. I thought I saw Saltimbancos get a much better exit, but then he's going to run wide. Tire on the grass. Rosie and Saltimbancos.
A lot of wheel spin.
There's a lot of wheel spin. There's a lot of... You can tell they're pushing hard. They're racing against each other, and I don't want to criticize drivers because they're both certainly faster than me, but they seem to be overdriving the car a bit. Burnsy lost time through 130R because he tried to just attack it too hard, had to get out of the gas, and that let Saltimbancos by, and then of course got on the grass into the chicane, and then got onto the curb at the outside of the chicane, and then lit up the rear tires. And it's battles like this that cost you so much time.
That's always a possibility for drivers when they get under this pretty immense pressure. Some can just fail, and seems like a little bit of that's happening. These guys are faster in GT cars than I am.
Yeah, these guys are battling pretty hard, and I mean they're not necessarily competing for the overall win, so they can afford to just kind of mess around a little bit and battle each other.
And that's going to be fun for us.
Yeah.
You know what would be really fun, Zai? One of these teams would run an RSR.
Yeah.
I've lamented it before. It's a shame that the best sounding car in the game isn't represented here in TEC.
It's a bit of an issue car to be able because it is entirely tune based.
Yes.
That car. So So you need a perfect tune on it to get it right. Will Saltibancos try? He does, but there's no room for him to take it.
Tap,
With a
it's
bump.
going to unsettle Burnsy, but Saltibancos lifted out of that. You could see him lift in the middle of that chicane there so as not to gain an advantage. Good sportsmanship from the Portuguese driver.
It's always nice to see some sportsmanship. It's always nice and heartwarming. So it does make up quite a lot of that difference in turn 1 though. And has a mega turn 2. Constantly looking for a gap to make it work. Where's the all over?
Trying to stay close here, as close as you can to that rear bumper, and hopefully you can force the driver ahead into a mistake in the Degners and get a better run out of the corner. That's typically how I try to go about.
Ooh.
There's
Yeah, and he
another
does
lift
wait
from
up for them.
Saltibancos again.
Pair of Corvettes about to enter the backstretch. Speed. Everyone did a good exit. And that's minus your speed down that very long backstretch.
Saltibancos seems to take 130R better each time, but because these cars are so evenly matched, he doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's not fast enough to actually get alongside Burnsy before they get into the Casua Triangle, although he did get a better exit there.
He held that inside line forcefully, but he's not going to be able to keep that momentum there. A lot of bumper touching here.
I mean, these are really truly just love taps, but you can tell how eager Saltibancos is to get by. He keeps every opportunity that presents itself. He sticks his nose right in there.
He's really trying to weave his way into a position. It's a good battle. Is that?
That's going to be
car
HCR
behind.
Daytona.
Okay.
I was just kidding. It's the other red prototype of T-Tony 567, the HCCR, rather than HCR car.
That is exactly how not to think it.
I don't think he saw the prototype approaching.
And there's another prototype. If you want to see how to overtake GT traffic, here's Williams Roadrunner. Easy as pie.
Slicing through.
Yeah, and a lot of your distance is made up from having good traffic interactions. As I lost at least one time in the race, I lost 600 foot to dark due to the GT traffic.
Mm-hmm. If I'm not mistaken, it seemed like if Roadrunner just got through those GTs at the exit of Spoon, Saltibancos gives us a Formula D show here in Japan, getting into the local spirit a bit too much, and then after that, Veloce Racers caught them into right out of the Casio Triangle. Does that seem like Racers
It
has gained
seems like
ground?
he's gapped a bit, yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look then at where the car of Roadrunner is with 50 minutes left to go. We are halfway through this final stint. We are 7/8 of the way through this race, just over 12% of the race remaining. Let's see, Roadrunner now has a different kind of traffic to deal with. It's the HCCR proto of T-Tony. That's going to be a bit more difficult to pass because, again, there are no blue flag rules that mandate that T-Tony pull over, and they might... Oh, but T-Tony has pulled over. Well,
there are actually blue flag rules.
Are there?
Yeah, the unofficial rule is obviously don't be dumb about it.
But if you're...
But I think they're trying to work in rules with blue flags of
okay.
some description. I think officially it's closer phrase
Let's see,
to...
Williams Roadrunner is going to cross the line, 48.06 on the clock. Racers now.
Please don't tell me he's disconnected.
No.
Is already through, so it's less than a 10-second gap now. Racers has clawed it back. He's halfway through the race though, so at this point, Racers goes around the outside of SVR Family Dude in the SVR Orange BMW. Racers would need to claw that back, and then the next 10 seconds, and then go a lap ahead, which frankly seems impossible.
Yeah,
That's why we run the races, because we can't solve this particular problem on paper. You actually have to go out on track and do it, as we see Racers pick his way past EPR Huracan, who seems to be quite a bit further down the order than he has been before, unless Driftin' Hero just hasn't pitted. EPR Huracan has fallen behind AMS Maximus, Driftin' Hero.
To me, that seems like a pit.
Yeah, let's do a quick check then on their various fuel loads and tire wear, which will inform us when it was that they most recently pitted. Well, he will no longer be behind Maximus, as Maximus has eaten the tire wall at the Casio Triangle. Or he will. Oh, he will, just barely though.
Oh, that's unfortunate to have a race almost thrown away like that. Well, not entirely thrown away, but there's a lot of distance he's just lost.
So AMS Maximus on 69% fuel, nice.
Nice.
Driftin' Hero on 62. EPR Huracan on 62. So no, it's not a pit stop. He's been passed either on track or through the pits by the two cars ahead of him, and he's got his work cut out to get back by them again.
Good job by those cars if that was a on-track pass that they managed to miss. And unfortunate if it was an off-track pass.
Remember how I said I expected Snowstorm to pick up the pace once he learned the track? He's gained two positions. He's gone from 20th up to 18th, and he's still climbing.
He's going to get involved in that fight we saw earlier, though. The battle for 16th and 17th. I would imagine.
Ben asking in chat if Windcharger is still in last. He wasn't in last a little bit ago because Snowstorm had some issues, but
yes, it appears that Windcharger, although this may be due to pit sequence, because Snow, I think, is going deeper into his stint. I don't know exactly how it's going to shake out once they have all completed their most recent cycle. But right now, Windcharger is in last. He may move up to 19th after this round of pits. It depends on how far ahead Snow is when he goes in. So there's your answer, Ben.
Had a request from Academic. How's Keegs doing? What position is he on right now?
Yeah. Let's see. Keegs is in 19th position, one spot ahead of Windcharger. Currently diving into Spoon Curve. The distinctive rumble of that Corvette V8.
So I'm attempting to quietly type. Doesn't really work well with my keyboard. That was a nice shot though, of Keegs passing over, I think, a prototype under the bridge.
It certainly was.
He goes over Rainbow Road.
Just running some consistent laps. So that's all he needs to do. Should we see if we can move back to any sort of battle on track?
Yeah, let's take a look. Actually, before we go to a battle, let's look at the distance that Redline has pulled over Mushies. If he's still pulling away with 42 minutes left, we are past the halfway point of this final stint. He's running out of time to get it done, but he is still extending his advantage. So he just passed the entrance to the East Circuit, and as Alpha said, that East Circuit is approximately 1/3 of the total distance of this track, which is 1/3 of the track being about 1.5 miles, or 1.3 miles rather, which is about the distance that Mushies needs to keep Redline from getting. So when Redline gets to the exit of the S's, about now, no, one more corner. About now, Moshies is still in the S's, so he's given up distance, but not nearly enough for that that AMS Corvette, or the AMS BMW rather, to take P1 overall. They're still too close together. As we stand right now, Mushies and the mix match from Heck are still holding on to P1. Why does it feel like every time we get to a final stint, I end up doing math the entire time?
That's kind of what it's about. This is what the drivers are also doing as well. They're busy running top tier leaderboard laps, while it's also doing all of this mathematics.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure the math needed in actual sports car racing is way more intense than what we're doing.
For sure.
Well, yes, but
The
they also
drivers
have
aren't
a
doing
pit
it.
wall of computers and engineers and strategists whose job it is to do that. You don't have to do that in the cockpit.
That's what's such a huge deal with esports and e-racing and whatnot.
Yeah, just need a calculator, maybe a piece of paper.
If you're writing on paper what's going down to 130R, you're doing something wrong.
Just put a clipboard on your steering wheel, it's fine.
That's
So
a pretty
Snowstorm, I
long
would expect to see-
backstretch.
Rally
expect to
style.
see him pit pretty soon. Those tires are getting close to 70% wear. And it's not possible to shave a pit stop off in the GT cars, I don't believe. So at this point, going any deeper doesn't really help at this point. So I'm not sure why he's stayed out quite this... Well, okay. Call me Nostradamus. There's Snowstorm in the pits. So, let's keep the camera on him and see... It's a prototype. Who is the next car on track?
Snow
That's
in
Keegs.
our Swordfish Discord saying, "Really tired, need coffee, please help." I'm sure they'll give him a quick injection of caffeine.
Just swap out the drinks bottle for a Starbucks mug. You'll be fine. He's gonna come right onto turn 1. T-Tony 567. Ooh. Nearly collecting Snowstorm as Snowstorm exits the pits. But that means that Snowstorm indeed has held on to that position, so Windcharger, like we thought, has filed to the back after this round of pit stops.
So, pretty close call there, but good job for Tony to see potential problem there and slow down ahead of the time. That is kind of one of those pit entrances that puts you on the racing line.
Kind of like Le Mans.
Yeah.
Puts him right on the inside of one of the most dangerous corners.
Let's see if we can't find another GT battle, another one of these famous scraps that we've had throughout the day today. Seems like we've stumbled onto one here, potentially between SVR Sparks and V12 Halex Pro, as more sections of the track just decide to load whenever they darn well please, and not when the cars are actually driving over them.
Rainbow Road is growing.
Yeah, it's expanding. It's infecting the racing surface.
Reminds me of that social experiment a couple of years ago when Reddit put out the pixel art competition, and it was quickly overtaken in all corners by a giant rainbow road.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was a really cool event that Reddit put on.
Halex Pro right up on the back bumper of SVR Sparks. He's going to get a fantastic exit from Degner 2, and that's going to give him the inside line to the hairpin. Side by side, equal drives out of the corner. It's a drag race down to Spoon. You've got to think the Corvette's going to take this one, and it will.
It has to, yeah.
That was a nice pass set up from pretty much the exit of Degner 2 to get that done.
Sparks really pushing that braking zone there, got as close as he possibly could, and they are probably going to go too wide in front of the prototype. Okay, never mind. Oh, Roadrunner may get caught up in something here.
Yep, Roadrunner's easily by, catches him in a perfect spot on the straight, and is able to get over to the right to take the optimal line, flat out through 130R. It can't just be luck, is it? Like,
something like that. Yeah, that's
just
kind of
luck. Like,
That's just good timing.
Halex Pro tried to throw the dummy. I don't know if you saw that. And it's going to cost him time. He tried to throw the dummy at the pits to see, I don't know if he was trying to bait SVR Sparks in, but instead he got a wheel on the grass. And now Halex Pro is on the back foot as SVR Sparks is going to go back around the outside into turn 1. A little tap from from Halex Pro, but that's going to be a repass for 12th position, 7th in GT by SVR Sparks after Halex Pro, for whatever reason, decided to channel his inner NASCAR and throw a pit dummy at pit entrance.
They wouldn't be pitting now, I would imagine.
I mean, you saw what I saw, though, right?
Yeah.
He jinked at pit road and then went, nope. And, oh, Halex Pro must have gone off. I don't know if he just got put off by Veloce Racers coming through in the 27, but...
He got, I just saw it on the stream, he got spooked by him a bit.
Run wide. That's going to cost him a few car lengths, but not too serious.
Let's see if the top of the field is having a bit of offers.
I was going to mention, I'm pretty surprised on how clean the racing has been and what limited amount of contact we've had, considering the this contact update that came out earlier this week. Um, it's been very, very clean considering how big of a change the physics are when making contacts, and we found out in our testing that that contact could make a little bit more aggressive moves on another car.
Quite
Um,
possible. Where
yeah.
it's very difficult to get bumped and kind of force fielded off of a car. It feels a bit more realistic, but I think they've gone too far with it.
Yeah.
So like there should be a nice happy middle ground between where we were at and now.
Yeah,
Right.
there are no more Atlas V rocket launches whenever you tap somebody.
Yeah. There's not going to be any more pinballing if you're 3 wide and you're the middle car and hit one of the cars.
So the answer is AMS Redline in that Alien Motorsports. Is it? What is their actual team? I've forgotten again. Alien Motorsports GT. Okay, well that's what I thought it was, but I thought it couldn't be that simple. The Alien Motorsports GT BMW, currently driven by AMS Redline, is leading GT. But like you said, it is not yet by enough to overhaul the lead that the Mixed Match from Heck team has put together over the first 3 stints. He's trying with all his might, but he only has 32 minutes, just over half an hour left to pull out another almost 3/4 of a mile lead, and I just don't think that's possible.
Unless anything happens behind him, that's not going to be possible on pace because both drivers are at the top of their game.
This Roadrunner gets another pass on the GT car, exactly on line. It almost feels like he doesn't slow down. It feels unfair.
Turn 1 is just a place where passing is terrifying as the prototype driver because you're approaching them a solid 20 miles an hour faster than they're going.
And they have to brake much earlier, and they're going to carry a much lower speed. And they're going to push out more than you will.
And they want that racing line on the inside. It's not like it's an option for them to go wide into the first part of turn 1.
GTs have to get down to that inside apex curb and then track back out again in order to carry any sort of speed through that corner.
Thanks, Killer, for watching the show. Shame to hear what happened to your car, but yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I find that passing the turn 1, even with cars that are on the same page,
I think have we lost Alpha's voice?
Yeah. What was he just saying?
Alpha, if you can hear me, send up a smoke signal. I think he was saying that passing in turn 1 with cars that are on the same pace is still incredibly difficult.
Right, yeah.
Because even though it is a wider section of the track, it is still pretty much a single line corner if you want to carry speed.
Well, the exit at the first, I don't know, third or quarter of the wideness at turn 1 is a place where no car really should be ever. And then the inside, I guess, is okay, but the same story is almost true for the outside of the exit as well. So even though it is wide, it's not really wide when you take in like any sort of racing lines. Should we check out Daytona's position?
Oh, we
He's
should.
Asked nicely.
Daytona has, whoa.
Rainbow Road.
Whoa. Daytona has just driven straight through the map, which is impressive, managing to stay on track while navigating the Grand Canyon that has now apparently relocated to Japan. He's running
Who's it?
P3. He is ahead of the number 24 SFM Competizione, behind the number 27 SFM Vermilion by a decent distance. So it looks like he may be consolidating P3 today, unless something dramatic changes.
He was
guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Alpha's back. There we go.
just using the stars there to navigate across the ocean that suddenly appeared.
That particular glitch is getting more and more prevalent. I had never seen it before today at Suzuka. I'd only seen it, like I said, at Mugello and Road Atlanta, but it appears that it has now come to Suzuka as well.
Well, there you go. Apparently, Brad in the second lobby accidentally killed a P1. So there's some updates for B lobby for you. Okay, that's just not even Rainbow Road. It's just
I'm not
dark
crazy, right? It
forward.
has been getting progressively worse.
Yeah, it definitely has. Might be
And I'm
'cause
still
the topic
watching.
on
I'm
the-
watching
so-
my resource allocation, and the computer's not even breaking a sweat. The fans aren't even spinning up. It's just that part is refusing to stream in time, and now it's happening in turn 1 as well. What is happening, Forza?
Is your game installed on a hard drive?
It's on an SSD.
Oh, on an SSD it's doing that.
Yeah, which is weird. It's because the textures
Ooh,
you'd
they don't.
think would stream in plenty fast, but
Especially on an SSD, yeah.
yeah.
There's clearly a
the
bottleneck. in
same
there, yeah.
problem was happening with Floofy as well, so I doubt it's just your computer or your game issue. It seems to be affecting other people as well.
I see lots of
Snuff.
cones in the braking zone into Degner 1. Somebody's gone on a bit of an adventure, it seems, at the exit of the S's.
Have you limited the game to 60 FPS?
It's on 60 VSync.
Okay, then. Right. Oh,
Oh.
that
Was Daytona getting into the rear of Moshi's, and that's a little bit more distance that AMS
that's the
Redline is going to
distance
pull
it
out.
is,
Just that little bit. That being slow out of the corner is going to mean that Moshi's is slow all the way to Spoon, and that gap continues to grow meter by meter, lap after lap.
That one incident could change the fate of this race.
Norbert Blackcat is in chat. Hello, Norbert. You've tuned in just for the very end. We've been going for 7 hours and 51 minutes of the 8 hours of Suzuka. Of course, given some time in between, it's not going to end exactly 8 hours into the stream. As you can see on the top of your screen, there are 26 minutes remaining, which means that all of your cars, no matter where their fuel was, if they pitted in the last 5 minutes, should be able to make it to the end from here. The pits will be closing in 16 minutes and 10 seconds. So all these drivers will need to make their final stops. Snowstorm up ahead, up to 18th. He's picked up 2 positions after he dropped to the back, having had that braking line issue. So a good recovery from the Swordfish Motorsports GT driver. Let's check his fuel and see. Sorry?
LSEM off. Let's check out LSEM after this.
LSEM, yeah, they're doing all right. Let's see. LSEM Burnsy in 16th. That's 11th in class. Currently in a battle still with Saltibancos. This battle's been raging for about 5 laps now, and it's certainly slowing them both down, but they seem to be enjoying it enough not to care. That is the LSEM Perspective team. Now, is there another LSEM car in A Lobby? I don't believe there is.
That is the only one, yeah.
So that would be it for your LSEM update. Thanks for stopping by in the stream. Thanks for saying hi to the folks. If you want to stick around, we're going to keep our camera on this battle here because it's given us some highlights so far, and I suspect there are more to come.
Yeah, and it looks like they're closing up to the car ahead. Didn't make out who that was.
Saltibancos
Yeah.
takes that very narrow line through that final corner onto the start-finish straight each lap, and I wonder why. It's not faster, is it, to keep it tight to the wall like that?
It can be.
Really?
Just a tiny bit.
Huh.
It definitely is in prototypes because you're not going fast enough to track out.
Hmm.
You may as well take the shorter line.
So
Yeah,
we've
this battle
seen
is-
this particular battle play out before, just like this, with Salty Bonko sticking his nose in at every apex, just filling Burnsy's mirrors, showing him he's there, sometimes reminding him he's there with just a gentle tap on the rear end, a little how you do, just like we had right there, a little kiss of the rear bumper. As, well, that's going to be the end
Okay.
of Salty Bonkos' challenge as he hooked up a bit and pushed himself wide.
I guess it's kind of another of the problem with the new contact physics is contact with the rear does some weird things that people might not be familiar with.
Yeah, especially as the car, given that contact, it's difficult to as the rear car to get out of a crash like that.
Sorry, we have an apology to you from Beefy in chat. I don't know what he did, but it couldn't have been too egregious, because if it were, I can imagine you would have come in here and given us the traditional Zai after a stint, but it seemed to go all right,
Yeah.
so.
No, that was a good stint. Beefy, I'm not honestly sure what you're talking about. You're a pretty good GT car to pass. So no issues. Oh, actually, I do think I know what he's talking about. It could have been that thing where I passed Dark. I think.
Oh, in the beginning of the
Beefy
snake.
was-
Yeah, actually that was Beefy now that I recall. And that wasn't an issue, Beefy. That was spectacular content, so thank you. Do that again.
that was just bad timing. It's
Yeah.
no one's fault there. That's fine, Beefy. It's just how it works. If anything,
how
that's
it's-
my fault.
So, we have just over 20 minutes remaining. Everybody's made their last stops. It's a straight fight to the end. Who do you like between Burnsy and Salty Bonkos?
I
I
don't know.
think Salty Bonkos has been showing the pace more. He's always caught back up. Quite quickly as he's shown just now. There's still a 2-car gap. It's kind of a coin flip.
I guess it just depends on if Salty Bonkos can get the run that he's had a couple of times in a place where he can make the pass stick.
Yeah.
And avoid getting caught up in any sort of prototype traffic, as we see PPS Icy coming through here in the 24 Swordfish Motorsports car around the outside of Salty Bonkos, around the outside of LSEM Burnsy. Trailer Park Girls go around the outside, and into Spin Curve.
Yeah, as a GT car, it's very tempting to track left around 200R, being long right-hander. But that is really awkward for the prototypes.
Does look like Burnsy's starting to gap just a tad bit.
Let's take a look back up at the front. I don't expect to... What?
What?
Well, if this isn't a pit cycle, this is a development.
It might be a pit cycle.
I think it is, because we are right at... If he went long
Watching
and then
this.
is short pitting, basically he's running a short final stint. But... Yeah, so he's gone long. Roadrunner has pitted. Racers clearly thinks he still has the pace. He's staying out. 6% fuel for one lap. Zai, what's the fuel burn around here?
I have no idea. And it's very close to 6%.
Fantastic. We are going to stay on board with Veloce Racers as he races against Williams Roadrunner and against his own fuel gauge around this circuit at Suzuka. And
You're on the power lot here. Okay, this is going to be very close. Please
5%. He's really going for it, and he is absolutely canning it. He knows because this is his in-lap. He can't save at all. He has to commit fully to this in-lap, down to 4% as he passes under the bridge.
Which we kind of considered the 1/3 area, and he's burnt.
So
through a third of his
2%
fuel.
in 1/3 of a lap with 6% fuel. Is he going to hit? He's going to hit the pit line as it ticks over a 0. He may have timed this stint almost perfectly to use every drop of fuel, but with
Didn't
Forza
really need to.
modeling, the time that it takes to fill the tank, this does mean that this pit stop is going to be just a bit longer than it would have been otherwise. So any advantage that he may have gained through this, he might lose during the actual stop.
It's at 1% now.
Racer's up the inside. He's going to go in the inside of Burn Z. No, he's just going to get held up ever so slightly coming through Casio Triangle. He's got the gas, but he has to dive for the pit entrance. So there it is. Racers is in the pit. He's made it. Well done to him. Now the question is, where is Roadrunner? Roadrunner, oh, well, that answers that rather definitively. Roadrunner coming through Casio Triangle now. It was a good try by Racers, but Roadrunner is going to sail by him. You see Racers stopped in his pit box. Roadrunner has taken back the lead of the race, and that should, barring some disaster, clinch the top step on the podium for Gander Autosport. As long as he brings it home, he has 10 minutes remaining. That should be about 12 laps? No,
Yeah,
wait, what am I?
sounds
No, hold on. About 7 laps. My math went the wrong direction.
Oh yeah, because yeah.
And actually, no, I can't read. There's 17 minutes remaining. I can't read my own timer. I'm tired. I'm sorry, folks. I've been up and I didn't have breakfast and I didn't have coffee. And the content's been too good. My brain can't keep up with it. But
Racers would need almost a lap on Roadrunner, so
Yeah,
unless
it's-
something really bad happens, like a disconnect, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of the main bad thing with being on fuel and tires is no crash or any incident will put you out of the race. Really, you just lose time from being spun around or in the grass or whatever.
there's that dive we've been looking for all race.
And again, not slow down. The
It's
tiniest bit.
it's not fair.
Yeah.
It really isn't. I mean, it's because we've seen that move a couple of times, and I think that's the cleanest we've seen it all race. Like, sure, it wasn't the optimal line through Spoon because you couldn't get that wide entrance, but really minimal time loss, if any. Roadrunner continuing to show why he was the FRC champion not that long ago.
Yeah. Very fast and tons of experience in these type of cars, so not
Yeah, Roadrunner
surprised.
just has that pace.
Now, Racers, after that pit stop, will have come out ahead of HCR Daytona. A quick check on Daytona shows that he will have made his last pit stop just 2 laps ago, so I think he was pitting on the same sequence as Racers. And that means that it's a straight race there, so that should, again, barring any sort of issue, consolidate the top 3 steps on the podium in P1. So while there's no battle raging there, the question now is, what is the gap, if we look at the GT field, between Redline and Mashi's? As it stands now, with just over 15 minutes to go, Redline is just going through turn 1. We said he needs to pull. Good Lord, Forza, stream the textures, please.
Right? I think what may make sense to do next time around is maybe restart the game in between each stint.
Yeah, actually, that might be it. Is that the game has, because it has been getting progressively worse through each stint, so maybe just restarting between sessions would work. But Redline now leaving the S's. Mashi's is in the middle of the S's, so it's getting closer, but just from an eyeball test, well, it's closer to the X than I thought. I'm going to say the mix match from Heck car is still in P1 on the overall on track right now, despite running P2 in this stint.
I think at the pace that they're running at, they should be fine because
Yeah,
he would
I
have to
agree.
lose probably another maybe what 10 to 15 seconds, somewhere in between that, from the beginning of the S's to. No, actually, it's a bit larger than that. It still has a lot of ground for Machis to lose in order to lose it for himself and the team.
I didn't want to say it, but Machis has to crash. That's the only way that he loses at this point.
Yeah.
As long as he keeps it on track and keeps pumping in laps like this, he has the pace to cover off the gap, and that car is going to win.
You had to say it, didn't you? You said it because you wanted a shake-up. I see what you're doing.
I don't know what you're talking about. These allegations are unjust. I will not stand for this slander.
But it's kind of usual for endurance racing to go that way. You think one car is gonna win, and things happen.
Ooh, they turn around a bit wide there.
So I'm gonna clip that from the stream where you could see the cars driving under the ground. That was kind of
Well, those were the cars that were driving through the crossover coming out of the Degner, and we were seeing through the ground because the track wasn't rendering. And so you could see all the way through the track down to the Degner. And I've seen that happen only once before when we were playing Last Man, and I got punted through the roof of the bridge that goes over the exit from the Degners and landed on the track on the crossover.
That was something.
This is a form of racing that we do not encourage in the TORA Endurance Championship. Academic, you asked that question. I'm not going to answer it because I am not putting the commentator's curse on that.
No.
I will not be responsible for that if I answer that question.
In B lobby, there's been quite a lot of disconnects.
B lobby has had quite a few, yes.
In A lobby, I don't know if any.
We're not answering the questions.
No, there hasn't.
Not with 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, that'd be that wouldn't be nice.
So trying to find a battle on track here. Most of the GT cars have spaced out. I said that, and I'm immediately made a liar as we see Velocia Racers catching up to a battle between Drifting Hero and AMS Maximus. He'll go around the outside of both of them and be on his way, but these two are certainly not going to be going anywhere. They are going to keep each other company likely until the very end of this race.
I think this is our final stop. Unless something bad happens between the two. Ooh, a bit of a wiggle. That only helps him out.
Drifting Hero and who else?
Drifting Hero and AMS Maximus.
It's actually... that would be an on-track battle.
It is, yes.
For the overall, Maximus is ahead by a mile, so...
Oh.
Another one of those scenarios of needing a gap.
Jeez, Drifting Hero's done a pretty good job.
He has.
This race started from
well,
here.
and you've done it. You've done it to him, Zai.
Okay. That just happened.
On cue. Literally on cue.
That's a bit of a yikes.
Well, we've seen Drifting Hero go wide. AMS Maximus was starting to catch in battle, and now the tables have turned. Maximus now leads from Drifting Hero. This is the battle for P4 and P5 in G... Is that right? Yeah, P4 and P5 in GT.
Oh.
Which makes me wonder, what has happened to EVR Huracan?
Where is he?
Is that him there? Just in the background? It looks like it might be. While these two have been fighting, has it let Huracan catch up enough that he can make an impact on these positions? There are, as you can see at the top of your screen, just under 10 minutes remaining in this stint. That's 10 minutes remaining in the final stint this is the end of the race. So these battles now, while they may not be for position in the overall, these racers will be feeling it. They will know these are their last chances to fight, well, anybody, for pride, for position, whatever it is. These are racing drivers, and they want to fight.
But they also want to just enjoy the battling. It's half the fun of this game. Continue.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure exactly how far back Eva Huracan is compared to the top 3 cars, or even some of the cars behind him. But if he's far enough back, he could possibly lose fourth place in the overall.
Who is currently in 5th? I hadn't actually checked that standing sheet in a while.
Yeah, who's in 5th? Because if SVR Family Dude is in front of Huracan, it could possibly lose 4th.
SVR Family Dude is in 5th right now. 522.
And SVR...
522.49.
Yes,
versus...
but SVR Family Dude is currently running 12th on the road, 1 spot behind Huracan. So their position on the road is the same as their position in the standings, I believe. So Huracan should be safe in 4th position. At the front, the battle between Redline and Mashis is continuing. Meanwhile, the SVR Purple car, currently driven by SVR Proper 12, which we will visit briefly, all on his own. That looks like he's going to lock down the 3rd step on the podium.
Yeah, and he was pretty much in the middle between EVR and the Solar team.
It seems like we've had another bit of a mic drop from Alphabet. Not in a good way.
So it looks like these top 4 may be resigned to their positions, but let's go back to that fight between... Here we go.
That was Drifting Hero and Maximus.
Yeah, here it is. Oh my.
This is a battle.
It's a battle between Forza and the real world, but there is a lapped car in between. So AMS Maximus has been able to get by Windcharger and use Windcharger to hold up Drifting Hero. Drifting Hero is not going to be pleased with that development. If he had high beams, I'm sure he'd be using them right now. He should be getting by here into turn 2. Let's see who... No, he's still stuck behind him. The white car is the lapped down car of... I've just forgotten. My brain is really going, guys, I'm sorry.
You've got it.
That is the lap down car of Windcharger 8199. And now, okay, Drifting Hero is now past him, but in the process, you see an orange and white Ford GT. That is EVR Huracan, who is the next car right there on the screen. So these positions here, this black Astro AMS Corvette driven by AMS Maximus, the Aston Martin of Drifting Hero, and the Ford GT of EVR Huracan are all fighting. They are all within, I believe, no, just kidding, take that back. Only Drifting Hero is within a mile of Huracan, and he's certainly not going to pull enough, he's not going to pull a mile on this straight. However, his prototype is closing. This is the 5th place prototype, the HCCR of T-Tony. Might have made that interesting, but wisely waited until after 130R instead of chucking it up in there, and then just sails right by.
He almost did make that interesting.
Yeah.
Very close to the wall there, which you're avoiding.
See the HCR Korea Automobile SGR prototype driven by HCR Daytona, looking to consolidate 3rd position as he goes in. We now have 5 minutes remaining. That'll be about a little less than 3 more laps at GT speed. This battle seems to have resolved itself, so let's see if we can't find another one. Let's get one last scrap in before this race ends.
I just realized I've been, I did my stint on old batteries.
Oh! I will take things you don't want to realize for about 1,000, Alex. When you realize that you only finished your stint by the virtue of the Energizer gods.
Repping Duracell here.
Are they at least rechargeable?
Yeah. So I definitely could have swapped batteries because I did have them. It's quite ready, but I
Helix
just forgot.
Pro and SVR Sparks seem like they've been within about 300 feet for this entire stint. They've swapped
You're
back
probably
and
not
forth a
wrong.
couple of times, but every time we've come back to them, these two have just been trying to move into the same house. It doesn't work. And I really hope that they get together one more time before the end.
Yeah, academic saying in chat, impressive drive by Different Hero for sure. He's really been fighting with the top teams, which is good to see. Here's one of the faster drivers. All of the people in this lobby are pretty top tier.
Yeah, pretty fast.
Like to give a shout out in these closing few minutes to our teammate, SFM Snowstorm, who has managed to overcome that driving line issue he had, despite not being able to tell anybody because the Xbox party collapsed, driving with the game that let him down. He fell to the back, learned the braking spots, picked up 2 positions on track through passes completely on his own merit, and has gotten back onto his pace. I'm sure he wishes he would have finished higher. We know he could finish higher. In the last stint, he finished in the top 10. But this one just didn't quite work out for him. But lap after lap, he's clawed his way back up to 18th overall and 13th in class to give a good result for this SFM Race Squadron 9-8 team.
Yeah, good work for Snow. He's had to wake up very early over in Japan.
He certainly has. But while Kiwi was just going to bed, living in Australia, Snowstorm was just waking up to hop on and hop behind the wheel. As he just slid out of the way a bit, just wide at 130R to allow the prototypes of HCR Daytona and T-Tony to go through. This turned out to be a brilliant race. We've had action throughout the field. We had a brilliant prototype battle in the first stint. We've had some maths drama here at the end, where it looks like it's not going to get much of a change, but again, it's led to a very good race. It's been clean, it's been competitive, and we've had fantastic on-track action.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Snowstorm does live in Japan, so this is very much a home race for him.
So,
It's a bit of a battle going on
we
here.
have the last
Less
lap.
than
There are
minute
54
left,
seconds
yeah.
remaining, approximately, and there is a 3-car fight for 15th. How?
Yeah,
How is...
overall, this is the top. This is the 10th position.
Sorry, this is 10th in GT, so this is... Whoever wins this battle gets in the top 10. It looks like Saltibancos is going to lose the back a little bit. That Aston Martin just ahead of Bernsey here is going to have a better drive out of the corner, but Bernsey is going to have that mega top end.
They're gonna have to risk it.
As we go across the Rainbow Road one more time, Bernsey up the inside, shows the inside, goes around the outside, tries to cross over, Drifter's got it all covered.
That was a pretty interesting fake there.
Yeah.
Looking towards the inside. And they are on the break.
There goes the fire alarm. So that's the time. That is the end of the race. This has been a fantastic conclusion to the 8 hours of Suzuka or the Online Racing Association Endurance Championships, 8 Hours of Suzuka, presented today, as it has been for the last several rounds, by SFM Official. We are going to have a nice rundown of the field here. Our overall winner in Prototype, congratulations to the Gander Autosport team. They were just too quick today. Nobody could really touch them unless they made a mistake, and with Roadrunner driving a nearly flawless final stint, well, we didn't expect it to happen, and it didn't. So congratulations to them for winning the race in P1 and winning the overall. Our GT winner, it looks like, is going to, unless something drastic has changed, it looks like it's going to be the Mismatch from Hell team driving that Corvette of South and Mashi's and who wrote the first stint? I'm forgetting.
I'm gonna be right back to help
with entry.
to help
Yeah.
speed
Cheers.
things up. But yeah, see you guys later.
So that was.
Should be back before the stream ends.
Got it. South, Bokit, and Mashi's. So another all-star showing from the all-star cast. A little bit of a debate in chat about the meaning of AMR. It's Angry Men Racing. Oh, that's just me. The AMR folks are quite pleasant for the most part. I don't know about this academic fellow. He seems to spam the chat a lot. Just kidding. We love you. Thanks for the chat interaction's been great. We love all you guys for hanging out with us all day today. It's been 8.5 hours of racing, which is a lot. That is a lot. So after showing Williams Roadrunner and the Gander Autosport team they took pole. They took the win. Second place, we believe, is going to be the number 27 SFM Vermilion car. The second stint of the day being a bit of a surprise as we see Veloce Racers hop in the car to take the fight to Roadrunner. He wasn't quite able to overhaul that 1+ mile deficit, but solidifying P2, the second step on the podium, I believe the best result of the season for Swordfish Motorsport, is a heck of an achievement. So a big thanks goes out to Veloce Racers for joining the team for this round and putting on a good show. A big round of applause to TM Touring for that first stint where he gave us a great battle alongside HCR Floofy. And, of course, to SFM Zai, who was scheduled to double but only did the single stint and did a magnificent job on it, keeping pace very nearly with Forza Europa. P3 in Prototype is likely going to be the HCR Automobili SGR number 11 car, driven by HCR Floofy and HCR Daytona. A good result for that team after some connection issues at the previous rounds. Provisionally, I haven't seen all the distances entered, but I believe fourth position will be, because B Lobby could factor into this, but I don't think they will. I believe that the fourth position is the number 24 SFM Competizione car, driven today by SFM Darkser PPS Icy and SVR Shadow on loan from Solar Vision Racing. And then the fifth car in A Lobby, but I'm not sure where they finished on the overall, is rolling after being hit by AMS Redline. I'm assuming times have already been entered, but this would be the HCCR of T-Tony. Are distances in already?
For A Lobby, distances are in, so...
Okay, we're just waiting on B Lobby because they had the multiple restarts.
Right. So, yeah, as it stands... Oh, for Prototype, I'm not sure, because there was one B Lobby car that could have taken... could have passed one of the one of the A Lobby cars, but in B class and GT, I'm pretty sure no, none of the GT cars was well up the order overall. So,
well, let's give some screen time to our GT winner, which I believe the car looks a little worse for wear because apparently the encore of this race has been to smash all the things, as we see HCR Daytona give a congratulatory smack on the rear to Mashi's and the Mixed Match from Hell C7R team. Well done, a well-deserved win from them, and there's one from Redline as well. All right, well now this is just cyberbullying. All the drivers are just taking out their aggression pent up throughout the race. Of course, P2 going to that Alien Motorsports GT, driven by AMS Traumatic, formerly Swift, AMS Mercs, and then the double stint at the end from AMS Redline, who is currently putting on a lovely show going backwards towards the Casio Triangle. It looks like third position is going to go to SVR Purple, the car of SVR Solar, THR Skyline, and SVR Proper 12. So another good result for the Solar Vision Racing team.
So, looking at the points right now, for the P1 class, it looks like Gander is gonna be taking the championship, I would think, because they have a 66 point lead, and with there only being 5 or 6 cars at every round for the prototypes, at least for, I guess there'd be more than 5 or 6 cars in total, but you do know that they're definitely the fastest, so they would be in A lobby. Yeah, I don't think there's any way Gander could lose if they participate in the next round.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh, it's the wrong points sheet. So let's go to our P1 class standings. The big zero this round from F4H Motorsport, who had previously, a team of course being Harmonic and Scottson, had previously won every round of the TORA Endurance Championship, but did not manage to meet the entry deadline for this round, and as a result are going to take a 0, because I do not believe there are drop rounds in TEC.
There aren't. There's only 5 rounds.
So that is pretty much going to destroy their championship hopes, unless both of the cars ahead of them encounter troubles at the final round.
Yeah, so 26 prototypes have entered this championship, but this round we've only had 11. And so if the next round there were around 11 or even a little bit more, they would definitely still be able to take this championship, even if they had a disconnect or something that brought them to the back of the field.
Cowboy asking in chat, yes, that is exactly what happened. They qualified, and they qualified P2, and then because of an internal team miscommunication where they never sorted out who was taking which stint, and by the time they realized they hadn't figured it out, they'd missed the deadline, the stints didn't come in, and that's one of those rules that TORA enforces with basically zero tolerance. If you don't put in stints, you don't drive. And so they were not allowed to participate in this round, which is unfortunate because it's always good to have more competition. We certainly would have had more action, but we at Swordfish Motorsports, as the completely biased, non-neutral parties, are very happy because SFM Vermilion had a fantastic result today, and as a result has leapfrogged up into P2 overall in prototype for this season of TEC.
These are just not entirely final right now.
Right, these are provisional.
Yeah,
but nobody's going to pass SFF. Nobody's going to pass the 27 from this round today.
You sure? I think TUS have the possibility of doing that, maybe. Oh, did they DNS one of the stints?
TUS DNF'd first stint,
Yeah.
so that they definitely They might have had the pace with Turismo and Sandman in the car. They might have had the pace to give a chance, but with that DNF, it pretty much solidified that. At B Lobby was unfortunately a war of attrition. Those many disconnects and game crashes in B Lobby. Fortunately, I believe we made it through the entire event today in A Lobby without a single disconnect.
And you can say that now with confidence.
I can say that. Yeah, somebody asked me before. I didn't answer the question because if it happened, clip of the end between you and Drifter. We have, I think, we featured it a bit in the end of the race. We don't have a clip, but it will be there on the VOD. Beefy asking me if there's a 2019 season. I would assume there's probably a 2019 season coming up, but I am not an organizer. I am simply a hired gun who they bring on to kind of entertain you guys as best I can. You'd have to ask Big Ben, Darkser, or one of the other TORA staff members.
Knowing them, I'm pretty sure they probably already have a full plan if there will be one next year. But it's a very popular season or series, so I'd imagine they will.
Yeah, Burnsy, we got maybe a couple of clips, but on the VOD, once the stream ends, the VOD will go up a couple of minutes later, and we featured you quite a bit, especially your battle with Salty Bonkos, and then again with Drifter. It was good things. We were really enjoying watching that. Good things, the best things. I have the best words, don't I, folks? Everyone tells me I have the best words.
You have the best words.
Ugh. So we didn't take a look at the GT standings after this round. Of course, there's still more to come, but as you can see, it's been a pretty much clean sweep from Mixed Match from Hell. That it's going to be between them and SVR Purple, but without any sort of major incidents. It looks like Mixed Match from Hell are the heavy favorites to win the GT Championship going into round 5. SVR Purple and EVR Motorsport are currently on the second and third steps of the podium.
I was going to mention that Mixed Match from Heck had about a 1.3 mile lead from Alien Motorsports, but Alien Motorsports closed that in by, about 0.4. They closed up 0.4, or closed into 0.4 miles from Mixed Match from Heck, so they were certainly trying all their best to close that gap as much as they can, and they did a pretty good job closing it by well over half the distance they had. So good job, good effort from them, not giving up and giving it all they had.
So, Veloce Racers, after putting in the best stint of the race up to that point in stint 2, actually bettered his stint by almost half a mile in stint 4. But Williams Roadrunner hit the go button and put in the only 208-mile stint of the entire race.
Wow.
Which is absurd. That is a massive stint.
Yep. And actually right now the B lobby distances are now being put in.
Oh, they are?
Yep.
Ah,
I don't
yeah.
see them yet.
DNS.
The only one I see is the DNS for the Remnant Racing Aston Martin.
It's because all of the they had a broken party.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so it looks like as it stands, everyone from A lobby will beat everyone in B lobby in the prototype class. And it looks like the same for the GT teams as well.
It looks pretty straightforward, and that's to be expected in a race where we had no disconnects, and because there were no crashes that would really ruin somebody's race due to the lack of sim damage. Since the fast cars qualified in the top lobby, we would expect that with no major incidents, it would finish pretty much straight down the line, A lobby, then B lobby. And it seems like that is what has happened.
So we talked a little bit about the P1 class standings now that the total distance looks more official now. Yeah, so I would think that Gander would have this championship locked down unless they just completely miss the final round. And the GT class is a little bit closer. Looks like a gap of 50, 59.
Ellison the Butler's saying A lobby times aren't in yet for stint 4, but I'm seeing them here on the dock, so I'm not sure what it is. Oh, B lobby. Yeah, B lobby times are not in yet. That is correct. So we will have to wait off. These results are unofficial. So let's wait for B lobby to put itself back together after the party died. Xbox parties are not always reliable for a full 8 hours when they are full of people. 16 people in a party for 8 hours, and it holds up would actually be pretty impressive. So now that we've watched the entire race from A lobby, Zai, you watched most of the race from here, except for the part you watched from the cockpit. What for you was your highlight of the race?
I mean, it's pretty obvious, really. That battle between Touring and Floofy was nuts.
That was fantastic stuff. Alpha, when did you join us? Was it the second stint?
The middle of the third stint.
Middle of the third stint. Oh, time flies. So. I mean, it's...
Yeah, certainly that battle at the beginning between Touring and Floofy was for sure the best battle we've seen. We saw the battle with Zai and Darkser in team battling going on there. That was pretty interesting. GT battles was pretty good in the beginning of some races, and in the middle we saw AVR Mead try to do some interesting passes around the outside, so that was pretty good. Yeah, not too much action going on as we've seen in the previous races, but I think how the results for this race will set up really nice once we get over to Sebring.
All right, we have Darkser back in the chat. So Darkser, now that you've had a chance to look over the results, what's your final take on the 8 hours of Suzuka?
Well, I think we may see a position change.
Oh.
And I'm going to explain why. So, if you guys take a look at the current B lobby results, you will notice that the LSEM not a GT team currently sitting in the 6th position is at 610 miles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you look at the HCCR P1 team in 5th, they're currently at 798. Now, the only reason I'm mentioning this is because the LSEM guys have been consistently putting in 204-mile stints, which would mean they would go from 610 to 814 miles, which would put them in 5th.
Oh.
And unless... OZ, if you put in a 206-mile stint, which is very doable for quite a lot of drivers here, you could pinch Competitor Zone, the 24 SFM car,
Yep.
out of that 4th position.
He could very, very narrowly beat the Competizione car. So as soon as we get those LSCM Oz results, we should have the final road of standings. TUS of course had the disconnect, as did Midnight Racing, as did Batcher. Except that's a GT car. I'm meaning to refer to the MVG Mania car, which just didn't participate today, unfortunately. Wow. So, just waiting on the LSEM car, and we'll have the good stuff. As for GT, by my quick maths, I don't think anybody in B lobby is going to overtake anybody in A lobby, just based on the numbers.
Yeah, I doubt that's possible. Is it possible if you could reorder things on the sheet now? That we've got everything ready?
We did mention before that it would be a little hard for a person in B lobby to pass people in A lobby because of having no sim damage and no one disconnecting from the first lobby. From A lobby.
Is that a first this season that we made it through an entire race with not a single A lobby disconnect?
It actually might be, yeah. And I've just received the results via PM from Jan Philip S., the B lobby host, so I will be putting those in now. So it looks like the winner of the stint was BDR Sandman with 201 miles, which means that nobody is actually going to do that. There's going to be no change of position from B lobby to A lobby.
What happened with LSEMOZ?
He was behind Sandman by approximately a mile and a half.
He's gonna be ahead the HCCR car then.
Correct, but they were ahead of them at the end of stint 3 as well, so I'm not really considering it a
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
let me just put all those in, and then we will have all of our results. So we have Jigsaw Bunky, putting him in now. And it looks like they had to do the distance comparison between Sandman and Jigsaw instead of Sandman and Oz, probably because Oz uses meters. So
yeah, that's an issue.
200. So Sandman got a 201.5 mile stint. That's where he's at. So yep. And it looks like DOR Martine managed to win the GT stint with a 174 miles. That's pretty good. That would put him ahead of Mo in A lobby. So very, very strong stint from Martine. Second in B lobby GT was Sky Active, about a mile behind Martine. So there's that. Then we've got MNR Hunter, very less than 200 feet behind him. That's really close. Wow. AMR Genesis, pretty close. It just takes a minute to do. There's a lot of data to put in here.
Yeah. But we should be getting the final results on your screen quite soon.
Yep, we're getting there.
Just takes a bit of a while, especially when one of the people taking the times can't actually edit the sheet.
Yep. So I'm getting there, guys. Only a few to go here.
So LSEM, not a GT team, holding that 5th position.
Yep.
So that's
Seems
a good run
that
from
way.
down in B lobby.
And of course, it is important to remember that all of these results are provisional, because there could be penalties.
Yeah, that's always a possibility.
Subject to change. We should always point that out. Alright, so LMP Grizz. Only a few to go, guys. Only a few to go. And I'm gonna put in Brock.
Has Brad made that 16?
No.
That 70% marker or no?
Yes, they did.
Really?
Oh, what
How?
a
Wait a minute.
drive!
That's not possible.
Wait a minute. Yeah, no, they made it. They definitely
What
made
a
it.
drive!
Well, let's see. The first place car got 702 miles, right? So 702.14 times 0.7 is 491 miles, and the fourth row motorsports car got 492.
492. Brad, you made it by 1
By a
mile.
half mile.
That's a
Half
pog
mile.
champ, my guy.
Wow.
Wow.
Brad, in
that's
chat, you have
awesome.
permission to lose your mind. What's the opposite of F? I don't even know. Good job.
Wow, that's amazing.
A weirdly made B.
The opposite of
Feel
F is
good.
a weirdly made B.
A feel-good result for the fourth row guys.
Dyslexic B would do that.
Wow. All right, and then MBG the Mad Bull, DNS, and CCGG Racing DNS. So the results are in. All right.
Okay.
So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to sort it by lobby. Of course, we won't be mixing it by lobby, or not by lobby, by the whole thing until all of the possible SIs are completed, just so
Right.
it's easier to manage. But we can reliably read off the final results. So
Brad with the
one
pog
second.
is in chat.
Yes, PogChamp, the ever-present favorite Twitch emote of adolescents everywhere.
It's between that or Kappa HD.
I wouldn't know.
You guys are speaking a language that my old ears don't even hear. I don't know what you're saying.
All right. Well, the live timing page should now be correct in theory. So let's take a look at that. Yep, it's correct. We're good.
Well,
Okay, so
Alpha, you want to give us a rundown of those results there?
the results, yeah. Actually, how about you give down the rundown of the results, and I'll talk about the points at the end.
Okay.
And what
Go for it.
Yeah.
Sounds
So,
like
like we said at the very end of the race, it was pretty apparent. Congratulations to Gander Audi Sport, that's Williams Roadrunner and Forza Europa, on taking their first overall and first P1 win of the season. That's a pole, a longest stint, and the win, so I guess that's a TEC Grand Slam for Gander Audi Sport. P2 on the podium is SFM Vermilion. That's the number 27 car, driven by TM Touring, our very own SFM Zai, and of course Veloce Racers, who put in two fantastic stints to really take the fight to Gander Audi Sport. It's a shame to come up just a bit short, but that is still the best result for that car and for the Swordfish Motorsports team in prototype this season. So, good things. Third place and the final step on the podium, Kaido HCR Automobili SGR, their Alfa Romeo Audi R18, whatever you want to call it, driven by HCR Floofy and HCR Daytona. After that fantastic battle with TM Touring in the first stint, that car was just not quite as quick as the SFM team, but put in consistently quick stints to solidify that third spot. Then once we step off the podium, the rest of the P1 team is SFM Competizione in P4, then LSEM Not a GT team from B Lobby picking up P5, HCCR LMP1, who we saw have that big moment in Degner 1 early in the race, coming in P6. The usual suspects, P7, Midnight Race Eclipse, P8, and MBG Mania, who I believe did not start. And so I'm not actually sure what the points procedure is for a DNS, a complete DNS, finished P9.
The complete DNS is 0 points.
There's no penalty for a complete DNS? Okay.
No, you wouldn't get negative points. That just doesn't make any sense.
But I like to be mean to people.
Oh, well.
If you want
so
to be
it
mean
looks
to people,
like
that's one
all
way
of
doing
those
it.
teams, I believe, have scored points, because what is 70% of 827?
Yeah, it's everybody except for MNR and MPG. So TUS on up.
Well,
got
yeah,
points.
MNR, this hurts to say out loud.
How close was it?
The threshold for points is 578 miles. MNR Eclipse scored 577.41.
Oh man, that is brutal.
That sucks.
So they will score no points by a mile or less.
Wow.
What team was that?
MNR
Midnight
Eclipse
Racing
P1.
Eclipse.
Okay.
Oof. That is
So-
unfortunate.
If you saved up your Fs, drop them in chat now for Midnight Racing Eclipse. That's a real shame. In
That's
GT,
unfortunate.
Yikes.
like we said, Mixed Match from Hell won GT and has pretty much put themselves in an unassailable position to win the championship this season, unless there's a extraordinarily unusual result at the next round.
Yep.
Alien Motorsports GT came in P2, taking that second stop on the podium, just about a mile behind Mixed Match from Hell. So a great showing from the Alien Motorsports team, and a really strong drive in that final stint. The dog is losing its mind outside my window. AMS Redline, the last two stints were really impressive, right on the bumper of South, and then ahead of Mashi's, but not by enough to overhaul them and take the top step. P3 in GT is going to go to SVR Purple. That's Solar Vision Racing Team, driven by SVR Solar himself. He finished about, just 0.3 of a mile further back, so a very tight spread. Less than 1 mile covered the top 3 in GT, so those 3 are very evenly matched on pace, and I'll let Alpha explain what the points implications of that are going into the next round. And then once we step off the podium, a great showing from EVR Motorsport. In the Ford GT that got nerfed for this round, and we thought might be down on pace, they managed a P4 with a couple of really impressive stints and moves from EVR Mead and EVR Huracan. SVR Orange came in P5, AMS Astro GT P6, Griptech Performance P7, SVR Yellow in 8th, AX4X Cyber Racing UK beat their US teammates, and V12 Forza team rounded out the top 10 in GT. Outside the top 10, it was Badger Motorsport GT, Delta Online Racing, and Virtual Pertec. SFM GT Race Squadron 9-8 coming home P14. Not an ideal result after Snowstorm had that issue with his braking line in the final stint, but still good progress, and it's good to see them competing in A-Lobby. Hopefully we'll see more of that at Sebring. Behind them, P15 is AMR Corvette, P16 AX4X Cyber Racing US, LSEM Perspective powered by G2A in P17, and then 18, 19, and 20 were SVR Rainbow, SVR Grey, and JFS Benedict. The second Swordfish car, Swordfish Aptinapt with the Cyrillic alphabet down the side of it, came in P21. Violent Panda Racing and Constant Motion Racing were 22 and 23. Then Midnight Racing Moonlight, LMP Esports, but not in an LMP in a GT, was P25. And Fourth Row Motorsports in P26 finished up in the last point scoring position. The non-point scorers in GT were AMR Aston Martin, Remnant Racing, and Calamity Crew. Now, Alpha, what does this mean for our standings going to Sebring?
All right. Well, for your P1 class standings, Gander Audi Sports pretty much has this championship in the bag. The only way that they will lose the championship is if they either don't race, so they don't start, or they get a DNF for not making the 50% required distance.
Which is unlikely unless they have a disconnect of some description.
Right. They have they had a 66-point lead, so because the amount of prototypes entered in the races have been about 13, there's no way that they could finish last and lose in the points. So yeah, their championship is pretty much locked down, and in the GT class, it's mixed match from Heck is not too far from that either. They have a smaller points lead, but in order for mixed match from Heck to lose the championship, they would need to finish lower than position 11, while SVR Purple would need to finish first. But considering how strong they've been in the A lobby, I don't see that would be happening unless they suffer from a disconnect or any sort of issue like that, a crash or anything like that. So the leaders in each class has a pretty dominant points lead and would need a bizarre incident for them to lose it. The rest of the points are pretty spread out. In the GT class, it's a little closer, so really SVR Purple, Mixed Match from Heck, and EVR Motorsports would need a very poor race for any severe point swing to happen in GT. And in the P1 class, pretty much the top 3 cars, actually the top 4 cars would need, well, actually, yeah, since the fourth place F4H Motorsports car didn't compete in this round, they are completely out of it, as well as anyone below that with zeros because of not finishing or not starting the race. So, yeah. So in conclusion, Gander, Audi Sports, and Mixed Match from Heck have a pretty solid lead going into the final round. It would need some crazy or interesting final race for things to go not their way.
That said, this is racing, and anything can happen. There are still 8 hours remaining in this season. We have one more track to go. We will be visiting Sebring in a couple weeks' time, bringing a close to this fantastic TEC season here in 2018. Dark, Zai, do you have any last comments on today's race before we wrap this up?
I'd just like to thank everyone for coming and watching the stream. Really appreciate it, and thanks to the drivers for putting on a good show.
Dark actually took off.
Dark left, I forgot. So, actually looks like his mic died. Well, it's alright. We heard enough from him anyway, and I'm sure we'll hear more from him later. This has been Swordfish Motorsports' official Twitch presentation of the Online Racing Association's Endurance Championship Round 4 at Suzuka. After 8 hours, congratulations to our winners, Gander Audi Sport and Mixed Match from Hell. It has been a pleasure presenting this. There will be plenty of clips for the highlights and this full VOD available on our stream after the conclusion. We thank everybody for staying with us in chat, for coming along for the ride. If you liked what you saw, if you want to see the next race, go ahead and make sure and hit that follow button. You'll get that notification the next time we go live. Until then, we will see you in Sebring a couple of weeks from now. For now, so long.